Holmstrom, a surname from Swedish. Holmstroms, plural of Holmstrom. Holmö, a civil parish in Mole Valley District, Surrey, England. Homeyard, a surname. Homeyards, plural of homeyard. Holmy, a village and civil parish in South Hams District, Devon, England. Westgrid Ref SX 7069. Holness, a surname from Old Norse. Ola, a hologram. Ola, holo hoax, alternative form of hollow hoax. Holo hoax, alternative form of hollow hoax. Holo kitsch, mass market, overly sentimental depictions of the Holocaust from the end of the Cold War onwards. Holophobetic, containing every letter of the alphabet, pangrammatic. Holoncestula, an unarticulated ancestula. Holondric, alternative form of Hollandric. Holorchies, plural of Holorchy. Holorchy, alternative form of Holarchy. Holobaromen, a grouping of all organisms believed to be genetically related to each other in baromenology. Holobaromenic, of or relating to a holobaromen. Holobaromens, plural of holobaromen. Holobasidia, plural of holobasidium. Halobasidial, relating to a holobasidium. Halobasidiate, being or containing a halobasidium. Halobasidium, a non-septate unicellular basidium. Holobenthic, that inhabits the seafloor during all phases of life. Holobinko, a surname. Holobio, a biome of holobionts. Holobiomes, plural of holobiome. Holobiont, a host organism plus its associated microorganisms. Holobionts, plural of holobiont. Holoblast, an ovum composed entirely of germinal matter. Holoblastic, cleaving and separating into separate blastomers. Holoblastically, in a holoblastic manner. Holoblasts, plural of holoblasts. Holobook, a holographic entertainment akin to a book. Holobooks, plural of holobook. Holobranch, a pair of hemibranch on the same gill arch. Holobranchs, plural of holobranch. Holocane, teracane. Holocalin, a cyanogenic glucoside found in the seeds of Holocalyx balancae. Holocam, a device capable of capturing three-dimensional images in the form of a hologram. Holocamera, a holographic camera. Holocameras, plural of holocamera. Holocams, plural of holocam. Holocarboxylase, any enzyme that catalyzes multiple carboxylation or decarboxylation reactions, especially those involving biotin. Holocarboxylases, plural of holocarboxylase. Holocartic, in which the entire thallus develops into a sporangium. Holocarpy, the situation where the entire organism turns into gametes. Holocash, monetary gain resulting from exploitation of the Holocaust by Jews, or the Holocaust itself, regarded by anti-Semites as having been exploited by Jews for monetary gain. Holocausts, misspelling of Holocaust. Holocausts, plural of holocausts. Holocausts, the systematic mass murder genocide of 6 million Jews perpetrated by Nazi Germany shortly before and during World War II. Holocaustal, of or relating to a holocaust. Holocausted, simple past and past participle of holocausts. Holocaust-esque, resembling the Holocaust. Holocaustianity, a belief system centered around Holocaust assertions. Holocaustic, of or relating to a Holocaust. Holocausting, present participle and gerund of holocausts. Holocaustings, plural of holocausting. Holocaustish, resembling or similar to the Holocaust. Holocausts, plural of holocausts. Holocellulase, any enzyme that hydrolyzes and breaks down holocellulose. Holocellulases, plural of holocellulase. Holocellulolytic, that breaks down holocellulose. Holocellulose, the mixture of cellulose and hemicellulose in the cell walls of plants. Holocelluloses, plural of holocellulose. Holocellulosic, relating to or composed of holocellulose. Holocene, a geologic epoch within the Quaternary period from about the year 10,000 BC to the present, the age of man. Holocentric, a chromosome in which the centromere makes up the entire length of the chromosome. Holocentricity, the condition of being holocentric. Holocentrid, any member of the family Holocentridae of squirrelfishes and soldier-fishes. Holocentrids, plural of holocentrid. Holocentriform, any squirrelfish of the order Holocentriforms. Holocentriforms, plural of holocentriform. Holocentrism, the state of being holocentric. Holocentromer, a holocentric centromer. Holocentromers, plural of holocentromer. Holosphalon, any cartilaginous fish of the subclass Holosphali, a chimera. Holosphalans, plural of holosphalon. Holostalian, synonym of holosphalon. Holosphalic, having a normal, complete head. Holosphalus, alternative form of holosphalic. Holoceruloplasmin, the holoenzyme of ceruloplasmin. Holochess, the game of chess played with holograms rather than physical pieces. Holochlamydeus, of an ovule having the integument practically complete. Holochonitic, long, cylindrical. And reaching between adjacent septums. Holocrel, having compound lenses, each with separate cornea, each lens separated from others by shallow scleral walls, corneal membrane ends at lens edge. Holocinematographic, relating to holocinematography. Holocinematography, the making of films using holograms. Holoclonal, relating to a holoclone. Holoclone, a colony-forming stem cell that has a higher growth potential than a mericlone because it does not contain differentiated cells. Holoclones, plural of holoclone. Holococcolith, a form of coccolith composed of minute calcite rhombohedra arranged in continuous arrays produced by a holococcolithophore. Holococcolithophore, a haploid coccolithophore that produces holococcolids. Holococcolidophores, plural of holococcolidophore. Holococcolids, plural of holococcolith. Holocone, an ecosystem in Friedrich's theory of nature. Holocones, plural of holocones. Holocomplex, a holoprotein complex. Holocomplexes, plural of holocomplex. Holoquarter, a device for making holographic recordings. Holoquarters, plural of holoquarter. Holocaust, misspelling of Holocaust. Holocaust, a rallying cry of extremist groups to disseminate the coronavirus to Jews in order to eliminate them. Halocranial, encompassing the entire cranium or often, by metonymic extension, the entire head, cerebrum, or brain. Holocrine, a vor relating to a mode of secretion in some exocrine glands in which the plasma membrane ruptures, releasing the cell's cytoplasm into the lumen of the gland. Holocryptic, wholly or completely concealing, incapable of being deciphered. Holocrystalline, completely crystalline, said of a rock like granite, all of whose constituents are crystalline. Holocube, a cube-shaped device that shows or stores holographic pictures. Holocubes, plural of holocube. Holocartinol, a particular steroid glycoside. Holocyclic, pertaining to an insect that undergoes sexual reproduction during at least part of its life cycle. Holocytochrome, any cytochrome that has a heme group attached. Holocytochromes, plural of holocytochrome. Halai, a commune of Bihar County, Romania. Holodeck, a room that provides holographic simulations for recreation, training, etc. Holodecks, plural of holodeck. Holodets, alternative form of kolodets. Halodiastole, occurring through the entire diastole. Holodimer, an active dimer of a biomolecule that is inactive as a monomer. Holodimers, plural of holodimer. Holodisk, alternative form of holodisk. Holodisks, plural of holodisk. Holodisk, a holographic disk used as a storage medium. Holodisks, plural of holodisk. Holodisplay, a holographic display. Holodisplays, plural of holodisplay. Holodomor, the 1932-33 famine affecting rural Ukraine and other territories of the Soviet Union, a result of the forced collectivization of landowning peasants by the Soviet government. Holodomors, plural of holodomor. Holodontid, any extinct lungfish of the family Holodontidae. Holodontids, plural of holodontid. Holodorsal, covering all the back. Holodynamic, holokinetic. Holondemic, endemic in the whole population of a given region. Holondemicity, the condition of being holondemic. Holonzyme, a halonzyme. Holonzymes, plural of holonzyme. Holopelagic, that remain epipelagic through the entire life cycle. Holophyte, any epiphyte that spends its whole life cycle without contact with the ground. Holophytes, plural of holophyte. Holofernes, a character in the deuterocanonical book of Judith and invading general of Nebuchadnezzar, beheaded by Judith. Holoferritin, ferritin that has retained its central iron atom. Holoflevodoxin, the holoprotein of flavodoxin. Holoflevodoxins, plural of holoflavodoxin. Holofoil, holographic foil that displays a holographic image in natural light. Holophiles, plural of holofoil. Holodemus, relating to or exhibiting hologamy. Hologamy, a form of sexual reproduction in which the gametes are approximately the same shape and size as the somatic cells. Hologenesis, a theory of evolution in which each species divides into two, only one of which develops successfully. Hologenetic, relating to hologenesis. Hologenome, the collective genome of a holobiont. Hologenomes, plural of hologenome. Hologenome, relating to a hologenome or to hologenomics. Hologenomics, the omic study of halogenomes. Halogenophore, the specimen of an organism from which DNA is analyzed/sequenced. Halogenophores, plural of halogenophore. Hologonic, referring to nematodes in which the germinal area extends the whole length of the gonad. Hologram, a three-dimensional image of an object created by holography. Hologramize, to convert into a hologram. Hologram-like, resembling or characteristic of a hologram. Hologrammatic, relating to or having the form of a hologram. Hologrammatically, in a hologrammatic fashion. Hologram, rare spelling of hologram. Holograms, plural of hologram. Hologrammic, synonym of hologrammatic. Holograms, plural of hologram. Holograph, a handwritten document that is solely the work of the person whose signature it bears, especially a letter, deed, or will. An original manuscript, a protograph. Holographed, simple past and past participle of holograph. Holographer, one who creates holograms. Holographers, plural of holographer. Holographic, in the form of a hologram or holograph. Holographic principle, the principle that a volume is a boundary of a higher dimension region. Holographic will, a will that is handwritten by the testator without the usual formalities of execution. Holographic wills, plural of holographic will. Holographical, holographic. Holographically, in a holographic way. Holographies, plural of holography. Holographing, present participle and gerund of holograph. Holographs, plural of holograph. Holography, a technique for recording and then reconstructing the amplitude and phase distributions of a coherent wave disturbance used to produce three-dimensional images or holograms. Holohan, a surname from Irish. Holohans, plural of holohan. Holohedra, plural of holohedron. Holohedral, having as many plane faces as needed for the highest degree of symmetry in its system. Holohedries, plural of holohedry. Holohedrism, epiphyty being holohedral. Holohedron, a holohedral crystal. Holohedrons, plural of holohedron. Holohedry, the condition of a crystal whose point group is identical to that of its lattice. Holohoax, the Holocaust viewed as an event which is fabricated and did not happen. Holoyoline, completely classy. Hawed, a surname. Halole, having a pair of big nephridia in all but terminal segments of the body. Holoimage, a holographic image. Holoimages, plural of holoimage. Holojad, a surname. Holokarst, a region where almost all of the landforms are shaped by karst processes. Holokinetic, amphikinetic. Halokinin, a heptapeptide that is a precursor of certain proteins of connective tissue. Halokinins, plural of halokinin. Holokitch, alternative form of holokit. Holoku, synonym of Mother Hubbard, a kind of loose dress introduced to Hawaii by Christian missionaries. Holokis, plural of holoku. Holoctin, a lectin in which all bound sugars are the same. Holoctins, plural of holoctin. Hololimnic, of or pertaining to fresh water in all of its life stages. Hololai, a ring made entirely from a gemstone. Halaman, a surname. Halamans, plural of halaman. Holometabolon, any insect which undergoes a radical metamorphosis with the larval and adult stages differing considerably in their structure and behavior. Holometabolans, plural of holometabolon. Holometabole, of, pertaining to, or undergoing holometabolism. Holometabolism, the complete metamorphosis of an insect. Holometabolis, pertaining to or undergoing holometabolism, going through complete metamorphosis. Holomorphic, related to holomorphosis. Holomorphosis, complete metamorphosis. Helometer, an instrument for making angular measurements. Helometers, plural of helometer. Helomics, the concept of making therapeutic decisions for a patient by integrating data from many different sources. Holomictic, having layers of water that intermix at least once a year. Holomorph, all forms in the life cycle of any fungus of the phyla Ascomycota and Basidiomycota treated as a whole. Holomorphic, complex differentiable on an open set around every point in its domain. The life cycle of any fungus of the phyla Ascomycota and Basidiomycota treated as a whole. Holomorphic, complex differentiable on an open set around every point in its domain. Holomorphically, in a holomorphic way. Holomorphicity, the condition of being holomorphic. Holomorphies, plural of holomorphy. Holomorphism, a holomorphic function. Holomorphisms, plural of holomorphism. Holomorphology, study of entire organisms and their structures. Holomorphosis, the regeneration of a lost limb, tail, or other part. Holomorphs, plural of holomorph. Holomorphy. Holomorphic functions or their study. Holomovement. According to the Bohmian interpretation of quantum mechanics, the holistic idea that everything is in a state of process or becoming. Holomovements, plural of holomovement. Holomicotroph, a holomicotrophic plant. Holomicotrophic, wholly micotrophic. Holomicotrophs, plural of holomicotroph. Halomyoglobin, myoglobin from which the central subunit has not been removed. Holo, one of three kinds of quasi-particle, the others being the spin-on and orbit, and that electrons in solids are able to split into during the process of spin-charge separation when extremely tightly confined at temperatures close to absolute zero. Halonfridia, plural of halonfridium. Halonfridial, relating to halonfridia. Halonfridium, either of a pair of large nephridia in each segment of an invertebrate. Holonic, pertaining to holons, involving something that is simultaneously a self-contained entity and a part of a larger system. Holonome, exhibiting holonomy. Holonomic constraint, one of the equations/identities which define a variety within the configuration space such that the state of the physical system being described is constrained to correspond only to points within that variety. Holonomic constraints, plural of holonomic constraint. Holonomicity, the property of being holonomic. Holonomies, plural of holonomy. Holonomy, given a smooth closed curve C on a surface M and picking any point P on that curve, the holonomy of C in M is the angle by which some vector turns as it is parallel transported along the curve C from point P all the way around and back to point P. Holonovel, a holographic entertainment akin to a novel. Holonovels, plural of holonovel. Holons, plural of holon. Holonym, a term that denotes the whole of which another term's referent is a part. Holonymic, synonym of holonymous. Holonymous, having the nature or property of a holonym. Holonyms, plural of holonym. Holonymy, a semantic relation that exists between a term denoting a whole the holonym and a term denoting a part that pertains to the whole the meronym. Holoparasite, a holoparasitic organism. Holoparasites, plural of holoparasite. Holoparasitic, of or pertaining to a plant sustaining itself entirely through parasitism. Holoparasitism, the condition of being holoparasitic or of being a holoparasite. Holoparticle, a whole particle typically of a lipoprotein that is manipulated as a single entity. Holoparticles, plural of holoparticle. Holopid, any extinct sea snail in the family Holopidae. Holopids, plural of holopid. Holopelagic, that remain pelagic through the entire life cycle. Holopti, a conjugated peptide. Holoptides, plural of holopti. Holoperipheral growth, a method of growth where material is added at an equal rate around the entire margin of the valve. Holophone, a hologrammatic telecommunication device. Holophones, plural of holophone. Holophonic, relating to holophonics. Holophonically, by means of or in terms of holophonics. Holophonics, a binaural sound recording system based on the claim that the human auditory system acts as an interferometer. Holophony, the reproduction of three-dimensional sound information in a manner analogous to the way holography reproduces light information, wave field synthesis. Holophosphatase, a complex of a phosphatase and a protein subunit. Holophosphatases, plural of holophosphatase. Holophoto, causing no loss of light, applied to reflectors which throw back the rays of light without perceptible loss. Holophote, a lighthouse lamp with lenses or reflectors to collect the rays of light and throw them in a given direction. Holophotes, plural of holophote. Holophrase, a single word used to convey a complex idea. Holophrases, plural of holophrases. Holophrases, the use of a single word to convey a complex idea. Holophrastic, consisting of a single word, such as go or whatever. Holophrastically, in a holophrastic manner. Holophrasticity, the property of being holophrastic. Holophyletic, forming a clade, monophyletic. Holophily, The condition of being helophyletic. Holophy. Any organism that produces its own food through photosynthesis. Holophytes, plural of holophy. Holophytic, that can obtain nutrition without the ingestion of food. Holophytism. The property of being a halophyte. Holophytochrome, any phytochrome that has a heme group attached. Holophytochromes, plural of holophytochrome. Holoplankton, any organism that spends all of its life cycle as plankton. Holoplanktonic, of or pertaining to holoplankton. Holoplanktons, plural of holoplankton. Haloplasticinin, the form of a plasticinin containing a bound copper atom. Haloplasticinins, plural of haloplasticinin. Holoploi, relating to the entirety DNA complement of the chromosome of an organism or population. Halopneustic, in tracheal systems, properly, having all 10 pairs of spiracles functional as occurs in the caterpillar larvae of some Hymenoptera, loosely applied also to insects properly termed henopneustic, in which most, but not all, spiracles are functional. Holopi, having a longitudinally and divided soul. Holopods, plural of holopi. Holopoem, a poem which takes the form of a hologram. Holopoems, plural of holopoem. Holopolymer, misspelling of homopolymer. Holopresence, ability to project a holographic representation into a physical space, creating the illusion of being physically present. Holopresences, plural of holopresence. Holoprojection, a holographic projection. Holoprojections, plural of holoprojection. Holoprojector, a holographic projector. Holoprojectors, plural of holoprojector. Holoprosencephalic, relating to or exhibiting holoprosencephaly. Holoprosencephalies, plural of holoprosencephaly. Holoprosencephaly, a congenital disorder involving insufficient division of the lobes of the brain during fetal development, resulting in sculling from minor cleft lip problems to cyclopia, in which a single eye develops where the nose would normally be. Holoprotein, a conjugated protein, and a apoprotein combined with its prosthetic group. Holoproteins, plural of holoprotein. Elopte, occupying most of the surface of the head and sometimes meeting in the middle. Haloptite, any extinct fish in the family Haloptichidae. Haloptichids, plural of haloptichid. Holler, a mathematical entity made up of one or more independent quantities, or merates, as distinguished from a tensor. Holoreceptor, a complete receptor whose subunits are capable of transducing intracellular signals. Holoreceptors, plural of holoreceptor. Hall recording, a holographic recording. Hall recordings, plural of hall recording. Hall having the nasal bones contiguous joined. Hollerheim, an extreme form of rhyme in which two lines are phonetically identical, as in for ice cream / for ice cream. Hollerheims, plural of Hollerheim. Hollerheim, alternative spelling of Hollerheim. Hollerheims, plural of Hollerheim. Hollers, plural of holler. Holos, plural of holo. Holosaprophyte, an organism which is purely a saprophyte. Holosaprophytes, plural of holosaprophyte. Holoscreen, a holographic screen. Holoscreens, plural of holoscreen. Holosrhicious, covered with a fine and silky pubescence. Holosiderite, meteoric iron, a meteorite consisting of metallic iron without stony matter. Holosiderites, plural of holosiderite. Holospinal, relating to the entire spine. Holospine, the entire spine. Holospondylus, having all elements fuse. Holospondyly, the condition of having the centra of the vertebra fused together. Holostain, any of a group of toxic triterpene glycosides present in the sea cucumber. Holostains, plural of holostain. Holostean, any fish of the class or infraclass Holostae. Holosteans, plural of holostean. Holostean, alternative form of holostean. Holostains, plural of holostain. Holosteric, wholly solid, set of a barometer such as the aneroid barometer constructed of solid materials to show the variations of atmospheric pressure without the use of liquids. Holostome, alternative form of holostomatus. Holostomatus, having an entire aperture not interrupted by the siphonal canal, notch, or by any other extension. Holostome, an adult digenetic trematode with a portion of its ventral surface modified to be a complex adhesive organ. Holostomes, plural of holostome. Holostratigraphy, holistic stratigraphy. Holostratotype, the original stratotype used to designate a stratigraphic unit. Holostratotypes, plural of holostratotype. Halosymbiont, a halobiont considered to be in a symbiotic relationship. Halosymbionts, plural of halosymbiont. Holosystolic, comprising all of the systole. Holoda, a surname. Holotape, a tape used as a storage medium for holographic material. Holotapes, plural of holotape. Holothecal, having the tarsal envelope undivided. Holothure, synonym of sea cucumber. Holothures, plural of holothure. Holothurian, of or relating to sea cucumbers. Holothurians, plural of holothurian. Holothurid, any sea cucumber in the family Holothuriidae. Holothurids, plural of holothurid. Halovuria, any sea cucumber in the family Halothuriidae. Halothuriids, plural of Halothuria. Holothurin, any of a group of toxins of the saponin class originally isolated from the sea cucumber Actinopiga avisaceae. Holothurinoxide, any of a group of cytotoxic glycosides present in sea cucumbers. Holothurinoxides, plural of holothurinoxide. Holothurins, plural of holothurin. Halothurioi, alternative form of holothuroid. Halothurioids, plural of halothurioi. Holothuroid, a sea cucumber of class Holothuroidea. Holothuroidean, a sea cucumber, member of the class Holothuroidea. Holothuroideans, plural of holothuroidean. Holothuroids, plural of holothuroi. Holothurid, any of the order Halothurida of mites. Holothurids, plural of holothurid. Holotomography. Relating to holotomography. Holotomography, an imaging technique in 3 dimensions, especially using X-rays. Holotoxin, any of various protein toxins having a structure assembled from several subunits. Holotoxins, plural of holotoxin. Holotoxoi, a holotoxin toxoid. Holotoxoids, plural of holotoxoi. Holotranscriptome, the transcriptome of a holobiont. Holotranscriptomes, plural of holotranscriptome. Holotransferrin, a beta globulin that plays a role in the transport of iron. Holotrich, any cilia of the order Holotricha. Holotrichus, relating to ciliates of the former order Holotricha. Holotrichs, plural of holotrich. Holotricin, an antimicrobial peptide present in some insects. Holotrope, oriented or moving towards wholeness. Holotev, the single physical example or illustration of an organism used to formally describe the species or lower order taxon, subsequently to be kept as a reference. Holotypes, plural of holotype. Holotypid, relating to a holotype. Holovanevsk, a city and rayon of Kirovo-Rad Oblast in southeastern Ukraine. Holoventral, covering all the front belly. Holove, a holographic projection of a series of images, like a video recording. Holovids, plural of holovid. Holoviewer, a device that can project a holographic image to an observer. Holoviewers, plural of holoviewer. Holovision, holographic television. Holoxenic, containing all the normal foreign microbes for that species. Holoiat, a surname. Holozoan, any organism of the clade holozoa. Holozoans, plural of holozoan. Holozoic, obtaining nutrition, as most animals, by the ingestion of organic matter. Holozoically, in a holozoic manner. Holozooplankton, holoplanktonic zooplankton. Help, simple past of help. Helped. Halpen, past participle of help. Halroy, a surname from Old English. Halroy, a surname. Halroids, plural of Halroy. Halroids, plural of Halroy. House, holidays, time off work or time spent traveling. Hausapfel, a surname from German. Hausapples, plural of Hausapfel. Hauser, a surname. Hauliers, plural of Halser. Hausblau, a surname. Hausglaus, plural of Halsglaw. Halsey, a surname. Halsies, plural of Halsey. Haushauser, a surname from German. Haushausers, plural of Haushauser. Halsinger, a surname. Halsingers, plural of Halsinger. Halsenbach, a surname. Halsenbachs, plural of Halsenbach. Hausapfel, a surname. Hausapples, plural of Hausapfel. Haust, a surname from German. Hallstein, a geographic region and former duchy between the rivers Elbe and Eider to the south of Schleswig, part of the state of Schleswig-Holstein, Germany. Holstein-Lewis fracture, a fracture of the distal third of the humerus resulting in entrapment of the radial nerve. Holstein-Lewis fractures, plural of Holstein-Lewis fracture. Holstein-Primakov transformation, a mapping to the spin operators from boson creation and annihilation operators, effectively truncating their infinite-dimensional Fock space to finite-dimensional subspaces. Holstein-Primakov transformations, plural of Holstein-Primakov transformation. Holsteiner, a native or inhabitant of Holstein, the southern half of the state of Schleswig-Holstein, Germany. Holsteiners, plural of Holsteiner. Holsteins, plural of Holstein. Halsen, a surname. Halsens, plural of Halsen. Holster, a case for carrying a tool particularly, again safely and accessibly. Holsterable, able to be stored in a holster. Holster, simple past and past participle of holster. Holstering, present participle and gerund of holster. Holsters, plural of holster. Halsts, plural of halst. Halstein, a surname. Halsteins, plural of Halstein. Halston, a surname. Halstons, plural of Halston. Halsworth, a surname. Halsworths, plural of Halsworth. Halsworthy, a small market town in Torridge District, Devon, England. Halsworthy Hamlets, a civil parish in Torridge District, Devon, England. Hoth, a surname in English and Northwest European topographic surname for someone who lived by a small wood. Holt County, one of 114 counties in Missouri, United States. County seat, Oregon, named after David Rice Holt. Holt-Oram syndrome, a particular heart-hand disease affecting the wrist bones. Halton, a surname. Holtons, plural of Holton. Holty, a small village and civil parish in City of York District, North Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SC 6754. Holtys, plural of Holtby. Holt, a surname. Holtedolite, a trigonal to trigonal pyramidal colorless mineral containing carbon, hydrogen, magnesium, oxygen, and phosphorus. Hulton, a surname. Hultons, plural of Holton. Holter, a surname. Holter monitor, a portable device for continuously monitoring the electrical activity of the heart, usually for 24 hours or more. Holter monitors, plural of Holter monitor. Holders, plural of Holter. Holtz, plural of Holt. Holtite, an orthorhombic dipyramidal mineral containing aluminum, antimony, arsenic, boron, hydrogen, iron, oxygen, silicon, and tantalum. Holtkamp, a surname. Holtkamps, plural of Holtkamp. Holtman, a surname. Holtnens, plural of Holtman. Holton, a place in England. Holton Heath, a trading estate, railway station, and nature reserve in Wareham St. Martin Parish, Dorset, England. Previously in Purbeck District OS Grid Ref SY 9491. Holton La Clay, a village and civil parish in East Lindsey District, Lincolnshire, England OS Grid Ref TA 2802. Holton La Moor, a small village and civil parish in West Lindsey District, Lincolnshire, England OS Grid Ref TF 0897. Holtons, plural of Holton. Hulltrop, a surname. Hulltrops, plural of Hulltrop. Hulltree, a surname. Hulltrees, plural of Hulltree. Holtz, a surname from German. Holtzglaw, a surname. Holtzglaws, plural of Holtzglaw. Holtzes, plural of Holtz. Hotho, a city in Imperial County, California, United States. Holtz, a surname. Holtzapfel, a surname. Holzapfel, a surname from German. Holzapples, plural of Holzapfel. Holtclaw, a surname. Holtis, plural of Holtz. Holzman, a surname from German. Holzmans, plural of Holtzman. Halubivka, a city in Luhansk Oblast in eastern Ukraine. Halubki, Czech or Slovak cabbage rolls. Halubsi, cabbage rolls. Hallam, a surname from Norwegian. Hallams, plural of Hallam. Hollad, abbreviation of hold up. Holus bolus, alternative form of holus bolus. Holus bolus, all together, entirely, without modification. Hallway, a place name. Hallways, plural of hallway. Hallel, a number of places in England. Hallels, plural of Hallwell. Hallow, a surname. Holy, alternative letter case form of wholly used when referring to an important figure, such as God, or to an important item or event. Holy Alliance, a coalition of Russia, Austria, and Prussia formed in 1815, ostensibly to regulate all national and international relations in accordance with the principles of Christian charity. Holy balls, expression of surprise or astonishment. Holy bark, Cascara sagrada, bark of Ramus persiana. Holy base, expressing enthusiastic approval of someone's actions or views. Holy basil, Ocimum tenuiflorum, an aromatic plant cultivated for religious, medicinal, and culinary purposes and for its essential oil. Holy basils, plural of holy basil. Holy Bible, honorific name for the collection of the books of the Bible according to a Christian canon. Holy Bibles, plural of Holy Bible. Holy Bone, synonym of sacrum. Holy Bones, plural of Holy Bone. Holy Book, the Bible, or by extension the scripture of another religion. Holy Bread, the consecrated bread used in the Eucharist. Holy Bucket, alternative form of holy buckets. Holy buckets, an exclamation of surprise or astonishment. Holy cannoli, synonym of holy cow. Holy card, a small, mass-produced devotional picture. Holy cards, plural of holy card. Holy card, euphemistic form of holy crap. Holy catfish, expressing terror, awe, surprise, astonishment, etc. Holy cats, expressing astonishment. Holy child I, a barangay of Alang-Alang, late, Philippines. Holy child Roman II, a barangay of Alang-Alang, late, Philippines. Holy Church, the Christian Church. Holy coat, synonym of holy robe. Holy Communion, the Christian sacrament of the Eucharist, in particular the reception of the body and blood of Christ, the consecrated bread and wine, which is believed to bring about communion between the recipient and Christ. Holy cow, an exclamation of surprise or astonishment. Holy crap, an expression of amazement. Holy cow, holy shit. Holy crap on a cracker. Holy crap. Holy crap on a stick, emphatic form of holy crap. Holy cricket, an interjection showing an extreme form of surprise that can be used for both positive and negative moments of sudden enlightenment, like an epiphany. Oh my God, great Scott. Holy crickets, an expression of surprise or astonishment. Holy cross, the historical cross on which Christ died. Holy cross, a cross as a Christian symbol of the crucifixion of Christ. Holy cross frog, synonym of crucifix toad. Holy cross frogs, plural of holy cross frog. Holy cross voivodeship, a voivodeship of Poland. Holy crosses, plural of holy cross. Holy crow, a mild oath. Holy cry, holy crap, holy shit. Holy damn, exclamation of shock or surprise. Holy day, a religious festival. Holy day of obligation, a feast day on which the faithful are expected to attend Mass. Holy days, plural of holy day. Holy days of obligation, plural of holy day of obligation. Holy doodle, an expression of surprise. Holy family, Jesus and his parents, Jesus Christ, Saint Mary, and Saint Joseph. Holy Father, God or God the Father in various Christian churches. Holy fire, ardent devotion or enthusiasm for God or Christian ideals, Christian fervor. Holy flax, a European shrub, Santa Lena rosmarinifolia. Holy fool, a person often associated with gifts of prophecy and insight who publicly acts as if mad or stupid, but whose madness is seen as concealing an inner sanctity for the purpose of self-humiliation. Holy fools, plural of holy fool. Holy Friday, Good Friday. Holy fuck, expression of terror, awe, surprise, shock, etc. Holy fudge, euphemistic form of holy fuck. Holy ghosts, the person hypostasis of the Trinity or Godhead corresponding to divine essence, which becomes present in and among the faithful, particularly inspired prophets, and is considered to proceed either Eastern Orthodoxy from God the Father alone or Roman Catholicism from him together with God the Son. Holy Ghost extension, a barangay of Baguio, Bengt, Philippines. Holy Ghost Hill proper, a barangay of Baguio, Bengt, Philippines. Holy Ghoster, a proponent of the Holy Spirit, particularly as espoused by Pentecostal and charismatic Christian beliefs. Holy Ghosters, plural of Holy Ghoster. Holy Grail, an artifact in Arthurian mythology, being the cup used by Christ at the Last Supper and in which some of his blood was caught during the crucifixion. Holy Grail, alternative letter case form of Holy Grail. Holy Grails, plural of Holy Grail. Holy Grass, Hierochlo odorata sin, Anthoxanthum nitans, fragrant grass native to northern Eurasia and North America. Holy Guacamole, an exclamation said when surprised, used when in shock or disbelief. Holy Hand Grenade, a fictional weapon, usually gilded with gold and adorned with Christian symbolism such as crosses, which is a much more powerful version of a standard hand grenade or explosive. Holy Hand Grenades, plural of Holy Hand Grenade. Holy Hannah, expression of surprise. Holy Hell, an exclamation of astonishment or horror. Holy Hour, the hour of fasting and prayer before communion is to be taken. Holy Innocents' Day, synonym of Childermas. Holy Island, an island, civil parish, and village thereon, off the coast of Northumberland, England. OS Grid Ref NU 1242. Holy Jow, a minister, chaplain, priest, or preacher. Holy Camole, alternative form of Holy Moly. Holy Camole, alternative spelling of Holy Camole. Holy Land, that part of the Middle East consisting mostly of Israel and Palestine, in which most biblical events are set. Holy Lander, a native or inhabitant of the Holy Land. Holy Landers, plural of Holy Lander. Holy Leaf, any one of several temporary alliances between Christian countries of especially medieval Europe, for some specific objective of ostensible benefit to Christianity. Holy Leagues, plural of Holy Lee. Holy Lie, a bay or sea law off the Firth of Clyde, Argyll, and Bute Council area, Scotland. OS Grid Ref NS 1681. Holy Macaroni, an expression of surprise. Holy Mackerel, an expression of surprise. Holy Man, a man who has devoted himself to religious practice, especially one who has absented himself from society to follow his religion, an ascetic or saint. Holy Mary, synonym of Saint Mary, Mother of Jesus. Holy Matrimonies, plural of Holy Matrimony. Holy Matrimony, the state of being married in a marriage that has been conducted by a religious official. Holy Moly, synonym of wow, an expression of surprise. Holy Moly, alternative spelling of Holy Moly. Holy Moses, expression of surprise, outrage, disgust, etc. Holy Mother, synonym of Mother of God, Mary, Mother of Jesus, in her role as Mother of God, God the Son. Holy Mother of Base, expressing enthusiastic approval of someone's actions or views. Holy Mother of God, synonym of Mother of God, Mary in her role as Mother of God, God the Son. Holy Holies, the inner sanctum of the temple in Jerusalem. Holy Holies, alternative spelling of Holy of Holies. Holy Office, the congregation for the doctrine of the faith. Holy Orders, the sacrament of ordination to the rank of minister or in Catholicism and Orthodoxy deacon, priest, or bishop. Holy Piss, synonym of holy shit. Holy Pope, a kind of fribread. Holy Popes, plural of Holy Pope. Holy Prepuce, any of several sacred or holy foreskins. Latin sanctum prepudium, allegedly from the circumcision of the baby Jesus on the 8th day of his life. Holy Prepuces, plural of Holy Prepuce. Holy Havioli, Synonym of Holy Camely. Holy Redeemer. A barangay of Butuan, Agusan del Norte, Philippines. Holy Robe. The robe said to have been worn by Christ during or shortly before his crucifixion. Holy Roller. A member of any Christian church characterized by ecstatic behavior, especially of the Pentecostal church. Holy Rollers. Plural of Holy Roller. Holy Roman Emperor. The Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire. Holy Roman Emperors. Plural of Holy Roman Emperor. Holy Roman Empire. A former polity and medieval empire forming a loose conglomeration of largely independent, mostly Germanic entities in Central Europe from at least 962 CE until 1806. Holy Roman Empire of the German Nation. A former polity and medieval empire forming a loose conglomeration of largely independent, mostly Germanic entities in Central Europe from at least 962 CE until 1806, short form Holy Roman Empire. Holy Rood. Synonym of True Cross, the cross upon which Jesus was crucified. Holy Rood. Alternative letter case form of Holy Rood, the true cross of Jesus. Holy Saturday. The Saturday immediately after Good Friday and before Easter. Holy Saturdays. Plural of Holy Saturday. Holy See. The episcopal jurisdiction of the Bishop of Rome, commonly known as the Pope. It is the preeminent see of the Catholic Church. It is also the sovereign entity headed by the Pope which governs the Vatican and represents the Catholic Church in temporal affairs. Holy Sepulchre. The tomb in which the body of Christ was laid after the crucifixion. Holy Shamoli. An expression of surprise. Holy shit. Expression of terror, awe, surprise, astonishment, etc., often at something seen for the first time or remembered immediately before using this term. Holy sh moly. Alternative form of Holy Shamoli. Holy show. A shameful spectacle is seen. Holy shows. Plural of holy show. Holy smoke. An expression of astonishment. Holy smokes. Alternative form of holy smoke. Holy Spirit. The person hypostasis of the Trinity or Godhead corresponding to divine essence present in the faithful, particularly inspired prophets and considered to proceed either from Eastern Orthodoxy, God the Father alone, or Roman Catholicism from him together with God the Son. Holy Stromboli. Synonym of Holy Camely. Holy Synod. In Orthodox churches, the governing body composed of the metropolitan bishops and presided by the patriarch. Holy Synods. Plural of Holy Synod. Holy Temple. The temple in Jerusalem. Holy Terror. A frightening person, especially a misbehaving child. Holy Terrors. Plural of Holy Terror. Holy Thursday. Maundy Thursday, the Thursday before Easter. Holy Toledo. An exclamation of surprise or astonishment. Holy Trinities. Plural of Holy Trinity. Holy Trinity. The three persons of the Godhead, the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Holy Trinity. A triad of people or things considered essential. Holy Tunic. Synonym of Holy Robe. Holy on black metal. A subgenre of black metal with Christian lyrics. Holy War. A war which is primarily caused or justified by differences in religion and beliefs. Holy Wars. Plural of Holy War. Holy Water. In certain Christian churches, water that has been sanctified by a priest or bishop for the purpose of baptism or for the blessing of persons, places, or things. Holy Water Sprinkler. Synonym of holy water sprinkle. Holy water sprinklers, plural of holy water sprinkler. Holy waters, plural of holy water. Holy Wednesday, the Wednesday of Holy Week, the day before Maundy Thursday. Holy Wednesdays, plural of Holy Wednesday. Holy Week, the week preceding Easter containing Palm Sunday, Holy Monday, Holy Tuesday, Holy Wednesday, Spy Wednesday, Holy Thursday, Maundy Thursday, Holy Friday, Good Friday, and Holy Saturday. Holy Willie, a person who is hypocritically pious. Holy Willies, plural of Holy Willie. Holy Writ, a Bible. Holy Writ, alternative spelling of Holy Writ. Holy Writs, plural of Holy Writ. Holy Year, synonym of Jubilee, special year in which plenary indulgences and remission from sin can be granted. Holy Years, plural of Holy Year. Holy water sprinkle, synonym of a spigillum, an implement in the form of a brush or of a rod with a perforated container for sprinkling holy water. Holy water sprinkles, plural of holy water sprinkle. Hollybourne, a village in Alton Parish, East Hampshire District, Hampshire, England. OS Grid Ref SU 7340. Hollybrook, a civil parish in West Berkshire District, Berkshire, England, bordering onto Reading Borough. Hollycross, a village in Ireland. Holiday, obsolete form of holiday. Holidays, plural of holiday. Hollies, alternative spelling of Holliers. Hollyfield, a hamlet in Waltham Abbey Parish, Epping Forest District, Essex, England. OS Grid Ref TL 3803. Hollyfields, plural of Hollyfield. Ole, a town and community with the town council on Holy Island in the county of Anglesey, Wales. OS Grid Ref SH 2482. Polyhedra, plural of polyhedron. Polyhedron, a polyhedron with a finite number of faces and with a polygonal hole in every face, the hole's boundaries sharing no point with each other or the face's boundary. Halle, somewhat holy. Holland, a surname. Holiness, alternative form of holiness. Holiness, obsolete spelling of holiness. Holinesses, plural of holiness. Howeo, a surname. Howeo, a surname. Howioks, plural of Howleo. Howeo, a surname. Howioke, an igneous rock with an ophitic texture. Howeover, a person who was born in or who lives in Holyoke, Massachusetts. Howeovers, plural of Howeoker. Howeokian, a person who was born in or who lives in Holyoke, Massachusetts. Howeokians, plural of Howeokian. Holyrood, an area of Edinburgh, Scotland, the home of the Scottish Parliament. Holystone, a piece of soft sandstone used for scouring the wooden decks of ships, usually with sand and seawater. Holliston, simple past and past participle of Hollystone. Hollistones, plural of Hollystone. Hollistoning, present participle and gerund of Hollystone. Holiday, a holy day or religious festival. Holitydes, plural of holitai. Holy Town, a large village in North Lanarkshire Council area. Scotland. OS Grid Ref NS 7660. Hollywell, a town and community in Flintshire, Wales. OS Grid Ref SJ 1875. Hollywell Green, a village in Stainland Parish, Calderdale Borough, West Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SC 0819. Hollywell Street, a former street in central London famed for selling pornography in Victorian times. Hollywell cum Needingworth, a civil parish in Huntingdonshire district, Cambridgeshire, England, which includes the named places. Holywood, a town in County Down, Northern Ireland. Hollyworkfolk, tenants who held land by the service of repairing or defending a church or monument and were therefore exempt from feudal and military duties, specifically the caretakers of the body of St. Cuthbert. Halsapfel, a surname. Halsapfels, plural of Halsapfel. Halser, a surname. Halders, plural of Halser. Hollyower, a surname. Hollyours, plural of Hollyower. Hausauser, a surname from German, variant of Halshauser. Halsinger, a surname. Halsingers, plural of Halsinger. Hausmann, a surname from German. Hausmans, plural of Halsmen. Halsworth, a surname. Halsworths, plural of Halsworth. Halsworth, a surname. Halsworths, plural of Halsworth. The station code of Ho Man Tin in Hong Kong. A surname. Hom class, a possibly empty class composed of the morphisms from A to B, where A and B are objects in some category, denoted operator name Hom a B. Hom classes, plural of Hom class. Homolly rice, synonym of jasmine rice. Homolly rices, plural of Homolly rice. Homset, the set or collection of all morphisms from A to B for some given ordered pair A, B of objects from some given category. Homsets, plural of homset. Abbreviation of homily or homilies. A surname. Hamakane, having the dorsal fin spine symmetrical and in the same line. Hamakotantid, any extinct mammal of the family Hamakotantidi. Hamacodantids, plural of Hamacodontid. Homage, a demonstration of respect as towards a person after his or her retirement or death. Homageable, subject to homage. Homage, simple past and past participle of homage. Homageur, one who pays feudal homage, hence a vassal. Homagers, plural of homageur. Homages, plural of homage. Homaging, present participle and gerund of homage. Homolosphalet, any dinosaur in the family Homolosphalidii, probably a synonym of the Pachycephalosauridae. Homolosphalid's, plural of Homolosphalet. Homolodauridae, any toxodont in the family Homolodauridae. Homolodaurids, plural of Homolodauridae. Homolographic, of a map, equalaria. Homoloid, an element of a homoloidal system, in particular the image of a hyperplane under a Cremona transformation. Homoloidal, flat, even, applied to surfaces and spaces in which the definitions, axioms, and postulates of Euclid respecting parallel straight lines are assumed to hold true. Homoloids, plural of homoloid. Homolonotid, any trilobite, the family Homolonetidae. Homolonotids, plural of homolonotid. Homolonotid, any spider in the family Homolonotid. Homolonochids, plural of homolonotid. Homolopsid, any snake of the family Homolopsidae. Homolopsids, plural of homolopsid. Homolorhagid, any canorhinge of the order Homolorhagidae of mud dragons. Homolorhagids, plural of homolorhagid. Homolozoan, any member of the extinct subphylum Homolozoa. Homolozoans, plural of homolozoan. Humna, a slowly pulsating third magnitude blue-white main sequence star in the northern constellation of Pegasus. Haman, a surname from German. Haman, a surname from German. Hamans, plural of Haman. Hamans, plural of Haman. Hanodai, a barangay of Legazpi, Albay, Philippines. Homarid, any lobster in the family Homaridae, a synonym of the Nephropidae. Homarids, plural of homarid. Homarine, of or pertaining to the lobster. Homarilamine, 3,4-methylmethioxy-N-methylphenethylamine, an entactogen, psychedelic, and stimulant of the phenethylamine and amphetamine chemical classes. Palmus, plural of homa. Homotropi, an anticholinergic medication that inhibits muscarinic acetylcholine receptors and thus the parasympathetic nervous system. Hammer, Schwalm-Eder-Kreis District, Hesse. Official name, Hammerg-Fs. Hammerg's phosphorus, a poorly characterized phosphorescent substance obtained by heating calcium chloride. Hammer, a man, a chap, a guy, especially a Hispanic or Spanish man. Hambers, plural of hamber. Hammer, a type of men's felt fedora, a stiff felt hat similar to a trilby. Hammered hat, a stiff felt hat similar to a fedora. Hamburg hats, plural of Hamburg hat. Hamburg, wearing a Hamburg hat. Hamburgs, plural of Hamburg. One's own dwelling place, the house or structure in which one lives, especially the house in which one lies with one's family, the habitual abode of one's family. Home advantage, the advantage a sports team has from using their usual home advantages. Plural of home advantage. Home and dry, having safely reached one's target or goal. Home and hosed, assured of winning. Home appliance, synonym of household appliance. Home appliances, plural of home appliance. Home army, the dominant Polish resistance movement in Poland, occupied by Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union during World War II. Home automation, the automation of housework and household management. Home away from home, a place in which one is as comfortable as one's actual home. Home banking, synonym of e-banking. Home base, home plate. Home bases, plural of home base. Home bodies, plural of home body. Home body, alternative spelling of homebody. Home brew, alternative form of homebrew. Home care, health care provided in the patient's home by health care professionals. Home care, a health care professional who provides care in a person's own home. Home cares, plural of home care. Home Home child. A person who was sent as a child from the United Kingdom to one of its colonies under a migration scheme founded in 1869. Home children, plural of home child. Home church, synonym of house church. Home churches, plural of home church. Home cinema, a system for showing cinema quality films at home, usually comprising high-definition television and surround sound. Home cinemas, plural of home cinema. Home circuit, the southeastern circuit of a size, including the home counties except Middlesex and Cambridgeshire, Norfolk, and Suffolk. Home computer, a computer intended for use in the home. Home computers, plural of home computer. Home computing, the use of home computers. Home console, a video game console designed for domestic use in a fixed location as opposed to handheld consoles or arcade consoles. Home consoles, plural of home console. Home cooking, the act or activity of cooking or preparing food in one's home. Home counties, a geographic area consisting of the counties surrounding London, England. Home counties, plural of home county. Home countries, plural of home country. Home country, the country in which a person was born and usually raised, regardless of the present country of residence and citizenship. Home county, any of the counties that surround London in the southeast of England. Home defense, organized defense of a nation's home territory against an invasion or external attack. Home defenses, plural of home defense. Home deliveries, plural of home delivery. Home delivery, home birth. Home department, the home office. Home Depot, a chain of home improvement warehouse stores which offer large quantities of raw materials and tools. Home depots, plural of home depot. Home directories, plural of home directory. Home directory, a directory that contains a user's files. Home discipline, see home education. Home duty, a paid administrative leave for police officers during a disciplinary investigation. Home Ec, abbreviation of home economics. Home economics, the study of homemaking including cookery, needlework, cleaning, etc. Home education, home schooling. Home equity, the monetary value of a home less the value of any encumbrances, such as liens or mortgages. Home farm, part of a country estate that is farmed by the landowner or an employed farmhand is rented out to tenant farmers. Home farms, plural of home farm. Home field advantage, the advantage a team enjoys from being on its usual playing field. Home free, able to reach a goal without expending any considerable effort, either without or in spite of impediments. Home fries, plural of home fry. Home from home, alternative form of home away from home. Home front, the civilian sphere as opposed to the military, specifically the civilian sphere supporting the military's efforts in a war. Home fronts, plural of home front. Home fry, a piece of fried, sliced or diced potato, part of a basic potato dish often including tomatoes, onions, or peppers. Home game, an athletic contest played in a team's own geographic area. Home games, plural of home game. Home garden, a census-designated place in Kings County, California, United States. Home Gardens, a census-designated place in Riverside County, California, United States. Home ground, a sports team's own ground, which is used for their home games. Home grounds, plural of home ground. Home Guard, an armed citizen defense force supporting the British Army during the Second World War, in particular, defense against any invasion by enemy forces. Home Guards, plural of Home Guard. Home Guardsmen, synonym of Home Guard. Home Guardsmen, plural of Home Guardsmen. Home Harvest, alternative form of harvest home. Home Harvests, plural of home harvests. Home Haunt, an entertainment experience with props, costumes, lighting, etc. held in or around a person's home and designed to be mildly frightening. Home Haunts, plural of home haunt. Home Help, a person employed, especially by a social services department, to perform household chores and provide aid to a patient or infirm person in the latter's own home, a carer. Home Helps, plural of home help. Home Ice, the rink where a team usually plays. Home Ices, plural of home ice. Home Improvement, the act of making changes to one's home in order to make it prettier, larger, more efficient, or generally better. Home In, to draw close to a destination, especially using radar, to move towards a target. Home Information Pack, a collection of documents relating to a property, which, under the law of England and Wales between June 2007 and 2010, had to be provided when the property was offered for sale. Abbreviation, HIP. Home Information Packs, plural of Home Information Pack. Home Inspection, an official inspection of a dwelling by a home inspector prior to its sale. Home Inspections, plural of Home Inspection. Home Inspector, a person who carries out the home inspection of a dwelling before it is sold. Home Inspectors, plural of Home Inspector. Home Insurance, insurance that covers a private residence. Home Invader, someone who commits a home invasion. Home Invaders, plural of Home Invader. Home Invasion, an assault on the possessor-s of a household committed by an intruder by using forced entry or otherwise having unauthorized presence in the household. Home Invasions, plural of Home Invasion. Home is where the heart is. One's true home is where one feels happiest. Home is where you hang your hat. Rather than feeling nostalgic or sentimental, one should simply accept any place where one happens to reside as one's home. Home Key, the tonic or keynote of a piece. Home Keys, plural of Home Key. Home Language, the main language spoken in a home. Home Languages, plural of Home Language. Home Life, alternative form of home life. Home Loan, a loan taken for the purpose of purchasing a house or other type of residential property. Home Loans, plural of home loan. Home Lot, an enclosed plot on which the owner's home stands. Home Lots, plural of home lot. Home Market, the market for a product within the country in which it is produced. Home Market Effect, a hypothesized concentration of certain industries in large markets based on the idea that a country with significant sales of a product internally will tend to have significant sales of the same product abroad. Home Market Effects, plural of home market effect. Home Markets, plural of home market. Home Minister, the head of the Ministry of Home Affairs of the Government of India. Home movie, an amateur movie of one's personal life or activities. Home movies, plural of home movie. Home nation, any of the four constituent nations England, Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland that make up the United Kingdom. Home nations, plural of home nation. Home note, the first note of a diatonic scale. Home notes, plural of home note. Home Office, the British government department headed by the Home Secretary, responsible for security and law enforcement in England and Wales. Home Office, the headquarters of an organization. Home offices, plural of home office. Home open, an open home, a period of time, usually several hours in a day, during which a house which is for sale is open for inspection or tour by interested parties. Home opens, plural of home open. Home ownership, alternative form of homeownership. Home page, the main or first page of a website or set of hyperlinked documents. Home pages, plural of home page. Home phone, landline telephone in one's house. Home phones, plural of home phone. Home planet, homeworld. Home planets, plural of home planet. Home plate, a flat, pentagonal, rubber object placed at the center of the batter's box, which is used as a basis for judging pitched strikes and balls, and the touching of which by a runner advancing from or past third base scores a run. Home plates, plural of home plate. Home port, alternative spelling of home port. Home ports, plural of home port. Home range, the area in which an animal lives and moves periodically. Home ranges, plural of home range. Home remedies, plural of home remedy. Home remedy, a remedy, often of an unscientific medicinal nature, made or devised in one's own home. Home row, the keys in the center row of a typewriter or computer keyboard on which the index fingers to little fingers of a typist's hands rest when not typing. On a standard QWERTY keyboard, the home row is made up of the keys S for the typist's left hand and JKL for the right hand. Home rows, plural of home row. Home rule, alternative form of home rule. Home rule, the rule or government of an appendant or dependent country as to some or all local and internal legislation by means of a governing power vested in the people within the country itself, in contradistinction to a government established by the dominant country. Home rule class, one of two classes of cities in the U.S. state of Kentucky, with cities under this class practicing home rule. Home ruler, one who favors or advocates home rule. Home rulers, plural of home ruler. Home run, a four-base hit allowing the batter to circle the bases and reach home safely in one play without any errors being committed by the defensive team. Home runs, plural of home run. Home school, to educate children at home, that is, at a private domestic place, in lieu of sending them to a public school or private educational institution. Homeschooled, simple past and past participle of home school. Homeschooler, alternative form of homeschooler. Homeschoolers, plural of homeschooler. Homeschooling, present participle and gerund of home school. Homeschools, plural of home school. Home screen, alternative form of home screen. Home screens, plural of home screen. Home secretaries, plural of home secretary. Home secretary, the British cabinet minister responsible for law and order who is head of the Home Office. Home set, alternative form of home set. Home sets, plural of home set. Home shopping, the purchase of goods from home, either via cable TV or the internet. Home side, the team that plays at home in their own stadium. Home sides, plural of home side. Home sigh, the gestural communication system, less than a complete sign language, developed by a deaf child who lacks input from a language model in the family. Home signal, a railway signal controlling entry to the next section of line. Originally, it meant a signal governing entry into a station. Home signals, plural of home signal. Home signs, plural of home sign. Home skillet, alternative form of home skillet. Home skillets, plural of home skillet. Home slice, a fellow, particularly a male acquaintance from one's hometown. Home slices, plural of home slice. Home stand, a series of consecutive games played at one's home ground. Home stands, plural of home stand. Home state, the state of the United States of America in which a person was born or raised or currently resides. Home states, plural of home state. Home straight, the straight part of a running track or similar leading to the finishing line. Home straights, plural of home straight. Home stretch, the final part of a race course from the last curve to the finish line. Home stretches, plural of home stretch. Home studies, plural of home study. Home study, a screening of the home and life of prospective adoptive parents prior to allowing an adoption to take place. Home sweet home, one's home, especially a nice, comfortable home. Home taught, simple past and past participle of home teach. Home teach, to teach as part of a home teaching assignment. Home teacher, a person who home teaches or one who has a home teaching assignment. Home teachers, plural of home teacher. Home teaches, third person singular simple present indicative of home teach. Home teaching, the responsibility of the priesthood in which a pair of priesthood holders visit another member's family to teach them LDS doctrine and see how they are doing. Home team, the team that is playing in the usual area that they play in, as opposed to the visitor team. Home teams, plural of home team. Home theater, a system for showing theater quality films at home, usually comprising high-definition television and surround sound. Home theaters, plural of home theater. Home theater, alternative form of home theater. Home theaters, plural of home theater. Home thrusts, a well-directed or effective thrust, one that wounds in a vital part. Home thrusts, plural of home thrusts. Hometown, alternative form of hometown. Hometowns, plural of hometown. Home training, home-taught manners and social etiquette. Home truth, a true but unwelcome statement. Home truths, plural of home truth. Home turf, synonym of home ground. Home video, a televisual recording made privately for domestic use rather than commercially or professionally. Home videos, plural of home video. Home visit, a visit made to someone's residence, especially one by a social worker. Home working, alternative form of home working. Home wrecker, a person who gains the affections of someone already married or engaged and thus causes the dissolution of the marriage or engagement. Home wreckers, plural of home wrecker. Home zone, a street or group of streets designed primarily to meet the needs of pedestrians, cyclists, children, and residents, and where motor traffic is limited. Home zones, plural of home zone. Home, sweet home, alternative form of home sweet home. Alternative spelling of homo. Home along, to one's home, homeward. Home and away, of a series of two matches, having one game played at each competitor's home ground. Home and home, British, obsolete of a series of two games, having one game played at each competitor's home ground. Home bodies, plural of home body. Home body, alternative spelling of home body. Homebred, alternative form of homebred. Homebrewn, alternative form of homebrewed. Home cook, to cook or prepare food at home. Home cooked, alternative form of home cooked. Home cooking, present participle of home cook. Home cooks, third person singular simple present indicative of home cook. Homegrown, having been grown in one's home garden, etc. rather than in a larger agricultural production. Home killed, of animals slaughtered on one's own property. Homemade, alternative form of homemade. Homemaking, alternative spelling of homemaking. Port, alternative form of home port. Homeschooler, alternative form of homeschooler. Homeschoolers, plural of homeschooler. Homeset, alternative form of homeset. Homesets, plural of homeset. Homesewn, alternative form of homesewn. Homesickness, alternative spelling of homesickness. Homesicknesses, plural of homesickness, alternative spelling of homesicknesses. Home speaking, direct, forcible, and effective speaking. Home baked, baked at home or on the premises. Homebird, a person who is unwilling to leave their childhood home or area. Homebirds, plural of homebirth. Homebirth, childbirth taking place at home rather than in a hospital. Homebirth, simple past and past participle of homebirth. Homebirthing, present participle and gerund of homebirth. Homebirths, plural of homebirth. Homebodies, plural of homebody. Homebody, a person who prefers to remain at home rather than participate in social events elsewhere. Homeboy, informal spelling of homeboy. Homeboy, plural of homeboy. Homeboys, plural of homeboy. Homeborn, born in a given place, native, indigenous. Homebound, confined to one's home, unable to leave it for some reason. Hova, someone, particularly a male acquaintance from one's hometown. Homebuzz, plural of homeboy. Homebreaker, one who breaks into a house, typically to burgle it. Homebreakers, plural of homebreaker. Homebreaking, the act of breaking into a house typically to burgle it. Hobre, born or raised in one's own home or country, native, indigenous. Homebreds, plural of hombre. Hovu, a beer brewed by enthusiasts rather than commercially. Homebrew, brewed at home. Homebrewer, one who brews his or her own beer or other alcoholic beverage, one who homebrews. Homebrewers, plural of homebrewer. Homebrewing, present participle and gerund of homebrew. Homebrews, plural of homebrew. Homebuild, an item designed to be assembled by amateurs. Homebuilder, a person or company which builds houses. Homebuilders, plural of homebuilder. Homebuilding, the part of the construction industry concerned with building individual homes. Homebuilt, constructed at home rather than being obtained from a manufacturer, etc. Homebuyer, a person who buys or plans to buy a house. Home buyers, plural of home buyer. Home buying, the purchase of a house. Home cage, a cage in which a laboratory animal lives and in which it is experimented on. Home cages, plural of home cage. Home care, the care and maintenance of one's home. Home care, alternative form of home carer. Home carers, plural of home carer. Home patient, a vacation spent at home or close to home, a staycation. Homecations, plural of homecation. Home bummer, one who returns home from another place. Home bummers, plural of homecomers. Homecoming, the act or event of returning home. Homecoming king. In colleges and high schools, a young man chosen by his peers to reign over the traditional activities associated with the homecoming football game, usually alongside a homecoming queen. Homecoming kings, plural of homecoming king. Homecoming queen. In colleges and high schools, a young lady chosen by her peers to reign over the traditional activities associated with the homecoming football game. Homecoming queens, plural of homecoming queen. Homecomings, plural of homecoming. Homecooked, cooked or prepared in a traditional manner as would be done at home. Home court, the home court of a basketball team. Home ports, plural of home port. Homegraft, a homemade handicraft. Homegrafts, plural of homegraft. Halt, having a home or homes. Homed in, simple past and past participle of home in. Home dog, a home loy. Home dogs, plural of home dog. Home debtor, one whose unpaid mortgage on a house exceeds the house's resale value. Home debtors, plural of home debtor. Homebuildings, the phenomenon or practice of consumers spending leisure time at home instead of going out. Home, misspelling of homey. Home there, homecoming, one's journey or arrival home. Home dot, inward, private. Home field, a field adjacent to its owner's home. Home fields, plural of home field. Homebreeze, plural of home free. Home front, alternative form of home front. Home fronts, plural of home front. Home free, alternative form of home fry. Humful, homely, cozy. Homefulness, quality v homeful. Homefuls, plural of homeful. Homeo, alternative form of home game. Home dams, plural of home dam. Home garden, the yard areas surrounding a house. Home gardens, plural of home garden. Home vet, to tailgate, have a tailgate party at home. Home girl, a female friend. Home girls, plural of home girl. Homegoing, a voyage or journey home. Homegoings, plural of homegoing. Home group, a cell group. Home groups, plural of home group. Homegrown, raised or cultivated at a home on one's own land or in one's own country. Domestic, indigenous. Homegrowns, plural of homegrown. Hominess, alternative form of hominess. Hovish, alternative spelling of homish. Homekeeper, synonym of housekeeper, one who looks after domestic affairs in a house. Homekeepers, plural of homekeeper. Homekeeping, staying at home. Hovel, the slaughter of one's own animals on one's own property. Gomel, alternative form of gomel. Homla, a server set up in one's home for the purpose of testing various configurations of hardware, operating systems, etc. Homelabs, plural of homelab. Homond, a census-designated place in Riverside County, California, United States. Homeland Park, a census-designated place in Anderson County, South Carolina. Homeland Security, the concerted national effort, principally by government, to keep the United States safe and resilient to terrorism and other hazards. Homelander, a person from one's homeland. Homelanders, plural of homelander. Homelands, plural of homeland. Homeless, lacking a permanent place of residence. Homeless dumping, the practice of hospital employees or emergency workers releasing homeless patients on the streets instead of placing them into the custody of a relative or shelter or retaining them in a hospital where they may require expensive medical care. Homeless shelter, a building set up to provide for the needs of homeless people, often including shelter, food, sanitation, and other forms of support. Homeless shelters, plural of homeless shelter, a building set up to provide for the needs of homeless people, often including shelter, food, sanitation, and other forms of support. Homeless shelters, plural of homeless shelter. Homeless, plural of homeless. Homelessly, in a homeless manner, without a home. Homelessness, the state of being homeless. Homelessnesses, plural of homelessness. Homot, a little home. Homelets, plural of homelet. Holy, comparative form of homely, more homely. Homeliest, superlative form of homely, most homely. Home life, the manner in which a person conducts themselves at home as opposed to how they act in a professional setting. Homelike, having the comfortable characteristics of a home. Homelikeness, the quality of being homelike. Homely, in a homely way, plainly, inelegantly. Homeliness, the peppity of be homely. Homelinesses, plural of homeliness. Homeling, a native, a person or thing belonging to a home or to a particular country, an inhabitant. Homelings, plural of homeling. Homelives, plural of home life. Homely, characteristic of, belonging to, or befitting a home, domestic, cozy. Homely as a hedge fence, having no physically attractive characteristics, but not blatantly ugly, very plain in appearance. Homely. Ray immaculata, the European sand ray. Homeliness. Obsolete spelling of homeliness. Homeland. Plural of homeland. Homemade. Made at home. Homemake. To prepare a recipe, etc. at home through one's own efforts rather than buying it. To create homemade goods. Homemaker. A person who maintains the administration and upkeep of his or her residence, especially one who is not employed outside the home, one who runs the household. Homemakers. Plural of homemaker. Homemakes. Third person singular simple present indicative of homemake. Homemaking. The management of a household considered as an occupation. Homemakings. Plural of homemaking. Home. A surname from Portuguese. Homendy. A surname. Homeless. The condition of being a home, homeliness, domesticity. Homens. Plural of homen. Homentation. Alternative form of hamantation. Homentation. Alternative form of hamantation. Homentropic. Having the same entropy per unit mass at all points and at all times. Homeo. Similar. Homeoshi. The accidental skipping of a line of text while reading because of similarities in their initial content. Homeoblaste. Developing from similar tissue. Homeobox. A short sequence of DNA that is shared by several genes involved in the morphogenesis of many organisms. Homeobarstine. Any of several genes that share a common sequence of DNA and are involved in the regulation of morphogenesis. Homeobarstines. Plural of homeobostgene. Homeoboxes. Plural of homeobox. Homeochaos. Dynamic stability in the presence of multiple different organisms. Homeostatic. Relating to homeochaos. Homeochronous. That reoccurs in the same part of a life cycle in succeeding generations. Homeodimere. Misspelling of homodimeric. Homeodomain. A folded protein domain that binds to DNA and has a function in transcription. Homeodomainless. That lacks a homeodomain. Homeodomains. Plural of homeodomain. Homeodynamic. Relating to homeodynamics. Homeodynamics. A dynamic form of homeostasis involving the constantly changing interrelatedness of body components while an overall equilibrium is maintained. Homeograph. A word similar, but not identical, in spelling to another. Homeographs. Plural of homeograph. Homeography. A method for photographically reproducing line drawings. Homeoid. A shell bounded by two similar ellipsoids having a constant ratio of axes. http mathworld.wolfram.com/homeoid.html. Homeoidal. Pertaining to or resembling a homeoid. Homeoids. Plural of homeoi. Homeokinesis. The dynamic formation of equilibrium in a bodily function. Homeokinetic. Relating to homeokinetics. Homeokinetics. The study of complex systems. Homeoloci. Plural of homeolocus. Homeolocus. One of several loci that have the same sequence of nucleotides. Homeolar. Alternative form of homeolog. Homeological, relating to homeology. Homeologies, plural of homeology. Homeologous, alternative spelling of homeologous. Homeolarms, plural of homeolar. Homeolar, a homologous gene or chromosome. Homeolarms, plural of homeolar. Homeology, alternative spelling of homeology. Homeome, pertaining to or characterized by sameness of parts or homogeneity of structure, advocating or receiving the doctrine of homeomery. Homeomerous, alternative form of homeomerous. Homeomery, alternative form of homeomia. Homeomorph, material that exhibits similarity in crystalline structure. Homeomorphe, having a homeomorphism. Homeomorphically, in a homeomorphic manner. Homeomorphism, a continuous bijection from one topological space to another with continuous inverse. Homeomorphisms, plural of homeomorphism. Homeomorphous, similar in form or structure. Homeomorphs, plural of homeomorph. Homeomorphy, the evolution of similar external forms from very distant ancestors. Homeopath, a person who practices homeopathy. Homeopathic, of or pertaining to homeopathy. Homeopathic magic, synonym of sympathetic magic. Homeopathical, synonym of homeopathic. Homeopathically, by means of homeopathy. Homeopathician, a homeopath. Homeopathicians, plural of homeopathician. Homeopathicity, the quality of homeopathic. Homeopathics, plural of homeopathy. Homeopathies, plural of homeopathy. Homeopathism, synonym of homeopathy. Homeopathist, a homeopath, one who practices homeopathy. Homeopathists, plural of homeopathy. Homeopaths, plural of homeopath. Homeopathy, a system of treating diseases with small amounts of substances which, in larger amounts, would produce the observed symptoms. Homeophone, alternative spelling of homeophone. Homeophones, plural of homeophone. Homeophony, phonic similarity, the quality of being similar sounding. Homeoplastic, resembling the tissue from or in which the thing to which the term is applied is formed. Homeoplasty, transplantation of biological tissue from one part of an individual between other individuals belonging to the same species. Homeoplasy, the taking on by one biological tissue of the form of another under plastic conditions, as in skin grafting. Homeoprophylaxis, the use of homeopathy to prevent disease. Homeoprotein, any protein that has a homeoamine. Homeoproteins, plural of homeoprotein. Homeoresis, a dynamical system which returns to a trajectory as opposed to a system which returns to a particular state, which is termed homeostasis. Homeohete, relating to homeoresis. Homeoresis, alternative spelling of homeoresis. Homeosis, plural of homeosis. Homeosis, the formation of a normal plant or animal structure or organ in place of another at an abnormal site, the transformation of one body part to Homeostasis, plural of homeostases. Homeostasis, the ability of a system or living organism to adjust its internal environment to maintain a state of dynamic constancy, such as the ability of warm-blooded animals to maintain a stable temperature. Homeostasm, the collection of molecules that are components in the homeostases of a particular organism or system. Homeostasomes, plural of homeostasum. Homeostasy, alternative form of homeostasis. Homeostat, any homeostatic device or system. Homeostatic, of or pertaining to homeostases. Homeostatical, alternative form of homeostatic. Homeostatically, by means of or in terms of homeostases. Homeostatics, alternative form of homeostases. Homeostatization, the process of becoming homeostatic. Homeostatizations, plural of homeostatization. Homeostatize, to become homeostatic. Homeostats, plural of homeostat. Homeostenosis, a reduction in the ability to maintain homeostasis. Homeostematic, relating to homeostenosis. Homeosynaptic, misspelling of homosynaptic. Homeoutlet, plural of homeoutlutin. Homeoutlutin, the repetition of endings in words near rhyme. Homeoutlutins, plural of homeoutlutin. Homeotherapeutic, relating to homeotherapy. Homeotherapy, treatment by homeopathy. Homeoterm, a creature that maintains a stable internal body temperature regardless of external influence. Homeothermal, alternative form of homeothermic. Homeotherme, capable of maintaining a relatively constant body temperature independent of the surroundings. Homeothermically, in a homeothermic manner. Homeothermism, the quality of homeothermic. Homeothermetaxe, that maintains a constant bodily temperature. Homeotherms, plural of homeotherm. Homeothermy, the state or condition of being homeothermic. Homeotic, of or pertaining to homeosis. Homeotically, by means of homeosis. Homeotics, synonym of homeosis. Homeotic sin, a toxin from an animal that is toxic to others of the same species. Homeotic sins, plural of homeotic sin. Homeotransplant, a transplant from one individual to another of the same species. Homeotransplantation, transplantation of tissue from one individual to another of the same species. Homeotransplantations, plural of homeotransplantation. Homeotransplants, plural of homeotransplant. Homeophobe, misspelling of homeotropic. Homeotrope, describing the alignment of liquid crystals whose director is aligned perpendicularly to a substrate surface. Homeotropically, in a homeotropic manner. Homeote, a specimen identified as belonging to a certain taxon by an authority who compared it directly with a primary type specimen, usually the holotype. Homeoapes, plural of homeoae. Homeodype, relating to the second nuclear division in meiosis. Homeotypical, of or resembling the usual type. Homeovistism, sexual arousal in response to wearing clothing that is typical for one's sex. Homeoste, a person who exhibits homeovistism. Homeostates, plural of homeostae. Homeoviscosity, the condition of a homeoviscous. Homeoviscous, in a liquid crystal state at temperatures that would normally make them into a gel. Homeowner, someone who owns a house. Homeowner association, a private association formed by a real estate developer for the purpose of marketing, managing, and selling homes and lots in a residential subdivision. Homeowner associations, plural of homeowner association. Homeowners association, alternative form of homeowner association. Homeowners associations, plural of homeowners association. Homeowners insurance, synonym of home insurance. Homeowners, plural of homeowner. Homeowners association, alternative form of homeowner association. Homeowner of homeowners association. Homeownership, the state of being a homeowner. Homeowning, being a homeowner. Homepage, alternative form of homepage. Homepages, plural of homepage. Home place, the part of a piece of land on which a home is built. Home places, plural of home place. Home planet, uncommon form of home planet. Home planets, plural of home planet. Port, the port where a vessel is based, not necessarily the one where it is registered. Home ported, simple past and past participle of home port. Home porting, present participle and gerund of home port. Home ports, plural of home port. Homepreneur, a business entrepreneur who operates from his or her home. Homepreneurs, plural of homepreneur. Homer, ancient Greek poet, author of the Iliad and the Odyssey. Homer mad, a man who breeds or raises and trains homing pigeons. Homer mad, plural of Homer man. Homer nods, alternative form of even Homer nods. Not even the most vigilant and expert are immune to error. Homer pigeon, a homing pigeon. Homer pigeons, plural of Homer pigeon. Homer Simpson, a person who is foolish, easily distracted, and or gluttonous. Homer Simpsonian, of or pertaining to the vocalizations or behavior of Homer Simpson. Homer Simpsons, plural of Homer Simpson. Homer sometimes nods, alternative form of even Homer nods. Homerite rosettes, a kind of pseudorosette in which differentiated tumor cells surround the neuropil. Homerite rosettes, plural of Homerite rosette. Homered, simple past and past participle of Homer. Homerian, of or relating to Homer, the ancient Greek poet. Homeric, resembling or relating to the epic poetry of Homer. Homeric Greek, a dialect of ancient Greek used in the Iliad, the Odyssey, and the Americans consisting primarily of the Ionian and Aeolic Greek dialects. Homeric laugh, an instance of Homeric laughter. Homeric laughs, plural of Homeric laugh. Homeric laughter, boisterous laughter, prolonged belly laughing, long or uncontrollable laughing. Homeric simile, a form of extended simile spanning several lines. Homeric similes, plural of Homeric simile. Homerical, alternative form of Homeric. Homerically, in a Homeric manner. Homerican, Homeric. Horich, obsolete spelling of Homeric. Horith, any member of the Homeridae. Homerids, plural of homerit. Overing, present participle and gerund of Homer. Homerism, plural of homerit. Overing, present participle and gerund of Homer. Homerism, a word or phrase characteristic of the writings of Homer. The Homerisms, plural of Homerism. Horis, a student of Homer or of his epic works. Horests, plural of Homerus. Homerites, obsolete form of Himyarite. Homerites, plural of Homerite. Horitic, obsolete form of Himyaritic. Homerless, without having scored a Homer home run. Homerologist, one who studies the ancient poet Homer. Homerologists, plural of homerologists. Homerology, the study of the ancient poet Homer. Horu, a classroom where school pupils of the same age gather for registration or for other purposes related to class content. Ho-rooms, plural of homeroom. Homers, plural of Homer. Homersfield, a village and civil parish St. Mary's South Elmham, otherwise Homersfield in East Suffolk District, Suffolk, England, across the River Waveney from Norfolk OS Grid Ref TM 2885. Homerton, a suburban area of London in the borough of Hackney, Greater London, England OS Grid Ref TQ 3685. Home, alternative form of home run. Home runs, plural of home run. Homerville, a city, the county seat of Clinch County, Georgia, United States. Homes, plural of home. Homes away from home, plural of home away from home. Homes then, third person singular simple present indicative of home in. Homescape, the physical or figurative landscape of one's home or homeland. Homescapes, plural of homescape. Homescedasticity, misspelling of homoscedasticity. Homeschool, alternative spelling of homeschool. Homeschooled, simple past and past participle of homeschool. Homeschooler, one who homeschools a student, typically the parent. Homeschoolers, plural of homeschooler. Homeschooling, teaching children at home instead of sending them to school. Homeschools, third person singular simple present indicative of homeschool. Homescreen, the main or first interface shown in a graphical user interface. Home screens, plural of home screen. Home seeker, a person seeking to purchase or establish a home to live in. Home seekers, plural of home seeker. Home seeking, seeking to purchase or establish a home to live in. Home server, a server that facilitates communication using the matrix protocol. Home servers, plural of home server. HomeSet, the type used as a standard by a specific publisher. HomeSets, plural of HomeSet. Home soon, soon at home rather than in a factory, shop, etc. Hoter, a home-sharing arrangement. Ho-shares, plural of home-share. Ho-sharing, an arrangement where several people who do not form a household by family or similar relationship live in a single home together. Ho-sharing, a migration of service employees from the office to the home, where such homes have proper communications equipment. Homesick, missing one's home and family very much when away, nostalgic. Homesickly, in a homesick way. Homesickness, the characteristic of being homesick, A strong, sad feeling of missing one's home and often left behind loved ones, such as family and friends when physically away. Homesicknesses. Plural of homesickness. Home sign. Alternative form of home sign. Home signer. A deaf person who has not properly acquired a signed or spoken language due to lack of instruction and isolation from an established signing community, who instead uses a self-generated gesture system called a home sign. Home signers. Plural of home signer. Home signs. Plural of home sign. Home site. The plot of land on which a house is or can be built. Home sites. Plural of home site. Homesteader. A person employed to live in and take care of a home when the usual occupants are away. Homesteaders. Plural of homesteader. Homesteading. Living in and taking care of a home when the usual occupants are away. Home skillet. A close friend, homie, homeboy. Home skillets. Plural of home skillet. Homeless. Alternative spelling of home slice, someone from one's hometown. Homelesses. Plural of homeless. Home sourcing. Hoversheim. Home space. A space for domestic or communal living. Home spaces. Plural of home space. Homespun. Spun in the home. Homespenness. The quality of homespun. Homespent. Plural of homespun. Homestall. Place of a home, homestead. Homestalls. Plural of homestall. Homestand. A series of games played at a team's home field. Homestanding. Synonym of homestand. Homestandings. Plural of homestanding. Homestands. Plural of homestand. Homestay. Alternative form of home state. Home states. Plural of home state. Homestay. A system whereby students visiting a foreign country to study board with a local family at an affordable price. Homestayer. One who stays at home. Homestayers. Plural of homestayer. Homestays. Plural of homestay. Homestead. A number of places in the United States. Homestead Valley. A census-designated place in San Bernardino County, California, United States. Homesteaded. Simple past and past participle of homestead. Homesteader. A pioneer who goes and settles on a homestead. Homesteaders. Plural of homesteader. Homesteading. The act of appropriation of an unowned, scarce means, thereby gaining ownership of it. Initial possession. Homesteads. Plural of homestead. Homester. A player for the home team. Homesters. Plural of homester. Homestretch. Alternative form of homestretch. Homestretches. Plural of homestretch. Homestuck. A fan of the Homestuck franchise. Homestucker. A fan of the multimedia fiction work Homestuck. Homestuckers. Plural of homestucker. Homestucks. Plural of homestuck. Homestyle. Cooked or prepared in a traditional manner as would be done at home. Humth. Alternative spelling of home team. Home teams. Plural of home team. Home time. The time when pupils go home at the end of the school day. Home times. Plural of home time. Hometown. an individual's place of birth, childhood home, or place of main residence. Hometown, discriminated against by a local judge. Hometowner, one who lives in their hometown. Hometowners, plural of hometowner. Hometowning, characteristic of a hometown, having or giving a hometown feel. Hometowns, plural of hometown. Home video. Homevids, plural of homevid. Home towards home. Homeward bounder, a gold line which is highly productive, making the owners rich enough to abandon mining and return to their home country. Homeward bounders, plural of homeward bounder. Homeward bounder, alternative spelling of homeward bounder. Homeward bounders, plural of homeward bounder. Homewardly, towards home. Homewards, leading toward home. Homeware, furnishings for the home, such as furniture and cushions. Homewares, plural of homeware. Homeware, clothing that one wears around the house. Homewood, a surname from Old English. Homewood Canyon, a census-designated place in Inyo County, California, United States. Homewood, plural of homewood. Homework, exercises assigned by a teacher to a student which review concepts studied in class. Homework club, an after-school club or space dedicated to helping students complete their homework, often providing tutoring and other services. Homework clubs, plural of homework club. Homework diaries, plural of homework diary. Homework diary, a journal given by a teacher to a student to keep track of homework to be completed, often requiring a parent or guardian to sign their name at regular intervals. Homeworker, a person who works from home. Homeworkers, plural of homeworker. Homework guess, a controversy involving the Australian cricket team's 2013 tour of India, during which players were suspended from play following breaches of discipline. Homeworking, working from home, especially when in electronic contact with a central office. Homeworkless, without homework. Homeworks, plural of homework. Homeworky, resembling or characteristic of homework. Homeworld, the world on which someone or something originated, a home planet or moon. Homeworlder, an inhabitant of the homeworld. Homeworlders, plural of homeworlder. Homeworlds, plural of homeworld. Homeward, the house leak. Hore, to cheat while one is already married, thus causing the dissolution of the marriage. Orect, simple past and past participle of homewreck. Homewrecker, alternative form of homewrecker. Homewreckers, plural of homewrecker. Homewrecking, the act of one who wrecks a home, the breakup of a married couple, especially of a family, by tempting either out of their commitment. Wrecks, third person singular simple present indicative of homewreck. Hub, alternative form of homie. Homie Airport, the Area 51 military base in Nevada, United States. Homicide, the killing of one's friends through betrayal or deception. Homicides, plural of homicide. Homeyer, a surname from German. Homeyers, plural of homeyer. Homines, the pap of being homie. Homies, plural of homie. Homere, a surname. Hob, a homicide. Homichlophobia, the fear of fog. Homicidal, of or pertaining to homicide. Homicidality, a tendency towards homicide. Homicidally, in a homicidal manner. Homicide, the killing of one person by another, whether premeditated or unintentional. Homicider, one who commits homicide. Homiciders, plural of homicider. Homicides, plural of homicide. Homicidious, homicidal, murderous. Homicidogenic, causing or leading to homicide. Homiculture, human stirpiculture, eugenics. Hemidium, ethidium bromide when used in veterinary medicine to treat trypanosomosis in cattle. Hub, someone, particularly a friend or male acquaintance from one's hometown. Homicide, alternative spelling of homicide. Homicides, plural of homicide. Homil, alternative form of gomel. Homil, alternative form of gomel. Hoi, comparative form of homie. More homie. Homies, plural of homie. Homosexual, acting homosexual with one's male friends. Homiest, superlative form of homie, most homie. Homoform, in human form. Homigneo, a male given name from Hopi. Homily, a homilist. Homiletes, plural of homilete. Homiletic, of or relating to a homily or to homiletics. Homiletical, of or relating to familiar intercourse, social, companionable. Homiletically, in a homiletic fashion. Homiletics, the art of preaching, especially the application of rhetoric in dialogy. Homilies, plural of homily. Homilist, someone who prepares or preaches homilies. Homilists, plural of homilists. Homily, a monoclinic prismatic mineral containing boron, calcium, iron, magnesium, oxygen, and silicon. Homilize, to deliver a homily. Homilized, simple past and past participle of homilize. Homilizes, third person singular simple present indicative of homilize. Homilizing, present participle and gerund of homilize. Homily, a platitude. Homina, alternative form of homina. Homination, the evolution at human beings genus homo. Hominess, alternative spelling of hominess. Home, present participle and gerund of home. Homing in, present participle and gerund of home in. Homing pigeon, a variety of domesticated rock pigeon Columbolivia that has been selectively bred to be able to find its way home over extremely long distances. Homing pigeons, plural of homing pigeon. Hominicide, alternative form of homicide. Hominid, any primate of the taxonomic family Hominidae, which includes all the non-human great apes, chimpanzees, gorillas, orangutans, as well as humans. Hominids, plural of hominid. Hominies, plural of hominy. Hominiform, synonym of hominid. Hominiform, hominiform. Hominin, any member of the taxonomic tribe Hominini, the evolutionary group that includes modern humans and now extinct bipedal relatives. Homini, of or relating to the hominini, a subfamily of hominidae that includes humans, gorillas, chimpanzees, and some extinct relatives. Hominines, plural of homini. Hominins, plural of hominin. Hominism, an entirely human worldview with no elements that do not reflect human senses and experience, especially with the belief that this is all human beings are capable of. Hominisms, plural of hominism. Homin, human beings. Hominization, the process of becoming like a human. Hominizations, plural of hominization. Hominize, to make human or treat as if human. Hominize, simple past and past participle of hominize. Hominizes, third person singular simple present indicative of hominize. Hominizing, present participle and gerund of hominize. Hominoid, any primate including humans and apes belonging to the superfamily Hominoidea. Hominoids, plural of hominoid. Hominology, study of hominoids. Hominterm, a supposed conspiracy of homosexual elites who controlled the art world. Hominy, a food made from hulled corn maize kernels soaked in lye water, rinsed, then cooked and eaten, or the rinsed kernels are dried and coarsely ground into hominy grits. Hominy snow, a type of icy, granular snow that looks like hominy. Hominy snows, plural of hominy snow. Homeopathic, misspelling of homeopathic. Homies, plural of homie. Hamish, belonging to home, domestic. Hominess, the quality of being Hamish. Hominy pie, a traditional British dish resembling quiche with potatoes, onion, leek, and cheese in a pastry case. Hominy pies, plural of hominy pie. Homling, a male given name. Homage, a homage, especially something in an artwork which has been done in respectful imitation of another artist. Homages, plural of homage. Hud, a surname. Homme de letters, man of letters, a literary man. Homme fatal, an ultimately seductive and dangerous man, a womanizer. Homme fatale, alternative form of homme fatal. Homme fatales, plural of homme fatale. Homo, a surname. Homos, plural of homo. Hammer, alternative form of hammer. Hammerstheim, a surname from German. Hammersheims, plural of Hammersheim. Habit, plural of Ham. Homs fatales, plural of Ham fatale. Hums fatals, plural of Ham fatal. Hamai, archaic form of hummock. Hummocks, plural of hammock. Hummocky, archaic form of hummocky. Hummus, alternative spelling of hummus. Hummus, alternative form of hummus. Hub, acronym of highest occupied molecular orbital. Hub, flipping of homosexual. Homo Aristophanes, a person with the characteristics and nature depicted in the comedies of the ancient Athenian playwright Aristophanes c. 446 c. 386 BCE as a literary figure rather than a historically accurate Athenian person, an Aristophanic man. Homo economicus, a human being regarded as a rational and narrowly self-interested actor capable of making judgments in order to attain its own particular goals. Homo faber, alternative letter case form of Homo faber. Homo faber, the human being viewed as a tool maker and user or having evolutionarily reached the stage of tool use. Homo idioticus, humans as a group, viewed as a foolish species. Homo incipiens, humans as a group, seen as a foolish species. Homo ludens, alternative letter case form of Homo ludens. Homo marriage, synonym of same-sex marriage. Homo marriages, plural of homo marriage. Homo milk, homogenized whole milk. Homo milks, plural of homo milk. Homo negronus, a supposed taxonomic species to which dark-skinned people belong. Homo negronus americanus, the supposed taxonomic species of African Americans. Homo novus, synonym of Homo superior. Homo economicus, alternative form of Homo economicus. Homo politicus, in political science a concept coined by Aristotle that posits that man is essentially a political animal. Homo reciprocans, the reciprocating human, the concept, in some economic theories, of humans as cooperative actors who are motivated by improving their environment. Homo sacer, in ancient Roman law, a person who was banned and could be killed by anybody, but not sacrificed in a religious ritual. Homo sapien, a member of the species Homo sapiens. Homo sapiens, plural of Homo sapien. Homo sovieticus, alternative letter case form of Homo sovieticus. Homo sovieticus, alternative letter case form of Homo sovieticus. Homo superior, alternative letter case form of Homo superior. Homo superior, a species of man more advanced than Homo sapiens, a superhuman. Homo superioris, alternative form of Homo superior, the hypothetical next evolutionary step beyond Homo sapiens. Homo superiors, plural of Homo superior. Homo superiors, plural of Homo superior. Hub, same, identical. Homo marriage, alternative form of Homo marriage. Homo marriages, plural of Homo marriage. Homo whore, alternative spelling of Homo whore. Homo whores, plural of Homo whore. Homocetogen, any homocetogenic bacterium. Homocetogenesis, acidogenesis employing gaseous hydrogen and carbon dioxide. Homocetogenic, relating to or employing homocetogenesis. Homocetogens, plural of homocetogen. Homoconitase, homoconitase hydratase. Homoconitases, plural of homoconitase. Homoconite, any salt or ester of homokinitic acid. Homoconitates, plural of homoconitate. Homokinitic acid, the dicarboxylic acid 1-butene 1,2,4-tricarboxylic acid formerly derived from aconitic acid by addition of a methylene group. Homoduct, an adduct in which two species has reacted with the same type of functional group. Homodenine, a homopyrimidine pairing in which the base is adenine. Homofective, attracted to individuals of the same sex. Homofictivity, attraction to individuals of the same sex, the quality of being homofective. Homoagglomeration, agglomeration without the need for an external material. Homoaggregation, the aggregation of particles in a suspension composed of similar monodisperse colloidal particles. Homoleni, the amino acid 2-aminobutanoic acid. Homolel, any of several alternative forms of a particular gene. Homolels, plural of homolel. Homolelic, relating to a homolel. Homolil, the unit equals equals H2. Homolilamine, the protein is equals H2 and H2 any of its derivatives. Homolilamines, plural of homolilamine. Homologlycine, any of a class of homolyl derivatives of glycine that are used to introduce alkene functionality into proteins. Homolylglycines, plural of homolylglycine. Homolylic, containing a homolyl radical. Homolyls, plural of homolyl. Homomino, used attributively to describe any derivative of an amino compound, especially an amino acid having an extra methylene group. Homomorous, characterized by love with another person of the same sex, homoromantic. Homonatic sin, any of a group of cyanobacterial toxins that are nicotinic agonists. Homonatic sins, plural of homonatic sin. Homondrographoli, a methylene derivative of andrographoli. Homonhydride, an acid anhydride formed from two molecules of the same carboxylic acid. Homonhydrides, plural of homonhydride. Homonserine, the dipeptide N4-minobutanoyl 3-methylylhistidine. Homontagonism, hostile or violent behavior toward gay people. Homontagonistic, hostile to homosexual people. Homorgeni, the amino acid 2-amino 6-diaminophthalide-aminohexanoic acid. Homorgenines, plural of homorgenine. Homoaromatic, exhibiting homoaromaticity. Homoaromaticity, the retention of aromaticity in a molecule in which a conjugated cyclic system is interrupted, usually by a methylene group. Homoatomic, describing a molecule, all of whose atoms are the same element. Homobulgrinol, the aldehydic ester 7-formyl cyclopentacpyrin 4-ylmethyl 3-methylbutanoate. Homobaric, of a leaf having gas partial pressures that are homogeneous. Homobasidia, plural of homobasidium. Homobasidium, any fungus of the class Homobasidium, approximately identical to the class Agaricomycetes. Homobasidium, plural of Homobasidium. Homobasidium, synonym of Holobasidium. Homobacryocotoxin, a particular batracotoxin found in the pituitary. Homobenzylic, containing the homobenzyl C6H5ZH2ZH radical or any of its derivatives. Homobifunctional, that have two identical functional groups. Homobinuclear, having two identical nuclei. Homobivalent, having two of the same ligands. Homoblastic, developing from a single type of tissue. Homoblasty, the state of being homoblastic. Homobonus, the patron saint of business people, tailors, shoemakers, and cloth workers, as well as of Cremona in Italy. Homobrachate, having lumina of all the same size Homocapitalism. Capitalist appropriation and assimilation of sexual diversity, especially pertaining to the gay, cisgender, Western, white, and upper middle class men. Homocapitalists. Of or pertaining to homocapitalism. Homocapitalists. Plural of homocapitalists. Homocapsaicin. A capsaicinoid, an analog and congener of capsaicin in chili peppers. Homocarnosine. The amino acid EN4-amino 1-hydroxybutylidenylhistidine. Homocarnosinosis. A neurological disorder resulting in an excess of homocarnosine in the brain. Homocartic, in which all flowers produce the same type of fruit. Homocarbous, having only one kind of fruit. Homocarby, the condition of being hemocarpic. Holocaust, the persecution of homosexuals which occurred in Nazi Germany, when seen as constituting systematic destruction of them. Homostastic, misspelling of homosedastic. Homocellular, composed of similar types of cells. Homocellularly, in a homocellular manner. Homocentric, having the same center. Homocentrical, alternative form of homocentric having the same center. Homocentricity, the state or quality of being homocentric. Homocentrism, anthropocentrism. Homospalic, relating to a form of homogamy where the anthers fertilize the stigma of another flower of the same inflorescence. Homosratid, any member of the family Homosratidae of extinct ammonites. Homosratids, plural of homosratid. Homocircle, describing the symmetric tail of a fish that has two lobes extending from the end of the vertebral column. Homocircality, the quality of being homocircle. Homocirce, the possession of a homocircle symmetric tail by a fish. Homosrebrin, a body similar to or identical with cerebrin. Homochain, used attributively to describe polymers in which the main chain consists of atoms of a single element. Homochains, plural of homochain. Homochilous, having chelae of equal shape and size. Homochiral, having the same chirality. Homochiralization, alternative spelling of homochiralization. Homochiralities, plural of homochirality. Homochirality, the state or condition of being homochiral. Homochiralization, the act or process of producing homochirality. Homochlamydious, having the perianth not divided into calyx and corolla. Homochlorocyclazine, a histamine 1 receptor antagonist. Homochromatic, synonym of monochromatic. Homochromia, the use by an organism of the same color as its background or other form of camouflage as a means of protection. Homochromic, relating to or characterized by homochromia. Homochromophoric, exhibiting a single chromophore. Homogramous, having all the florets in the same flower head of the same color. Homogramy, the use by an organism of the same color as its background as a means of protection. Homogranous, of two signals such that their corresponding significant instants are displaced by a constant interval of time. Homocitrate, any salt or ester of homocitric acid. Homocitrates, plural of homocitrate. Homocitric, relating to homocitric acid. Homocitric acid, a tricarboxylic acid related to citric acid by the addition of one methylene group and occurring naturally as a component of the iron-molybdenum cofactor of certain nitrogenase proteins. Homocitral the amino acid 2-amino-6-carbamoyl aminohexanoic acid that is a metabolite of ornithine. Homocladic, relating to branches of the same artery. Homoclimatic, having the same climate. Homoclime, a place with a similar climate. Homoclimes, plural of homoclime. Homoclinal, synonym of homoclinic. Homoclinally, in a homoclinal manner. Homocline, a sequence of rock strata that dip in the same direction and manner. Homoclines, plural of homocline. Homoclinic, describing a path that starts and ends at the same point of equilibrium. Homoclinically, in a homoclinic manner. Homoclinicity, the condition of being homoclinic. Homoclonal, relating to identical clones of the same organism. Homocluster, a cluster of the same material, typically nanoparticles. Homoclusters, plural of homocluster. Homocoagulation, the coagulation/flocculation of particles in a suspension that bear the same electric charge. Homocodon, a length of repeated codons in a nucleic acid. Homocodons, plural of homocodon. Homocoiling, the coiling of two or more strands of the same peptide. Homocolomio, relating to a colony of a single species. Homocomplex, a complex formed from multiple copies of the same compound. Homocomplexes, plural of homocomplex. Homogen, a gay conservative. Homoconjugate, an atom or group interposed in a homoconjugation. Homoconjugated, simple past and past participle of homoconjugate. Homoconjugate, plural of homoconjugate. Homoconjugation, a form of conjugation in which a non-conjugating atom or group is interposed between the conjugating bonds. Homoconjugations, plural of homoconjugation. Homokins, plural of homokin. Homocore, queercore, an artistic and musical movement dealing with issues of sexual and gender prejudice. Homocoupling, a coupling reaction in which two identical molecules react to form a different one. Homocouplings, plural of homocoupling. Homograph, a member or supporter of the Democratic Party, implying that they are homosexual. Homocrats, plural of homocrats. Homoculture, the subculture of homosexual people. Homocurious, questioning whether someone is homosexual. Homocycle, any inorganic compound based on a ring of three or more atoms of the same element. Homocycles, plural of homocycle. Homocyclic, describing a cyclic system in which all the atoms of the ring are of the same element. Homocystic, relating to homocystic acid or its derivatives. Homocysteinase, any enzyme that catalyzes the breakdown of homocysteine. Homocysteinases, plural of homocysteinase. Homocysteine, an amino acid which is monitored in the blood to estimate risk of cardiovascular disease. Homocysteinemia, the presence of homocysteine in the blood. Homocysteines, plural of homocysteine. Homocysteinuria, alternative form of homocystinuria. Homocystinureas, plural of homocystinuria. Homocysteinuric, alternative form of homocysteinuric. Homocysteinulate, to be act with homocysteine. Homocysteinulated, simple past and past participle of homocysteinulate. Homocysteinulates, third person singular simple present indicative of homocysteinulate. Homocysteinulating, present participle and gerund of homocysteinulate. Homocysteinylation, the process or the result of homocysteinulating. Homocysteinilations, plural of homocysteinylation. Homocystinuria, an inherited metabolic disorder characterized by the presence of homocysteine in the urine. Homocysteinurias, plural of homocystinuria. Homocysteinuric, relating to homocystinuria. Homocytometer, misspelling of hemocytometer. Homicidiotropic, affecting cells of the species in which it originated. Homodecaimer, a decamer formed from a single type of monomer. Homodecameric, relating to a homodecamer. Homodecamers, plural of homodecamer. Homodeletion, a type of chromosomal deletion where both copies alleles of a particular DNA sequence are lost from an individual's genome. Homodeletions, plural of homodeletion. Homodermic, relating to homodermy, originating from the same germ layer, homological in respect of derivation from one of the three primary blastoderms: endoderm, mesoderm, and ectoderm. Homosmotic, in which reactants and products contain equal numbers of carbon atoms in corresponding states of hybridization. Homodetic, describing a polypeptide consisting of all eupeptides. Homodiegetic, or relating to the narrator of a dramatic work who is also the protagonist or other character in the work. Homodiegetically, in a homodiegetic way. Homodefunctionalized, modified by the addition of two of the same functional groups. Homodigital, using skin from the same digit. Homodihydroxyapsacin, a capsaicinoid, an analog and congener of capsaicin in chili peppers. Homodimer, a dimer derived from two identical monomers. Homodimeric, of or pertaining to a homodimer. Homodimerically, in a homodimeric manner. Homodimerization, alternative form of homodimerization. Homodimerizations, plural of homodimerization. Homodimerize, alternative form of homodimerize. Homodimerizes, third person singular simple present indicative of homodimerize. Homodimerization, any reaction leading to the formation of a homodimer. Homodimerizations, plural of homodimerization. Homodimerize, to form a dimer from two identical monomers. Homodimerized, simple past and past participle of homodimerize. Homodimerizer, a synthetic ligand that can be used to induce homodimerization. Homodimerizers, plural of homodimerizer. Homodimerizes, third person singular simple present indicative of homodimerize. Homodimerizing, present participle and gerund of homodimerize. Homodimers, plural of homodimer. Homodinucleoside, a dinucleoside composed of two of the same nucleosides. Homodinucleosides, plural of homodinucleoside. Homodinucleotide, a dinucleotide composed of two of the same nucleotides. Hamidinucleotides, plural of hamidinucleotide. Hamidipeptide, a dipeptide composed of two identical monopeptides. Hamidipeptides, plural of hamidipeptide. Hamidiploid, describing a chromosome consisting of two identical strands. Hamidiploids, plural of hamidiploid. Hamidirectional, that moves or operates in the same direction as another. Hamidirectionally, in a hamidirectional manner. Hamidisubstitutive, having two of the same substituents. Hamidisulfide, any disulfide RSSR1 in which both radicals R and R1 are the same. Hamidisulfides, plural of hamidisulfide. Hamidotopic, that has two identical sites at which another compound can form a complex. Hamidodecamer, a dodecamer, especially a biologically active one derived from 12 identical monomers. Hamidodecameric, relating to a hamidodecamer. Hamidodecamers, plural of hamidodecamer. Hamidamine, misspelling of homeadamine. Hamidont, having teeth that are all of the same type. Hamidontism, having a dentition of identical teeth. Hamidonts, plural of hamidont. Hamidonti, the condition of having teeth all of the same type. Hamidox, having the same opinion as another. Hamidoxy, the quality of a hamidax. Hamidromic, synonym of hamibrimus. Hamibrimus, running in the same direction, set of stems twining round a support, or of the spiral succession of leaves on stems and their branches. Hamadrymy, the condition of being hamidrymous. Hamaduplex, a DNA duplex having precisely complementary bases in the two strands. Hamaduplexes, plural of hamaduplex. Hamaduplices, plural of hamaduplex. Homodynamic, pertaining to or involving homodynamy. Homodynamies, plural of homodynamy. Homodynamis, pertaining to or involving homodynamy. Homodynamy, the homology of metameres. Homody, pertaining to two waves which originate from a single radiation source or have exactly the same frequency. Homodyne, simple past and past participle of homodyne. Homodynes, third person singular simple present indicative of homodyne. Homodyning, present participle and gerund of homodyne. Homo, similar compare homo. Homoan, pertaining to the belief established in the 4th century as a middle ground between the homoousian and homoiousian positions, contending merely that the Father is like the Son. Homoanism. Homoan beliefs. Homoans, plural of homoan. Homocious, having the same host during the entire life cycle. Homosy, the condition of being homocious, namely a plant species having only hermaphroditic flowers. Homolasticity, the condition of being homolastic. Homonolate, any derivative of an enolate that has a neighboring methylene group. Homonolates, plural of homonolate. Homeo, alternative form of homo. Homeoblaste, alternative form of homeoblastic. Homeobox, alternative spelling of homeobox. Homeoboxes, plural of homeobox. Homeodont, conical, without tubercles or crests. Homogeneous, of a similar kind. Homeogenesis, production of living offspring between organisms belonging to the same species. Homeograph, alternative spelling of homeograph. Homeographs, plural of homeograph. Homeoid, a boundlessly thin shell constrained by a couple of similar surfaces with nearly identical orientations. Homeoidal, alternative form of homeoidal. Homeoids, plural of homeoid. Homeologies, plural of homeology. Homologous, of a chromosome similar in genetic makeup, especially that were homologous in an ancestral form. Homolog, a homologous chromosome. Homologs, plural of homolog. Homology. Similarity, resemblance. Homomeria, the state or quality of being homogeneous in elements or first principles, likeness or identity of parts. Homomerias, plural of homeomeria. Homeomere, alternative form of homeomeric. Homeomeres, plural of homeomere. Homeomerous, having similar quantities or variations pertaining to parts of structure. Homeomere, alternative form of homeomeia. Homeomorphic, alternative spelling of homeomorphic. Homeomorphism, alternative spelling of homeomorphism. Homeomorphisms, plural of homeomorphism. Homeomorphous, alternative spelling of homeomorphous. Homeopath, alternative spelling of homeopath. Homeopathic, alternative spelling of homeopathic. Homeopathical, alternative form of homeopathical. Homeopathically, alternative form of homeopathically. Homeopathician, alternative form of homeopathician. Homeopathicians, plural of homeopathician. Homeopathicity, alternative form of homeopathicity. Homeopathism, alternative form of homeopathism. Homeopathists, alternative form of homeopathist. Homeopathists, plural of homeopathists. Homeopaths, plural of homeopath. Homeopathy, alternative spelling of homeopathy. Homeoph, alternative spelling of homoiophone. Homeophones, plural of homeophone. Homeophony, alternative spelling of homeophony. Homeoplastic, alternative form of homeoplastic. Homeoptician, alternative spelling of homoioptatin. Homeosis, plural of homeoses. Homeoses, alternative form of homeosis. Homeostasis, alternative spelling of homeostasis. Homeostatic, alternative spelling of homeostatic. Homeopolute, plural of homeopollutant. Homeopolute, relating to homeopollutant. Homeopollutant, alternative form of homeopollutant. Homeopollutants, plural of homeopollutant. Homeotherm, alternative form of homoiotherm. Homeothermal, alternative form of homoiothermal. Homeotherme, alternative form of homeothermic. Homeotherms, plural of homeotherm. Homeotic. Alternative form of homeotic. Homeotape. Alternative form of homeotape. Homeotapes. Plural of homeotape. Homopataxio. Having the same orientation. Homopataxially. Having the same orientation. Homopitaxis. Plural of homopitaxy. Homopitaxy. The process of depositing an epitaxial layer on a substrate of the same kind of material. Homoerotic. Arousing a homosexual desire. Homoerotica. Homosexual erotica. Homoerotically. In a homoerotic way. Homoeroticism. The state or quality of being homoerotic. Homoeroticisms. Plural of homoeroticism. Homoeroticist. A person with homoerotic tendencies. Homoeroticists. Plural of homoeroticists. Homoerotics. Homoerotic themes generally. Homoerotism. Synonym of homoeroticism. Homoerotophobia. Homophobia. Antipathy towards homosexuals. Homoerotophobic. Exhibiting or relating to homoerotophobia. Homoerythromycin. A derivative of erythromycin that has an extra methylene group, any of many derivatives of this compound. Homoerythromycins. Plural of homoerythromycin. Homogenic. Of, pertaining to, or consisting of a single ethnicity. Homophagot. Synonym of homosexual. Homophagots. Plural of homophagot. Homofascism. A political stance that associates fascism with homosexuality. Homofascists. A proponent of homofascism. Homofascists. Plural of homofascists. Homofmazine. A sedative and hypnotic drug. Homofermentation. Fermentation that produces a single product, typically alcohol. Homofermentations. Plural of homofermentation. Homofermentative. That produce almost entirely a single fermentation product, typically lactic acid. Homofermenter. Any homofermentative organism. Homofermenters. Plural of homofermenter. Homofilament. A variation of a heterofilament in which the material in this sheath and core are the same. Homofilaments. Plural of homofilament. Homoflexibility. The quality or state of being homoflexible. Homoflexible. Primarily homosexual, but with a limited amount of attraction to other genders or willingness to take part in a heterosexual activity. Homoform. One of two or more etymologically and semantically unrelated words with the same orthographical form spelling or phonetic form pronunciation. A homonym, homograph, or homophone. Homoforms. Plural of homoform. Homofucin. A homopolysaccharide form of a fucin. Homofucins. Plural of homofucin. Homofullerene. Any of various compounds formally derived from a fullerene by the insertion of a methylene group between adjacent carbon atoms. Homofullerenes. Plural of homofulleren. Homofunctionalized. Functionalized by the addition of the same type of functional group throughout. Homogalacturonin. A saccharides such as pectin made up of linked galacturonic acid residues. Homogalacturonins, plural of homogalacturonin. Homogalacturonase, an enzyme that hydrolyzes homogalacturonin. Homogalacturonases, plural of homogalacturonase. Homogametic, that produces or contains only one type of sex chromosome. Homogamic, of or relating to homogamy. Homogamically, in a homogamic manner. Homogamous, sharing the same attitudes or qualities. Homogamously, in a homogamous manner. Homogamy, fertilization of a flower by pollen from the same plant. Homogangliate, having the ganglia of the nervous system symmetrically arranged as in certain invertebrates. Homode, homosexual. Homogeas, plural of homogay. Homogenate, any material obtained by homogenization. Homogenated. Homogenized. Homogenates, plural of homogenate. Homogenation, synonym of homogenization. Homogenations, plural of homogenation. Homogender, involving people with the same gender. Homogenderal, homogender. Homogene, homogeneous. Homogeneal, homogeneous. Homogeneic, synonym of allogeneic. Homogeneities, plural of homogeneity. Homogeneity, the condition of being homogeneous, having uniformity of constituent content. Homogeneous, of the same kind, alike, similar. Homogeneous catalyzes, plural of homogeneous. Catalysis. Homogeneous catalysis, catalysis in which the catalyst is present in the same phase as the reactants, normally dissolved in the same solvent. Homogeneous coordinate, any one of a set of n plus 1 coordinates which non-uniquely identify a point in an n-dimensional projective space. When such coordinates are all multiplied by the same scalar, then the set of them still identifies the same point. Homogeneous coordinates, plural of homogeneous coordinate. Homogeneous equilibrium, an equilibrium all participating substances of which are in the same phase. Homogeneous function, homogeneous polynomial. Homogeneous functions, plural of homogeneous function. Homogeneous mixture, a mixture that is uniform throughout and has only one phase. Homogeneous mixtures, plural of homogeneous mixture. Homogeneous number, a number that shares its prime factors with another. Homogeneous numbers, plural of homogeneous number. Homogeneous polynomial, a polynomial such that the sum of the exponents of the variables is the same for every term. Homogeneous polynomials, plural of homogeneous polynomial. Homogeneous space, a manifold or topological space X on which G acts by symmetry in a transitive way. Homogeneous spaces, plural of homogeneous space. Homogeneous width, the width of homogeneous lines in the optical spectra produced by some process. Homogeneous widths, plural of homogeneous width. Homogeneously, in a homogeneous manner. Homogeneousness, synonym of homogeneity, the state of having a uniform composition. Homogenesis, a method of reproduction in which the parents and offspring are alike. Homogenetic, Homogeneous, applied to a class of homologies that arise from similarity of structure and are taken as evidence of common ancestry. Homogenetical, synonym of homogenetic. Homogenic, of or related to homogeny, exhibiting similarity throughout its different parts. Homogeneity, the condition of being homogenic. Homogeneous, plural of homogeny. Homogeneisate, alternative form of homogeneisate. Homogeneisates, plural of homogeneisate. Homogenization, alternative spelling of homogenization. Homogenizations, plural of homogenization. Homogeneisator, synonym of homogenizer. Homogeneisators, plural of homogeneisator. Homogenize, to make homogeneous, to blend or puree. Homogenized, simple past and past participle of homogenize. Homogenizer, alternative form of homogenizer. Homogenizers, plural of homogenizer. Homogenizes, third person singular simple present indicative of homogenize. Homogenizing, present participle and gerund of homogenize. Homogenital, having or involving the same genitalia, both male or both female. Homogenitality, sexual activity with a person of the same genitalia, sometimes potentially offensive, restricted to same-sex sex between males. Homogenitally, in a homogenital manner. Homogenizability, the quality of being homogenizable. Homogenizable, capable of being homogenized. Homogenizate, material that has been homogenized. Homogenizates, plural of homogenizate. Homogenization, the act of making something homogeneous or the same throughout, or the tendency of something to become homogeneous. Homogenizations, plural of homogenization. Homogenize, to make homogeneous, to blend or puree. Homogenized, simple past and past participle of homogenize. Homogenized milk, milk which has been treated so that the liquid remains creamy throughout instead of forming a separate layer of cream at the top. Homogenized milks, plural of homogenized milk. Homogenizer, any piece of equipment used to homogenize mixtures, such as a kitchen blender, mortar and pestle, ultrasonic bath, etc. Homogenizers, plural of homogenizer. Homogenizes, third person singular simple present indicative of homogenize. Homogenizing, present participle and gerund of homogenize. Homogenosine, alternative form of homogosine. Homogeneous, having the same genetic structure, exhibiting homogeny. Homogeneous function, alternative spelling of homogeneous function. Homogeneous functions, plural of homogeneous function. Homogeneous polynomial, alternative spelling of homogeneous polynomial. Homogeneous polynomials, plural of homogeneous polynomial. Homogeneously, in a homogeneous manner, or in a way that ensures homogeneity. Homogentisate, a salt or ester of homogentisic acid. Homogentisates, plural of homogentisate. Homogentisic acid, 2,5-dihydroxyphenylacetic acid. Homogeny, similarity in structure though of different function because of genetic relationships. Homoglossia, the presence of a single linguistic variety, style of discourse or point of view as in a literary work. Homoglossic, of, pertaining to, or exhibiting homoglossia. Homoglucan, a Homopolysaccharide composed of glucose moieties. Homoglucans. Plural of homoglucan. Homoglutathione, a taste-modifying tripeptide of glutamic acid, cysteine, and alanine responsible, with other peptides for the kokimi flavor. Homoglycan, a homopolysaccharide. Homoglycans, plural of homoglycan. Homoglyph, a character identical or nearly identical in appearance to another, but which differs in the meaning it represents. Thus, in character encoding terms, a character with an identical or near identical glyph, or the glyph itself. Homoglyphe, being involving or using the same or similar glyph S, that is, homoglyph S, for different characters, as for example in fonts where the letter O and the digit 0, or the letter I and the digit 1 are visually indistinguishable or nearly so. Homoglyphically, in a homoglyphic manner. Homoglyphs, plural of homoglyph. Homoglyphy, the state or condition of being homoglyphic. Homoglyphy exists between homoglyphs as homography exists between homographs and homonymy between homonyms. Homogocene, the current ecological era marked by anthropogenic biotic homogenization, having begun c. 1500 c. Homogonic, describing a parasite that is not heterogonic. Homogynous, having all the flowers alike in terms of the stamens and pistils. Homogeny, the condition of having homogeneous flowers. Homograph, synonym of allograft. Homographs, plural of homograph. Homograph, a word that is spelled the same as another word, usually having a different etymology. Homographe, spelled identically. Homographically, in a homographic manner. Homographies, plural of homography. Homographous, synonym of homographic. Homographs, plural of homograph. Homography, the state or quality of being written in the same way, especially when spelled with the same letters as with a pair of homonyms, or also as represented with similar or identical glyphs as with homoglyphs, the state or quality of existing as homographs. Homohalachondrin, any of a group of analogues of halachondrins. Homohalachondrins, plural of homohalachondrin. Homoharingtonine, the cytotoxic alkaloid omacetoxine mepesixnate that is used as a therapy for some leukemias. Homohedral, having equal or corresponding faces. Homoheptamer, a heptamer, especially a biologically active one derived from 7 identical monomers. Homoheptameric, of or pertaining to a homoheptamer. Homoheptamers, plural of homoheptamer. Homohexamer, a hexamer, especially a biologically active one derived from 6 identical monomers. Homohexameric, of or pertaining to a homohexamer. Homohexamers, plural of homohexamer. Homohysteria, a cultural aversion to being perceived as homosexual, thus causing men to avoid stereotypically gay behaviors. Homohysteric, pertaining to or involving homohysteria, a cultural aversion to being perceived as homosexual. Homoi, alternative spelling of homo. Homoenism, alternative form of homoenism. Homoiconic, exhibiting homoiconicity. Homoiconicity, a property of some programming languages in which the primary representation of programs is also a data structure in a primitive type of the language itself. Homoimerous, alternative spelling of homeomerous. Homoimmune, exhibiting homoimmunity. Homoimmunity, immunity of a bacterium to infection by a phage of the same kind as that carried in the prophage state. Homoling, hazing, humiliating initiation rituals. Homo-interface, an interface between two forms of the same material. Homo-interfaces, plural of homo-interface. Homoio, alternative form of homoi. Homoia chlorophyllus, that retains its chlorophyll when deprived of water. Homoiohydra, able to obtain water from the environment through a system of roots or similar organs rather than through the surface of leaves, etc. Homoiology, similarity between homologous organs. Homoiomerous, alternative form of homeomerous. Homoionic, having the same type of ions. Homoiophone, a word similar but not identical in pronunciation with another. Compare homeograph and homophone. Homoiophones, plural of homoiophone. Homoiophony, alternative spelling of homeophony. Homoioptota, plural of homoioptoton. Homoioptoton, a rhetorical figure in which the several parts of a sentence end with the same case or inflection generally. Homoiosis, alternative form of homeosis. Homoiostel, a member of the class Homoiostelia. Homoiostels, plural of homoiostel. Homoiotluta, plural of homoiotlutin. Homoiotlutin, alternative form of homeotlutin. Homoiotlutins, plural of homoiotlutin. Homoiother, any warm-blooded animal. Homoiothermal, warm-blooded. Homoiothermic, alternative form of homeothermic. Homoiothermous, synonym of homoiothermal. Homoiotherms, plural of homoiotherm. Homoiothermy, alternative form of homeothermy. Homoiousia, the doctrine of the homoiousians. Homoiousian, having a similar but non-identical essence, especially with reference to the first and second persons of the Trinity. Homoiounism, homoiousian beliefs. Homoiousians, plural of homoiousian. Homoiousius, homoiousian. Homoisoflavane, any homoisoflavonoid form of an isoflavane. Homoisoflavanes, plural of homoisoflavane. Homoisoflavone, any derivative of an isoflavone in which the phenyl group is connected via a methylene group. Homoisoflavones, plural of homoisoflavone. Homoisoflavonoid, any derivative of an isoflavonoid in which the phenyl group is connected via a methylene group. Homoisoflavonoids, plural of homoisoflavonoid. Homojunction, a junction between two similar semiconductors. Homojunctions, plural of homojunction. Homokaryon, a cell that has multiple identical nuclei in common cytoplasm. Homokaryons, plural of homokaryon. Homokaryosis, the condition of being homokaryon. Homokaryote, relating to homokaryons. Homokaryotics, the study of homokaryons. Homokaryotization, conversion to homokaryotic form. Homokaryote, a karyotype that is homozygous for a particular chromosome mutation. Homokaryotypes, plural of homokaryote. Homokaryotype, relating to a homokaryote. Homokinetic, synonym of constant velocity. homokinetically. In a homokinetic manner. Homokurtosis, the property of a series of random variables of every variable having the same finite kurtosis. Homolactate, alternative form of homolactic. Homolactic, producing only lactic acid. Homolactic fermentation, any form of fermentation that produces a single acid, but especially the anaerobic conversion of pyruvic acid into lactic acid with concomitant oxidation of NAD. Homolanthionine, an amino acid consisting of two homolanine residues connected by a single sulfur atom. Homolateral, ipsilateral. Homolaterally, in a homolateral manner. Homolecythal, having the yolk evenly distributed within the cytoplasm. Homolepte, describing a coordination compound having a single type of ligand. Homolid, any crab in the family Homolidae. Homolids, plural of homolid. Homoligand, any of a group of identical ligands in a complex. Homoligands, plural of homoligand. Homologation, misspelling of homologation. Homolignane, any compound derived from a lignane by adding extra carbon atoms in a ring or side chain. Homolignanes, plural of homolignane. Homoligomer, alternative form of homoligomer. Homoligomers, plural of homoligomer. Homolingual, in the same language. Homolka, a surname from Czech. Homolkas, plural of homolka. Homolodromy, any crab in the family Homolodromidae. Homolodromids, plural of homolodromy. Homolai, something homologous, a homologous organ or part, chemical compound, chromosome, gene, or cultural element. Homologa, plural of homologon. Homologate, to confirm, ratify, or approve, especially officially or legally. Homologated, simple past and past participle of homologate. Homologates, third person singular simple present indicative of homologate. Homologating, present participle and gerund of homologate. Homologation, any reaction that converts a compound into the next member of a homologous series, usually by lengthening a carbon chain. Homologations, plural of homologation. Homolodune, e homolard. Homolodunes, plural of homologen. Homologid, homological. Homological, having a shared evolutionary origin. Homological algebra, the branch of mathematics dealing with homology and in particular with homological functors and the algebraic structures they entail. Homologically, in a homological manner. Homologies, plural of homology. Homologization, any process that makes something homologous. Homologizations, plural of homologization. Homologize, alternative form of homologize. Homologized, simple past and past participle of homologized. Homologizer, alternative form of homologizer. Homologizers, plural of homologizer. Homologizes, Third person singular simple present indicative of homologize. Homologizing. Present participle and gerund of homologize. Homologize. To make something homologous. Homologized. Simple past and past participle of homologize. Homologizer. One who or that which homologizes. Homologizers. Plural of homologizer. Homologizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of homologize. Homologizing. Present participle and gerund of homologize. Homologamer. Misspelling of homologamer. Homologin. Archaic form of homologue. Homologaumena. The books of the New Testament which were acknowledged as canonical by the early church as opposed to antilegomena. Homologous. Showing a degree of correspondence or similarity. Homologous pair. Two chromosomes that are identical with the same genes. Homologous pairs. Plural of homologous pair. Homologous recombination. The exchange of DNA between regions of homologous chromosomes that occurs during meiosis. Homologous recombinations. Plural of homologous recombination. Homologous series. Any series of aliphatic organic compounds whose members differ only in the addition of a CH2 group, for example, the carboxylic acids CH-CHNQ where N is any whole number. Homologously. In a homologous manner. Homolographic. Alternative spelling of homolographic. Homologs. Plural of homolog. Homoli. Alternative spelling of homolog. Homologs. Plural of homolog. Homologumena. Alternative form of homologaumena. Homology. The relationship of being homologous, a homologous relationship. Homology group. The quotient group of the KTH cycle group modulo the KTH boundary group derived from the chain complex of, for example, a given simplicial complex. Homology groups. Plural of homology group. Homology sphere. A manifold whose homology is the same as that of some sphere of the same dimension. Homology spheres. Plural of homology sphere. Homologizing. Being or employing a particular pseudo-cylindrical, equal area, composite projection used for world maps. Homolover. One who likes or supports homosexual people. Homolovers. Plural of homolover. Homilia. A surname. Homolysate. A lysate produced by homolysis. Homolysates. Plural of homolysate. Homolize. Alternative form of homolize. Homolized. Simple past and past participle of homolize. Homolizes. Plural of homolysis. Homolysin. Synonym of isolysine. Homolizing. Present participle and gerund of homolize. Homolysins. Plural of homolysin. Homolysis. The decomposition of a substance without reacting with other substances. Homolytic. Of, pertaining to, or produced by homolysis. Homolytically. In a homolytic manner. Homolyze. To undergo homolysis. Homolized. Simple past and past participle of homolize. Homolizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of homolize. Homolizing. Present participle and gerund of homolize. Homomalous. Uniformly bending or curving to one side, set of leaves that grow on several sides of a stem. Homomania. Homosexuality regarded as a mental disorder. Homomarried. Alternative form of homomarriage. Homomarriages. Plural of homomarriage. Homomer. A complex formed from a single type of subunit. Homomeric. Of or pertaining to a homomer. Homomerization. The conversion to a homomer. Homomerizations. Plural of homomerization. Homomerize. To convert into a homomer. Homomerized. Simple past and past participle of homomerize. Homomerizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of homomerize. Homomerizing. Present participle and gerund of homomerize. Homomers. Plural of homomer. Homomesic. Relating to homomsy. Homomsy. The property of a set where all orbit averages are equal to the global average. Homotalic. Of or pertaining to multiple instances of the same metal. Homomthionine. The amino acid 3-amino 5-methylthiopentanoic acid or an isomer. Homomthionines. Plural of homomthionine. Homomthylate. To methylate both strands of DNA. Homomthylated. Simple past and past participle of homomthylate. Homomia. Hatred of homosexuals. Homomisic. Hating gay homosexual people, prejudiced against gay people. Homomolecular. Containing the same molecules. Homomonomeric. Relating to or composed of the same monomers. Homomonument. A memorial of 3 pink granite triangles in the center of Amsterdam commemorating people who have been persecuted for being homosexual. Homomorph. Something exhibiting homomorphy, i.e. having the same form as something else. Homomorphe. Of or pertaining to homomorphism, having a homomorphism. Homomorphic encryption. A form of encryption that permits users to perform computations on its encrypted data without first decrypting it. Homomorphically. By means of a homomorphism. Homomorphies. Plural of homomorphy. Homomorphism. A structure-preserving map between 2 algebraic structures of the same type, such as groups, rings, or vector spaces. Homomorphisms. Plural of homomorphism. Homomorphosis. Regeneration in which the new part is like the part removed, replacement of a lost part by a similar part. Homomorphous. Characterized by homomorphism. Homomorphs. Plural of homomorph. Homomorphy. Similarity of form, resemblance in external character or in geometric ground form. Homomultimer. A multimeric protein consisting of 2 or more identical components. Homomultimeric. Describing a protein containing 2 or more identical polypeptide chains. Homomultimerization. The formation of a homomultimer. Homomultimerize. To cause or to undergo homomultimerization. Homomultimerized. Simple past and past participle of homomultimerize. Homomultimers. Plural of homomultimer. Homonational. Of, pertaining to, or consisting of a single nation. Homonationalism. The favorable association of LGBTI people and or LGBTI rights with a nationalist ideology. Homonationalisms. Plural of homonationalism. Homonationalists. Of, pertaining to, or supporting homonationalism. Homonationalists. Plural of homonationalists. Homonazi, homofascist. Homonazis, plural of homonazi. Homunculi, plural of homunculus. Homunculus, misspelling of homunculus. Homomotive, holding or expressing negative attitudes toward homosexuality. Homongativism, synonym of homogativity. Homogativity, negative attitudes toward homosexuality. Homo the state and slash or degree of being homosexual. Homonurus, of insects, principally moths having a similar venation in the fore and hind wings, not belonging to Heteronura. Homonism, misconstruction of homonism. Homonisms, plural of homonism. Homonymies, plural of homonymy. Homonymous, homologous parts having the same features or functions. Homonymously, in a homonymous manner. Homonymy, the state of being homonymous. Homonormalization, the normalization of homosexuality by absorbing it into the heteronormative culture. Homonormative, of pertaining to or exhibiting homonormativity. Homonormatively, in a homonormative manner. Homonormativities, plural of homonormativity. Homonormativity, the assumption that sexual and romantic attraction and activity between people of the same sex is normal, either as the only normal or in a culture which also treats opposite sex activity as normal and typically assumes all people are either male or female. Homonuclear, having atoms of only one element, especially having elements of only a single isotope. Homonucleotide, a section of DNA composed of repeats of the same nucleotide. Homonucleotides, plural of homonucleotide. Homonym, a word that sounds or is spelled the same as another word, but not necessarily both. Homonymic, of related to or being a homonym. Homonymical, synonym of homonymic. Homonymies, plural of homonymy. Homonymity, the condition of being a homonym. Homonymophobia, the tendency of speakers of a language to choose a different word in order to avoid a homonym that threatens to cause confusion. Homonymous, having the same name as another, i.e. like a namesake. Homonymously, in a homonymous manner, so as to have the same name or relation. Homonymphobia, alternative form of homonymphobia, fear or aversion to the use of homonyms. Homonyms, plural of homonym. Homonymy, the property of being a homonym. Homooctamer, an octamer derived from 8 identical monomers. Homooctameric, of or pertaining to a homooctamer. Homooctamers, plural of homooctamer. Homoligomer, any oligomer, all of whose monomers are the same. Homoligomeric, relating to a homoligomer. Homoligomerization, conversion into a homoligomer. Homoligomerize, to cause or to undergo homoligomerization. Homoligomers, plural of homoligomer. Homorientin, isorientin. Homoousia, plural of homoousion. Homoousion, having the same essence or substance, especially with reference to the first and second persons of the Trinity, Father and Son. Homoousionism, the beliefs of the homoousians. Homoousians, plural of homoousion. Homoousion, The inclusion of the term letter 1F41 mu omicron omicron upsilon sigma iota omicron sigma hum UCOs, same essence in the Nicene Creed to describe the principle that the Son is of one substance with the Father as opposed to the term homoiousion, like in essence. Homopantothenic acid, a homologue of pantothenic acid used to treat a variety of neurological, psychological, and psychiatric conditions. Homopaterno, of the same father. Homopatriarchal, of or relating to homopatriarchy. Homopatriarchy, social subsystem in which cisgender homosexual men predominate over other LGBTI people. Homobause, the level of an atmosphere below which its constituent molecules are well mixed. Homopauses, plural of homopause. Homopentamer, a pentamer, especially a biologically active one, derived from 5 identical monomers. Homopentameric, of or pertaining to a homopentamer. Homopentamers, plural of homopentamer. Homopeptide, a peptide containing multiple occurrences of a single amino acid moiety. Homopeptides, plural of homopeptide. Homopeptidic, relating to homopeptides. Homophase, used attributively to describe separate regions of the same phase such as grain boundaries. Homophases, plural of homophase. Homophene, any of a set of words that sound different but look identical on a person's lips so that they cannot be distinguished by lip reading. Homophenes, plural of homophene. Homophenylalanine, a homologue of phenylalanine, 2-amino-4-phenylbutyric acid. Homophenylalanyl, the univalent radical derived from homophenylalanine. Homophil, alternative form of homophile. Homophile, reacting only with homologous antigens. Homophiles, plural of homophile. Homophilia, homosexuality. Homophilic, that reacts only with a specific antigen. Homophilically, in a homophilic manner. Homophilous, homophilic. Homophils, plural of homophil. Homophily, the tendency of individuals to associate with others of the same kind. Homophobe, one who is prejudiced against homosexual people or LGBTQ people in general, one who exhibits homophobia. Homophobe, a person who dislikes or fears homophobes. Homophobes, plural of homophobe. Homophobes, plural of homophobe. Homophobia, hatred, fear, dislike of, or prejudice against homosexuals or LGBTQ people in general. Homophobia, a homophobe. Homophobia phobia, antipathy toward homophobia and / or homophobes. Homophobias, plural of homophobia. Homophobic, exhibiting homophobia, characteristic of homophobes. Homophobically, in a homophobic way. Homophobics, plural of homophobic. Homophobism. Homophobia. Homophobus, a homophobic person. Homophobists, plural of homophobus. Homophobophobe, a person who dislikes or opposes homophobia. Homophobophobes, plural of homophobophobe. Homophobophobia, fear or dislike of those who oppose homosexuality. Homophony, a word which is pronounced the same as another word but differs in spelling or meaning or origin. Homophones, plural of homophone. Homophonic. Having the same sound, being homophones. Homophonically. In a homophonic manner. Homophonics. The use of homophones. Homophonies. Plural of homophony. Homophonous. Having the same pronunciation. Homophonously. In a homophonous manner. Homophony. A texture in which two or more parts move together in harmony, the relationship between them creating chords. Homophor, homophora. Homophora. A reference that requires some type of general knowledge to understand. Homophore. Relating to homophora. Homophorically. In a homophoric way. Homophors. Plural of homophor. Homophyetic. Having fertile and barren stems of the same form. Homophyletic. Descended from ancestors of the same species. Homophilic. Relating to homophily. Homophilies. Plural of homophily. Homophilous. Misspelling of homophilous. Homophily. Misspelling of homophily. Homophily. That form of homology due to common ancestry phylogenetic homology, in opposition to homomorphy to which genealogic basis is wanting. Homopiperazine. A heterocycle 1,4-diazocycloheptane formerly derived from apiprazine by introduction of a methylene group in the ring. Homopiperazines. Plural of homopiperazine. Homopiperazinium. A cation formed by protonation of homopiperazine. Homopiperanylamine. 3,4-methylnidioxyphenethylamine, a substituted phenethylamine formed by adding a methylnidioxy group to phenethylamine. Homovibrimal. A tricyclic antidepressant with neuroleptic properties. Homoplantagenin. A histogyl glucoside that ameliorates endothelial insulin resistance. Homoplasia. Alternative form of homoplasy. Homoplasic. Relating to homoplasy. Homoplasies. Plural of homoplasy. Homoplasius. Homoplastic. Homoplasiusly. Synonym of homoplastically. Homoplasmic. Of or pertaining to homoplasmy. Homoplasmicity. The quality of being homoplasmic. Homoplasmid. A homoplasmic plasmid. Homoplasmids. Plural of homoplasmid. Homoplasmies. Plural of homoplasmy. Homoplasmin. The plasmin of a homoplasmic organism. Homoplasmins. Plural of homoplasmin. Homoplasmy. The presence of the same mutation in all copies of mitochondrial or plastid DNA within a single cell or individual. Homoplast. One of the plastids composing the eye organ of Ernst Haeckel. Homoplastic. Relating to or showing homoplasy. Homoplastically. In a homoplastic sense. Homoplastomic. Describing a transgenic plant that has its original plastome. Homoplasty. The condition of being homoplastomic. Homoblasts. Plural of homoplasts. Homoplasty. The formation of homologous tissues. Homoplasy. A correspondence between the parts or organs of different species acquired as the result of parallel evolution or convergence. Homoploid. Involving no change in number of chromosomes. Homoploidal. Alternative form of homoploid. Homoploids. Plural of homoploid. Homoplody, the quality of being homoploid. Homoplausia, the situation in which the same people are wealthy in the space of capital and labor income. Homopolar, having symmetrically equal distribution of polarity. Homopolyamide, any polyamide that is a homoplymer. Homopolyamides, plural of homopolyamide. Homopolyester, any polyester whose constituent monomers are identical esters. Homopolyesters, plural of homopolyester. Homopolygalacturonic acid, synonym of pectic acid. Homopolymer, a polymer formed from a single type of monomer. Homopolymeric, of or pertaining to a homopolymer. Homopolymerization, alternative form of homopolymerization. Homopolymerizations, plural of homopolymerization. Homopolymerism, the formation of homopolymers. Homopolymerization, the polymerization of a single type of monomer to form a homopolymer. Homopolymerizations, plural of homopolymerization. Homopolymerize, to polymerize so as to form a homopolymer. Homopolymerize, simple past and past participle of homopolymerize. Homopolymerizes, third person singular simple present indicative of homopolymerize. Homopolymerizing, present participle and gerund of homopolymerize. Homopolymers, plural of homopolymer. Homopolynucleotide, a polynucleotide composed of multiple copies of the same nucleotide. Homopolynucleotides, plural of homopolynucleotide. Homopolypeptide, a polypeptide composed of only one type of amino acid unit. Homopolypeptides, plural of homopolypeptide. Homopolyriboside, a homopolymer composed of ribodenine subunits. Homopolysaccharide, a polysaccharide formed from only one kind of monosaccharide. Homopolysaccharides, plural of homopolysaccharide. Homopolyuridine, a homopolymer composed of uridine subunits. Homopositive, holding or expressing positive attitudes toward homosexuality. Homopositivity, positive attitudes toward homosexuality. Homoprejudice, prejudice against homosexual people. Homoprejudice. Exhibiting prejudice against homosexual people. Homoprimer, a primer that has the same sequence of bases as a section of the target DNA. Homoprimers, plural of homoprimer. Homoperylene, hypocholic acid. Homopropaganda, propaganda promoting homosexuality. Homopropargyl, the utility. Edible HC identical to CZH2ZH derived butane. Homopropargylglycine, the amino acid HC identical to CZH2ZH2ZH and HQ. It is used in research into protein synthesis. Homopropargylic, describing a saturated carbon atom in a molecule adjacent to a propargylic carbon atom. Homoprotein, composed of a single type of protein. Homoprotocatechute, 3,4-dihydroxyphenylacetate. Homoprotocatechutes, plural of homoprotocatechute. Homoprotomer, a protomer composed of a single amino acid. Homoprotomers, plural of homoprotomer. Homopter, an insect of the order Hemiptera. Homopteran, any insect of the former Hemipteran order Homoptera. Homopterans, plural of Homopteran. Homopterocarpin, The pterocarpin 6AR11AR399 thoxy 6A11,8-hydro 6H1 benzofuro 3,2-chrome. Hemopterus, of or pertaining to the Homoptera, a former suborder of insects. Homopters, plural of homopter. Homopurine, describing a pairing of a purine with the same one on a neighboring strand of nucleic acid. Homopurinic, relating to or composed of a homopurine. Homopegno, having an identical density. Homopyrimidine, describing a pairing of a pyrimidine with the same one on a neighboring strand of nucleic acid. Homopyrimidinic, relating to a homopyrimidine. Homorpete, a repeat in which all the nucleic acids or amino acids are the same. Homorpetes, plural of homorpete. Homoresistant, of, pertaining to. Or causing homoresistance. Homoorganic, of consonants having the same place of articulation. For example, labial M, B, P, alveolar N, D, T, velar Eng, G, K. Indic alphabets such as Devanagari, as well as the Korean Hangul alphabet, are rationally arranged so that homoorganic consonants are grouped together. Homoorganics, plural of homoorganic. Homorhabde, having equally shaped and sized lamellibranchial filaments. Homorhythm, a style of music that has the same rhythm throughout. Homorhythmic, having the same rhythm throughout. Homorhythmically, with the same rhythm throughout. Homoribopolymer, any ribopolymer that is a homopolymer. Homoribopolymer, plural of homoribopolymer. Homorod, a village and commune of Sadi Mare County, Romania. Honorad, a commune of Brasov County, Romania. Homoromantic, romantically attracted to those of the same gender. Homoromanticism, the state of being romantically attracted to the same gender. Homoromantics, plural of homoromantic. Homos, plural of homo. Homozolate, a particular kind of organic compound ester made from salicylic acid that is used in some sunscreens. Homozolates, plural of homozolate. Homosassa, a census-designated place in Citrus County, Florida, United States. Homoscedastic, having the same finite variance for all elements. Homoscedasticities, plural of homoscedasticity. Homoscedasticity, a property of a set of random variables such that each variable has the same finite variance. Homoscedasticity, misspelling of homoscedasticity. Homoscleromorph, any of the homoscleromorpha, a class of marine sponges. Homoscleromorphs, plural of homoscleromorph. Homosplerophorid, any marine sponge of the former class Homosclerophorid and now Homoscleromorpha. Homosclerophorids, plural of homosplerophorid. Homosegmental, having the same type of segments. Homosaccharic acid, an acid found in some lichens. Homoselection, preferential genetic selection of homozygotes. Homoselenocystine, the amino acid HCZ, H2Z, H2Z, and HQ. Homosemic, synonym of homosemus. Homosemus, having the same or identical meaning. Homosemy, the state or quality of a word, term, phrase, or clause of having identical meaning to another. Homosequence, a sequence sequence of identical repeating units typically in a polymer chain. Homosequences, plural of homosequence. Homosequential, relating to a homosequence. Homosequentiality, the condition of being homosequential. Homoserine, the amino acid 2-amino-4-hydroxybutanoic acid that is an intermediate in the biosynthesis of methionine, thionine, and isoleucine. Homoserines, plural of homoserine. Homosesquiterpene, a sesquiterpene derived from 3 identical isoprene derivatives. Homosesquiterpenes, plural of homosesquiterpene. Homosex, homosexual sexual intercourse. Homosexes, plural of homosex. Homosexism, homophobia. Homosexless, both homosexual and sexless. Homosexiphobia, synonym of homophobia. Homosexual, sexually and / or romantically attracted to members of the same sex, such as a man who is attracted to men or a woman who is attracted to women. Gay, typically used in the sense of sole / exclusive attraction. Homosexual marriage, synonym of gay marriage. Homosexual marriages, plural of homosexual marriage. Homosexual panic defense, synonym of gay panic defense. Homosexual panic defenses, plural of homosexual panic defense. Homosexual transsexual, in Blanchard's transsexualism typology, a transgender person who is attracted to people of the same birth sex. Homosexual transsexuals, plural of homosexual transsexual. Homosexualization, alternative spelling of homosexualization. Homosexualize, alternative spelling of homosexualize. Homosexualize, simple past and past participle of homosexualize. Homosexualizes, third person singular simple present indicative of homosexualize. Homosexualizing, present participle and gerund of homosexualize. Homosexualism, homosexuality, the state of being homosexual. Homosexualists, alternative form of homosexual. Homosexualists, plural of homosexualists. Homosexuality, plural of homosexuality. Homosexuality, the state of being sexually attracted primarily or exclusively to persons of the same sex, sometimes potentially offensive, restricted to same-sex attraction between males. Homosexualization, the act or process of homosexualizing. Homosexualizations, plural of homosexualization. Homosexualize, to render homosexual. Homosexualize, simple past and past participle of homosexualize. Homosexualizes, third person singular simple present indicative of homosexualize. Homosexualizing, present participle and gerund of homosexualize. Homosexually, in a homosexual way. Homosexualness, the quality of being homosexual. Homosexuals, plural of homosexual. Homoskedastic, alternative spelling of homoskedastic. Homoskedasticity, alternative spelling of homoskedasticity. Homosocial, pertaining to homosociality, to social interaction with the same sex. Homosocialities, plural of homosociality. Homosociality, socialization, social interaction, social relationships with members of the same sex as distinguished from sexual interaction with or attraction to members of the same sex. Homosexuality and social interaction with members of the opposite sex. Heterosociality. Homosocialization, the integration of individuals into the homosexual subculture or community. Homosocially, in a homosocial way. Homospecific, of or belonging to the same species. Homospecificity, the condition of being homospecific. Homospermic, containing semen from a single male animal. Homospermically, in a homospermic manner. Homospermidian, the amin and 4 minute 140 mean. Homospermin, an analog of spermin having an extra methylene group between the middle two nitrogen atoms and derivative of this compound. Homospermins. Plural of homospermin. Homosphere, the lower part of the atmosphere up to about 60 miles or 100 km, in which there is no great change in its composition. Homospheres, plural of homosphere. Homospheroi, a spheroidal cluster of a single type of cell. Homospheroids, plural of homospheroi. Homospore, any plant producing spores of the same size and type. Homospores, plural of homospore. Homosporous, producing spores of the same size and type. Homospory, the quality of being homosporous. Homostasis, misspelling of homeostasis. Homostatic, describing homographs which are inert when transplanted into the recipient. Homosteric, sterically equivalent. Homosteroid, a derivative of a steroid in which at least one carbon atom has been inserted to expand one of the 4 steroid rings. Homosteroids, plural of homosteroi. Homostih, any placoderm of the family Homostiidae. Homostructure, any structure made from one or more homojunctions. Homostructures, plural of homostructure. Homostyled, having only one form of pistils, set of the flowers of some plants. Homostylous, having all styles the same length. Homostyly, the condition of being homostylous. Homosubspecific, relating to the same subspecies. Homosubstituted, having the same substituent. Homosubtypic, relating to a subtype serotype of a virus responsible for the primary infection. Homosynapsis, homosynaptic synapses. Homosynaptic, involving a single synapse. Homosynaptically, in a homosynaptic manner. Homotachous, relating to homotachy. Homotachy, constancy in the rate of genetic evolution over time. Homotactic, exhibiting or relating to homotaxis. Homotorin, alternative spelling of homotaurine. Homotaurine, a synthetic organic compound analogous to taurine but with an extra carbon in its chain, potentially useful as an anticonvulsant and treatment for Alzheimer's disease. Homotaxias, synonym of homotactic. Homotaxia, alternative form of homotaxis. Homotaxio, relating to homotaxis. Homotaxic, of, pertaining to, or exhibiting homotaxis. Homotaxically, in terms of homotaxis. Homotaxis, similarity in formation of parts. Homotaxy, alternative form of homotaxis. Homotlechelic, describing a telechellic homopolymer. Homotlomeric, having the same type type of telomere at each end of a chromosome. Homoterpene. Any compound formally derived from a terpene by the addition of a methylene group. Homoterpenes. Plural of homoterpene. Homothy. Misspelling of homothidy. Homotramer. A tetramer, especially a biologically active one derived from 4 identical monomers. Homotrameric. Of or pertaining to a homotramer. Homotramerization. The creation of a homotramer. Homotramerizing. That leads to homotramerization. Homotramers. Plural of homotramer. Homotonucleotide. The homonucleotide form of a tetranucleotide. Homotonucleotides. Plural of homotonucleotide. Homothalic. Producing male and female reproductive structures in the same plant. Homothalically. In a homothalic manner. Homothalax. Plural of homothalic. Homotholism. The quality of being homothalic. Homothaly. Homotholism. Homothacies. Plural of homothacy. Homothacy. A homothetic transformation. Homovary. Any mammal of the extinct tribe Homotharini, saber-toothed cats. The tribe is commonly known as scimitar-toothed cats. Homotherians. Plural of homotherine. Homoworm. Any homothermic animal. Homovermal. Synonym of homothermic. Homovermic. Warm-blooded. Homothermus. Warm-blooded. Homotherms. Plural of homotherm. Homothetid. Homothacy. Homothetic. For a geometric figure that is the image of another figure under an homothety. Homothetical. Alternative form of homothetic. Homothetically. In a homothetic manner. Homotheticities. Plural of homotheticity. Homotheticity. The property of being homothetic. Homotheties. Plural of homothety. Homothids. Plural of homothet. Homothety. An isotropic scaling transformation of an affine space with a single fixed point. Homothorax. A Hox gene cofactor. Homothymine. A homopyrimidine pairing in which the base is thymine. Homotolerance. Subsequent unresponsiveness to the same agonist. Homotonic. Of the same tone. Homotonies. Plural of homotony. Homogeneous. Of the same tenor or tone. Equable, without variation. Homogeny. The quality of being homogeneous. Homontot. Any group of structures related by homotopy. Homotope. To define or demonstrate a homotopy of one map with another. Homotopt. Simple past and past participle of homotope. Homotopes. Third person singular simple present indicative of homotope. Homotopic. Such that there is a homotopy, a continuous deformation taking one to the other. Homotopical. Homotopic. Homotopically. In a homotopic manner. Homotopicity. The quality of being homotopic. Homotopies. Plural of homotopy. Homotoping. Present participle and gerund of homotope. Homotops. Plural of homotop. Homotopy. A continuous deformation of one continuous function or map to another. Homotopy theories. Plural of homotopy theory. Homotopy theory. The systematic study of the situation of maps having a homotopy between them. The study of equivalence classes called homotopy classes of maps. Homatosis. A lack of attractive home furnishings regarded as a disorder. Homotoxicology. The toxicology of homotoxins. Homotoxin. A homeopathic toxin. Homotoxins. Plural of homotoxin. Homotransphobia. Prejudice against gay and / or transgender people. Homotransphobic. Prejudiced against gay and / or transgender people. Homotransplant. An instance of homotransplantation, allotransplantation. Homotransplantation. The making of an allograft or homotransplant. Homotransplantations. Plural of homotransplantation. Homotransplants. Plural of homotransplant. Homotrichous. Having a single type or form of flagellum. Homotrimer. A trimer, especially a biologically active one derived from 3 identical monomers. Homotrimeric. Of or pertaining to a homotrimer. Homotrimerization. Alternative form of homotrimerization. Homotrimerization. Conversion to a homotrimer. Homotrimerize. To form into a homotrimer. Homotrimerize. Simple past and past participle of homotrimerize. Homotrimerizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of homotrimerize. Homotrimerizing. Present participle and gerund of homotrimerize. Homotrimers. Plural of homotrimer. Homotropal. Synonym of homotropous. Homotrophic. Misspelling of homotropic. Homotropic. Related by an n-fold axis of rotation. Homotropically. In a homotropic manner. Homotropies. Plural of homotropy. Homotropous. Displaying of or pertaining to homotropy. Homotropy. A disposition of opposed, asymmetric leaves where a pair of leaves is rotationally symmetric. Homotypal. Of the same type of structure pertaining to a homotype. Homotide. That which has the same fundamental type of structure as something else. Homotypes. Plural of homotype. Homotypic. Set of a taxon name which shares the exact same type as a different name and thus must necessarily refer to the same taxon. Homotypic synonym. A scientific name that is based on the same type of specimen as another name for the same taxon. Homotypic synonyms. Plural of homotypic synonym. Homotypical. Relating to a homotype. Homotypically. In a homotypical manner. Homotivy. Serial homology. Homotyrosine. The amino acid 2-S2 amino 4,4-hydroxyphenyl butanoic acid. Homousine. Alternative form of homousine. Homousines. Plural of homousine. Homoousios. A one nature with God. Homovalent. Having the same valency/valence. Homovalvate. Having identical top and bottom valves of a diadem. Homovanillate. Any salt or ester of homovanillic acid. Homovanillates. Plural of homovanillate. Homovanillic. Relating to homovanillic acid or its derivatives. Homovanillic acid. a major catecholamine metabolite used as a reagent to detect oxidative enzymes and associated with dopamine levels in the brain. Homovanillil, a univalent radical formerly derived from vanillil by the addition of a methylene group. Homuvaratric, relating to homuvaratric acid or its derivatives. Homuvaratric acid, the aromatic carboxylic acid 2,3,4-dimethicphenyl acetic acid. Homuvixin, isovixin. Homowhore, a promiscuous gay man or male same-sex prostitute. Homohores, plural of homohore. Homozotrope, a homogeneous completely miscible zoetrope. Homozotropes, plural of homozotrope. Homozygosity, misspelling of homozygosity. Homozygous, misspelling of homozygous. Homozygous, misspelling of homozygous. Homozygosity, misspelling of homozygosity. Homozygous, made homozygous. Homozygoses, plural of homozygosis. Homozygosis, digosis involving gametes that share at least one common allele. Homozygosities, plural of homozygosity. Homozygosity, the condition of being homozygous. Homozygote, a diploid individual that has equal alleles at one or more genetic loci. Homozygotes, plural of homozygote. Homozygotic, originating from the same zygote. Homozygous, of an organism in which both copies of a given gene have the same allele. Homozygosity, alternative form of homozygosity. Homozygously, in a homozygous manner. Homozygousness, the quality of being homozygous. Homozygosity, misspelling of homozygosity. Buprenorphine, an opioid analgesic of the Debane series. Homrai, a bird, the great hornbill Buceros bicornis. Hobbit, as it in Zia. Homdat, alternative spelling of Homsat. Homzats, plural of Homset. Hometsy, alternative form of Henshin. Homgatsis, plural of Homchet. Homzy, of or pertaining to Homs. Homves, plural of Homzy. Homuncle, obsolete form of homunculus. Homuncles, plural of homuncle. Homuncular, of or pertaining to a homunculus. Homuncule, obsolete form of homunculus. Homuncules, plural of homuncule. Homunculi, plural of homunculus. Homunculin, relating to or characteristic of a homunculus. Homunculins, plural of homunculin. Homunculus, a miniature man once imagined by spermists to be present in human sperm. Homunculus argument, an informal fallacy whereby a concept is explained in terms of the concept itself recursively. Homunculus arguments, plural of homunculus argument. Hob, homely. Homeo, alternative form of gomel. Homeo, alternative form of gomel. Hum, alternative spelling of homo. Homeo, alternative form of homeo. Homeoblaste, obsolete spelling of homeoblastic. Homeodat, obsolete form of homeodont. Homogeneous, obsolete form of homogeneous. Homeogenesis. Obsolete form of homeogenesis. Homeograph. Alternative spelling of homeograph. Homeographs. Plural of homeograph. Homeoid. Obsolete form of homeoid. Homeoidal. Obsolete form of homeoidal. Homologous. Alternative spelling of homologous. Homeoea. Obsolete form of homeoea. Homeome. Obsolete form of homeomeric. Homeomerous. Obsolete form of homeomerous. Homeome. Archaic form of homeomia. Homeomorph. Obsolete form of homeomorph. Homeomorphe. Archaic form of homeomorphic. Homeomorphism. Obsolete typography of homeomorphism. Homeomorphous. Obsolete form of homeomorphous. Homeomorphs. Plural of homeomorph. Homeomorphy. Obsolete form of homeomorphy. Homeopath. Obsolete spelling of homeopath. Homeopathic. Obsolete spelling of homeopathic. Homeopathical. Obsolete form of homeopathical. Homeopathically. Obsolete form of homeopathically. Homeopathicity. Archaic form of homeopathicity. Homeopathism. Obsolete form of homeopathism. Homeopathist. Obsolete form of homeopathist. Homeopathists. Plural of homeopathists. Homeopathize. Obsolete form of homeopathize. Homeopathy. Alternative spelling of homeopathy. Homeopha. Alternative form of homeophone. Homeophones. Plural of homeophone. Homeophony. Archaic spelling of homeophony. Homeoplaste. Obsolete form of homeoplastic. Homeoplasties. Plural of homeoplasty. Homeoplasty. Obsolete form of homeoplasty. Homeosis. Obsolete typography of homeosis. Homeostasis. Obsolete spelling of homeostasis. Homeothermal. Obsolete form of homeothermal. Homeothermic. Obsolete form of homeothermic. Honorable in the titles of members of parliament. Hanho. Alternative letter case form of Hanbal. Hud. Abbreviation of honorable. Hanashevsky. A surname. Honaker. A surname. Honagers. Plural of Honaker. Hanong. A historical region of South Korea covering the modern-day Gwangju and Jeolla provinces. Henan. Alternative form of Henan in its various senses. Hanani. A surname from Hopi. Honans. Plural of Honan. Hanavar. Alternative form of Hanavar. Penbasho. Any of the 6 official sumo tournaments. Hanho. Abbreviation of honorable. Hanchar. A transliteration of the Ukrainian surname Geon Cheo Hanchar. Hancho. Was. Leader. Hanchod. Simple past and past participle of Hancho. Hanchos. Plural of Hancho. Hanchoing. Present participle and gerund of Hancho. Hanchos. plural of Honcho. Honda, a census-designated place in Butte County, California, United States. Honda, abbreviation of Honduras. Honda, a Japanese automotive and motorcycle manufacturer named after its founder, Soichiro Honda. Honda knot, a type of open loop not often used to form a lariat. Honda knots, plural of Honda knot. Hendawa, a barangay of Lopez, Quezon, Philippines. Hondas, plural of Honda. Honda, obsolete form of Han. Hondel, to bargain, to haggle. Hondel, simple past and past participle of Hondel. Hondeling, present participle and gerund of Hondel. Hondel, simple past and past participle of Hondel. Hondeling, present participle and gerund of Hondel. Hondels, third person singular simple present indicative of Hondel. Honderich, a surname. Hans, plural of Hond. Hondo, an unincorporated community in the municipal district of Lesser Slave River No. 124, Alberta, Canada. Hondos, a low dose of hormone replacement therapy in a trans woman which produces inadequate feminization and fails to suppress testosterone. Hondoses, plural of hondos. Hondrich, a settlement in Spiez, Bern Canton, Switzerland. Honduran, a person from Honduras or of Honduran descent. Honduranian, synonym of Honduran. Honduranians, plural of Honduranian. Honduranian, synonym of Honduran. Honduranians, plural of Honduranian. Honduranus, the quality of Honduran. Hondurans, plural of Honduran. Honduras, a country in Central America. Official name, Republic of Honduras. Capital, Tegucigalpa. Honduras Sign Language, a sign language used in Honduras. Honduran, synonym of Honduran. Hondurians, plural of Hondurian. Hondurian, synonym of Honduran. Hondurians, plural of Hondurian. Ho, a surname. Honin, alternative form of home in. Honia, a surname. Ponia Path, a town in Anderson County and Abbeville County, South Carolina. Honias, plural of Honia. Hunt, made sharp. Honed dace, a small freshwater fish, Semitilus acromaculatus. Honed daces, plural of honed dace. Honed in, simple past and past participle of hone in. However, alternative form of Honegger. Honegger, a surname from Alemannic German. Hohenwege, of or relating to Arthur Honegger 1892–1955, French-born Swiss composer. Honoy Falls, a village in Monroe County, New York, United States. Honor, a surname. Honors, plural of honor. Honery, difficult and stubborn, ornery. Hons, plural of hone. Hones then, third person singular simple present indicative of hone in. Honesdale, a borough, the county seat of Wayne County, Pennsylvania, United States. Honesai, a a trigonal hexagonal scalenohedral mineral containing hydrogen, iron, nickel, oxygen, and sulfur. Honest, scrupulous with regard to telling the truth, not given to swindling, lying, or fraud, upright. Honest heir, a forthright and honest person. Honest Abes, plural of honest Abe. Honest as the day, thoroughly honest. Honest broker, a person or party that is considered to be neutral and thus suitable to serve as a mediator. Honest brokers, plural of honest broker. Honest common, synonym of fair comment, common law defense in defamation cases. Honest Indian, alternative form of honest Injun. Honest Injun, used to emphasize the truth of something. Honest Injuns, plural of honest Injun. Honest John, an ordinary, honest member of the public. Honest Johns, plural of honest John. Honest mistake, a blunder committed innocently. Honest mistakes, plural of honest mistake. Honest to God, alternative form of honest to God. Honest to gods, approximate synonym or polytheistic equivalent of honest to God. Honest to goodness. Honest, truly, really, used to emphasize that a statement is true. Honest to God, real, true, actual, genuine, bona fide. Honest to gods, alternative form of honest to gods. Honest to goodness, real, genuine. Honest Sahana, euphemistic variant of honest to God, true, genuine. Honeste, simple past and past participle of honest. Honester, comparative form of honest, more honest. Honestus, superlative form of honest, most honest. Honesty, a female given name originating as a coinage of African American usage. Honesty, archaic spelling of honesty. Honesties, plural of honesty. Honesting, present participle and gerund of honest. Honestly, misspelling of honestly. Honestly, in an honest manner. Honestness, quality of being honest. Honest stone. A whetstone. Honest stones, plural of honest stone. Honest, third person singular simple present indicative of honest. Honesty, a female given name. Honesty bar, an unattended beverage bar often found in a hotel relying on the honor system. Honesty bars, plural of honesty bar. Honesty box, an unattended box for cash payments for example car parking or homegrown produce relying on the honor system. Honesty boxes, plural of honesty box. Honesty is the best policy. Honesty is preferable as a course of action because it tends to work out best in the end. Honesty jar, an unattended jar for cash payments for example car parking or homegrown produce relying on the honor system. Honesty jars, plural of honesty jar. Honewort, either of two plants of the family Umbelliferae. Honeworts, plural of honewort. Honey, a sweet, viscous, gold-colored fluid produced from plant nectar by bees and often consumed by humans. Aviette, synonym of honey pot ant. Honey ants, plural of honey ant. Honey around, to cajole or sweet talk someone, to hang out around someone as a yes man or toady. Honey badger, Mellivora capensis, a badger-like mustelid native to Africa, the Middle East, and the Indian subcontinent. Honey badgers, plural of honey badger. Honey bag, alternative form of honey bag. Honey barge, a vessel that transports lavatory waste. Honey barges, plural of honey barge. Honey bear, the sun bear Ursus malayanus. Honey bears, plural of honey bear. Honeybee, any of 7 species of bee, in genus Apis, often kept commercially for honey, beeswax, and pollination of crops. Honeybees, plural of honeybee. Honeybird, alternative form of honeybird. Honey bucket, a chamber pot, a bucket used for urination and defecation. Honey buckets, plural of honey bucket. Honey bun, a glazed fried yeast pastry with honey and cinnamon in the dough. Honey bunnies, plural of honey bunny. Honey bunny, alternative spelling of honey bunny. Honey buns, plural of honey bun. Honey butter, a mixture of equal parts honey and softened butter used as a spread on bread, toast, etc. Honey butters, plural of honey butter. Honey buzzard, any of certain birds of prey in family Aegyptidae. Honey buzzards, plural of honey buzzard. Honey car, synonym of honey wagon vehicle for collecting sewage. Honey carts, plural of honey cart. Honey catches more flies than vinegar, synonym of you can catch more flies with honey than with vinegar. Honey child, a term of endearment, especially to a child. Honey chili, a sweetheart, a darling. Honey chelon, plural of honey chili. Honey Creek, a number of places and streams in the United States. Honey dill sauce, a Manitoban mayonnaise-based condiment with honey and dried dill. Honey dipper, a turned kitchen tool used to transfer honey. Honey dippers, mayonnaise-based condiment with honey and dried dill. Honey dipper, a turned kitchen tool used to transfer honey. Honey dippers, plural of honey dipper. Honey-do lists, a collection of requests, usually a list of household tasks assigned by a partner. Honey-do lists, plural of honey-do lists. Honey drizzler, synonym of honey dipper kitchen tool used to drizzle honey. Honey drizzlers, plural of honey drizzler. Honey extractor, a circular tank or drum in which honey is extracted from honeycomb by centrifugal force. Honey extractors, plural of honey extractor. Honey flower, a toxic South African shrub, Melianthus comasus, often cultivated, or modified, other Melianthus species. Honey pond, a supply of honey often created as a subsidy for beekeepers or the funds used to purchase that supply. Honey funds, plural of honey fund. Honey fungi, plural of honey fungus. Honey fungus, a parasitic mushroom of the genus Armillaria that lives on trees and shrubs. Honey grass, synonym of molasses grass. Honey guide, colorful spots or stripes on a flower that indicate to insects where the nectar is produced. Honey guides, plural of honey guy. Honey hole, a hole in the trunk of a tree containing the natural honey produced by a colony of bees. Honey holes, plural of honey hole. Honey house, a place where honey is extracted from honeycomb. Honey houses, plural of honey house. Honey joys, party snack made by mixing corn flakes with honey, butter, and sugar and baking in patty cases. Honey kite, honey buzzard, honey kites. Plural of honey kite. Honey locusts. And North American deciduous tree Gladitia tricanthos having fragrant flowers, hard red wood, and conspicuous thorns. Honey locusts. Plural of honey locusts. Honey lotus. Melilot. Honey lotuses. Plural of honey lotus. Honey mark. Synonym of honey guide. Honey marks. Plural of honey mark. Honey mesquite. Nelsuma glandulosa, a thorny shrub or tree in the legume family Fabaceae. Honey mesquites. Plural of honey mesquite. Honeymoon. A full moon in June. Honeymoons. Plural of honeymoon. Honey mushroom. The honey fungus. Honey mushrooms. Plural of honey mushroom. Honey mustard. A blend of mustard and honey used as a dip, as a sandwich filling, etc. Honey oil. An especially potent form of hash oil. Honey plant. Any plant from which bees usually collect nectar, pollen, or both for making honey. Honey plants. Plural of honey plant. Honey possum. Tarsites rostratus, a tiny nectarivorous Australian marsupial of Western Australia. Honey possums. Plural of honey possum. Honey pot. Alternative spelling of honeypot. Honey pot ant. Alternative form of honey pot ant. Honey pot ants. Plural of honey pot ant. Honey pots. Plural of honey pot. Honey process. A form of coffee making in which the beans are dried without washing off the mucilage from the berries, creating a layer of caramelization on the outside of the beans. Honey sac. Synonym of honey bag. Honey sac. Synonym of honey bag. Honey sacks. Plural of honey sac. Honey sacks. Plural of honey sac. Honey shot. A shot of an attractive woman in the audience of a sporting event, etc. Honey shots. Plural of honey shot. Honey spot. Synonym of honey guide. Honey spots. Plural of honey spot. Honey stomach. Synonym of honey bag. Honey stomachs. Plural of honey stomach. Honey tangerine. A murcot. A hybrid tangerine tanger of unknown parentage, first grown in Florida. Honey toast. A Japanese dessert made with bread, preferably pain de mai, cut into cubes, brushed with a butter and honey mixture and baked until golden, and filled with fruit, nuts, syrup, cream, etc., and often topped with ice cream. Honey trap. The use of a romantic or a sexual relationship to entice a person into revealing secret information. Honey trapped. Simple past and past participle of honey trap. Honey trapper. The person who operates or serves as bait in a honey trap. Honey trappers. Plural of honey trapper. Honey trapping. Present participle and gerund of honey trap. Honey traps. Plural of honey trap. Honey too. A modified petal that fills with nectar which is then collected by insects. Nectary. Honey tubes. Plural of honey tube. Honey to make something sweet, pleasant or agreeable. Honey wagon, a vehicle used to collect sewage from septic tanks, etc., also called a cesspool emptier. Honey wagons, plural of honey wagon. Honey wasp, a wasp of the genus Brachygastra, native to the Americas. Honey wasps, plural of honey wasps. Honey weasel, synonym of honey badger. Honey weasels, plural of honey weasel. Honey wine, an alcoholic beverage made from honey, mead. Honey bun, alternative form of honey bun. Honey buns, plural of honey bun. Honey butter, alternative form of honey butter. Honey butters, plural of honey butter. Honey colored, having the color of honey. Golden. Honey dipper, alternative form of honey dipper. Honey dippers, plural of honey dipper. Honey-do list, alternative form of honey-do list. Honey-do lists, plural of honey-do lists. Honey lotus, alternative spelling of honey lotus. Honey lotuses, plural of honey lotus. Honeymoon, honeymoon. Honey months, plural of honey month. Honey mouth, in a positive sense having a sweet and smooth voice, eloquent. Honey plant, alternative form of honey plant. Honey plant, plural of honey plant, alternative form of honey plants. Honey pot ant, a type of ant from Australia, known for a class of individuals within the colony which have huge, inflated, amber-colored abdomen. Honey pot ants, plural of honey pot ant. Honey sweet, as sweet as honey, very sweet. Honey sweetest, superlative form of honey sweet, most honey sweet. Honey tongued, sweet speaking, persuasive, seductive. Honey trap, alternative form of honey trap. Honey traps, plural of honey trap. Honey badger, alternative form of honey badger. Honey badgers, plural of honey badger. Honey bag, a pouch in a honey bee where it stores honey for later regurgitation and storage, a bee's crop. Honey bags, plural of honey bag. Honeyball, a surname. Honeybee, alternative form of honeybee. Honeybees, plural of honeybee. Honeybell, a kind of Migniola tangelo from Florida. Honeybells, plural of honeybell. Honeyberries, plural of honeyberry. Honeyberry, edible fruit of the Mammoncillo melicoccus bijugas, a soapberry whose taste resembles a mix of lychee and lime. Honeybird, any of several drab honey guides of the genus Prototiscus from sub-Saharan Africa. Honeybirds, plural of honeybird. Honeyblob, a large, ripe, yellow gooseberry. Honeyblobs, plural of honeyblob. Honeybone, a surname. Honeybones, plural of honeybone. Honeybourne, a village and civil parish in Wychavon District, Worcestershire, England. OS Grid Ref SB 1144. Honeyborns, plural of honeyborn. Honeyboy, a male nickname. Honeyboy, term of endearment. Honeybuds, plural of honeybug. Honeybun, alternative form of honey bun. Honey bunch, honey, darling term of endearment. Honey bunches, plural of honey bunch. Honey bunnis, honey bunny. Honey bunny, a term of endearment. Honey, sweetheart. Honey buns, plural of honey bun. Honey bush, any of a group of bushes in the genus Cyclopea whose flowers smell of honey and whose leaves are used to make tea. Honey bushes, plural of honey bush. Honey cake, a cake made with honey. Honey cakes, plural of honey cake. Honeychurch, a surname. Honeycomb, something resembling honeycomb sense one in having numerous cells or small holes. Honeycomb coil, a type of coil structure used in electrical wire winding in order to reduce capacitive effects. Honeycomb coils, plural of honeycomb coil. Honeycomb conjecture, the proven conjecture that a regular hexagonal grid, or honeycomb, is the best way to divide a surface into regions of equal area with the smallest total perimeter. Honeycomb coral, phagocytes. Honeycomb corals, plural of honeycomb coral. Honeycomb ground, a ground or surface consisting of a honeycomb pattern. Honeycomb limestone, a type of limestone that is characterized by its many cavities and chambers. Honeycomb limestones, plural of honeycomb limestone. Honeycomb lung, synonym of honeycombing, an appearance of the presence of small cystic spaces with irregularly thickened walls composed of fibrous tissue. Honeycomb lungs, plural of honeycomb lung. Honeycomb moray, synonym of laced moray. Honeycomb morays, plural of honeycomb moray. Honeycomb moth, a wax moth of species Galleria melanella. Honeycomb moths, plural of honeycomb moth. Honeycomb pleat, a narrow, rolled pleat used as a foundation for smocking. Honeycomb pleats, plural of honeycomb pleat. Honeycomb quartz, a form of quartz exhibiting a pattern characterized by a hollow mesh of hexagonal or cellular formations, reminiscent of the natural structure found in bee honeycombs. Honeycomb quartzes, plural of honeycomb quartz. Honeycomb quilt, a quilt made of many hexagonal pieces of fabric to create a design based on the structure of a bee's honeycomb. Honeycomb quilts, plural of honeycomb quilt. Honeycomb radiator, a radiator core consisting of a stack of small tubes with flared ends resembling a honeycomb. Honeycomb radiators, plural of honeycomb radiator. Honeycomb ringworm, synonym of favus, a severe, chronic infection of ringworm. Honeycomb ringworms, plural of honeycomb ringworm. Honeycomb rock, a type of weathered rock consisting of a distinctive, intricate, lacy structure resembling a honeycomb. Honeycomb rocks, plural of honeycomb rock. Honeycomb sandwich, a composite structure made up of a honeycomb core sandwiched between two face sheets. Honeycomb sandwiches, plural of honeycomb sandwich. Honeycomb scall, synonym of favus, a severe, chronic infection of ringworm. Honeycomb skulls, plural of honeycomb skull. Honeycomb sponge, any type of marine sponge in a dried or natural state that consists of a honeycomb pattern or structure. Honeycomb sponges, plural of honeycomb sponge. Honeycomb stitch, a decorative stitch used in knitting and embroidery that creates a hexagonal pattern. Honeycomb stitches, plural of honeycomb stitch. Honeycomb stomach, the reticulum, the second stomach of a ruminant. Honeycomb stomachs, plural of honeycomb stomach. Honeycomb stone, Any type of rock resembling honeycomb or consisting of a honeycomb structure. Honeycomb stones, plural of honeycomb stone. Honeycomb tatter, havas. Honeycomb toffee, a sugary toffee with a light, rigid, spongy texture. Made with baking soda so that carbon dioxide is trapped in the viscous mixture. Honeycomb tripe, tripe from the stomach lining of the reticulum. Honeycomb tripes, plural of honeycomb tripe. Honeycomb work, a form of ceiling ornamentation, especially of an arch or dome made up of small vaulted arches, especially in Moorish architecture. Honeycombed, having a perforated structure resembling a honeycomb. Honeycombing, a honeycomb pattern or structure. Honeycombings, plural of honeycombing. Honeycomb-like, resembling a honeycomb. Honeycombs, plural of honeycomb. Honeycreeper, any of the Hawaiian honeycreepers, passerine songbirds of Hawaii. Honeycreepers, plural of honeycreeper. Honeycrisp, a sweet, firm, tart cultivar of apple. Honeycrisps, plural of honeycrisp. Honeycup, a North American shrub of the genus Zenobia. Honeycups, plural of honeycup. Honeyguy, a surname. Honeyguys, plural of honeycut. Honeydew, a sweet, sticky substance deposited on leaves and other plant parts by insects, especially aphids and scale insects feeding on plant sap, or by fungi. Honeydew list, alternative form of honeydew list. Honeydew lists, plural of honeydew lists. Honeydew melon, a melon from the Cucumis milo, an odorous cultivar group with sweet, light green or white flesh and a smooth greenish white or yellow rind. Honeydew melons, plural of honeydew melon. Honeydew, covered in honeydew. Honeydews, plural of honeydew. Honeydoll, affectionate term of address for a girl or woman. Honeydolls, plural of honeydoll. Honeydon, a hamlet in Staplow Parish, Bedfordshire, England. OS Grid Ref TL 137,587. Honeater, any of the many Australasian birds of the family Melophagidae, which have a tongue adapted for obtaining nectar from flowers. Honeaters, plural of honeater. Honey, sweetened with, or as if with, honey. Honeyed around, simple past and past participle of honey around. Honeyed up, simple past and past participle of honey up. Hondly, in a honeyed way. Honey mess, the quality of being honey. Honair, an obsequious person, a flatterer. Honairs, plural of honair. Honace, superlative form of honey, most honey. Honafall, honeydew. Honafadal, to wheedle or swindle. Honafoggled, simple past and past participle of honafoggle. Honafoggler, alternative form of honafoggler. Honafogglers, plural of honafoggler. Honafuggles, third person singular simple present indicative of honafoggle. Honafuggling, present participle and gerund of honafoggle. Honafoggle, alternative form of honafoggle. Honafoggled, simple past and past participle of honafoggle. Honafoggler, one who honafoggles. Honeyfugglers, plural of honeyfuggler. Honeyfuddles. Third person singular simple present indicative of honeyfuggle. Honeyfuggling, present participle and gerund of honeyfuggle. Honeyhole, full of honey. Honeyfond, a fund made up of wedding gifts of money that pays for the honeymoon. Honeyfunds, plural of honeyfond. Honeyer, a mixture of honey and apple cider vinegar, similar to Switchel, claimed to have health benefits. Honey girl, an affectionate given name for a female horse. Honey girls, plural of honey girl. Honey god, any of several brood parasitic old world tropical birds of the family Indicatoroidae that primarily feed on wax, especially beeswax. Honey guides, plural of honey guide. Honey hole, alternative form of honey hole. Honey holes, plural of honey hole. Hare, present participle and gerund of honey. Honey around, present participle and gerund of honey around. Honey, present participle and gerund of honey up. Honaish, honilai. Honeyless, without honey. Honilai, like honey in taste, texture, or appearance. Honeylocusts, alternative form of honey locust. Honeylocusts, plural of honeylocusts. Honeymaking, the manufacture of honey. Honeyman, a surname. Honeymans, plural of honeyman. Honeymoon, the period of time immediately following a marriage. Honeymoon flies, plural of honeymoon fly. Honeymoon fly, a Lovebugplegia nirtica insect. Honeymoon palsy, Saturday night palsy caused by the pressure of one's partner's head during sleep. Honeymoon period, a relatively brief period when a new leader is given greater leeway with respect to changes he or she wishes to make. Honeymoon periods, plural of honeymoon period. Honeymoon rhinitis, a condition in which the sufferer experiences nasal congestion during sex. Honeymoon whist, synonym of German whist. Honeymoon haligos, a barangay of Baguio, Banked, Philippines. Honeymoon, simple past and past participle of honeymoon. Honeymooner, a person currently on their honeymoon. Honeymooners, plural of honeymooner. Honeymooning, present participle and gerund of honeymoon. Honeymoonings, plural of honeymooning. Honeymoons, plural of honeymoon. Honeymoony, resembling or characteristic of a honeymoon. Honeynet, an entire computer network that serves as a honeypot or trap for potential attackers. Honeynets, plural of honeynet. Honeypie, a term of endearment. Honey, sweetie, darling. Honeybees, plural of honeypie. Honeybie, a pot of honey. Honeypot ant, alternative form of honeypot ant. Honeypot ants, plural of honeypot ant. Honeypots, plural of honeypot. Honeys, plural of honey. Honeys around, third person singular simple present indicative of honey around. Honeys up, third person singular simple present indicative of honey up. Honey sound, full of honey. Honestone, the mineral malachite. Honestry, a small village in Alton Parish, Wiltshire, England. OS Grid Ref SU 1061. Honeysuckle, honeysucker, any of the sunbirds. Honeysuckers, plural of honeysucker. Honeysuckle, a female given name. Honeysuckled, covered with honeysuckle. Honeysuckles, plural of honeysuckle. Honeysucks, plural of honeysuck. Honeytoken, a kind of honeypot that is not a computer system, such as a fake email address used to track whether a mailing list has been stolen. Honeytokens, plural of honeytoken. Honeytrap, alternative spelling of honeytrap. Honeytrapped, simple past and past participle of honeytrap. Honeytrapper, alternative form of honeytrapper. Honeytrappers, plural of honeytrapper. Honeytrapping, present participle and gerund of honeytrap. Honeytraps, plural of honeytrap, alternative spelling of honeytraps. Honeywell, an unincorporated community in Eden Township, LaGrange County, Indiana, United States. Honeyvi, a perennial herb, signage and leaf, native to North America. Honeyvines, plural of honeyvine. Honeywagon, alternative form of honey wagon. Honeywagons, plural of honeywagon. Honeyware. Batterlocks, Alaria esculenta, a type of seaweed. Honeyweek, a honeymoon lasting a week. Honeyweeks, plural of honeyweek. Honeywell, a surname from Old English. Honeywells, plural of Honeywell. Honeywood. A surname. Honeywoods, plural of Honeywood. Honeyword, an incorrect password published as part of a honeypot, so that any user attempting to log in with the password may be assumed to be an attacker. Honeywords, plural of honeyword. Honeywort, any of the genus Cerean of flowering plants that attract bees. Honeyworts, plural of honeywort. Confidence, the apparently irrational confidence possessed by hens men passing trans women in their appearance. A local government area of Adamawa State, Nigeria. H letter 183 NG Bang. The H letter 183 NG Bang Dynasty 2879 258 BC. Hongbao, alternative form of hongbao. Hongbaos, plural of hongbao. Hongboat, a kind of sampan with a small wooden house in the middle, used by foreigners at Canton. Hongboats, plural of hongboat. Honggan, alternative spelling of Hongkan. Hongkan, to be fucked, to be screwed. Handhami, a city and special administrative region in southeastern China, located on an island east of the Pearl River Delta in the South China Sea, a former British colony. Hong Kong dollar, the currency of SAR Hong Kong. Hong Kong dollars, plural of Hong Kong dollar. Hong Kong English, the form of the English language used in Hong Kong. Hong Kong fee, plural of Hong Kong foot. Hong Kong flu, a form of influenza caused by an H3N2 strain of the influenza virus descended from H2N2 through antigenic shift that killed around 1 million people worldwide during an outbreak in 1968 and 1969. Hong Kong foot. A Czech, the Hong Kong variant of the Chinese foot, now standardized as 0.371475 meters. Hong Kong harness. A stunt performance harness, typically used for wire fu, that resembles a rock climber's harness. It allows performers to be jerked up and suspended without much displacement of clothing and to perform in the air. Hong Kong influenza. Synonym of Hong Kong flu. Hong Kong Island. An island east of the Pearl River Delta in the South China Sea, the site of the city of Victoria in Hong Kong, an original concession for Hong Kong. Hong Kong Sign Language. A sign language used primarily in Hong Kong. Hong Kong time. The official time zone in Hong Kong, UTC +800. Hong Konger. A person from Hong Kong or of Hong Kong descent. Hong Kongers, plural of Hong Konger. Hong Kongese, alternative form of Hong Kongese. Hong Kongite. Hong Konger. Hong Kongites, plural of Hong Kongite. Hadada. A county of Yuangang, Hubei, China. Hantai, obsolete form of Hong Kong. Hantani, obsolete form of Hong Kong. Hanipur, either Hong Kong or Singapore, suggesting that the two are indistinguishable. Hongbao, synonym of red envelope. Hongbaos, plural of Hongbao. Vancouver, alternative form of Vancouver. Vancouver, derogatory name for Vancouver, a major city in British Columbia, Canada. Panduaho, a Korean dish of fermented skate, known for its strong smell. Hongerblom, Senecio arenarius, is South African agwort with pink flowers. Hongatan, a district of Nanchang, Jiangxi, China. Hada, a Hani and Yao autonomous prefecture in Yunnan, China. Hanyalin, a particular cardiac glycoside. Hanyalosai, a particular cardinalide glycoside. Hanyalosides, plural of hanhaloside. Hanhalase, a particular steroid glycoside. Haiyu, a count-level city of Jingzhou, Hubei, China. Hainhuzi, armed Chinese robbers and bandits who operated in the eastern Russia-China borderland. Hamdi, the Maori greeting of touching noses. Handi, simple past and past participle of Hongi. Hanmi, present participle and gerund of Hongi. Hongis, third person singular simple present indicative of Hongi. Hongolin, alternative form of Honholin. Hangyu, synonym of Hanggu. Halingi, somebody from Hong Kong, a Hong Konger, Hongkong. Hangis, plural of Hangi. Hantoi, dated spelling of Hong Kong, a city, island, and special administrative region in southeastern China. Hong Konger, alternative form of Hong Konger. Hong Kongers, plural of Hong Konger. Hongkongese, of or relating to Hong Kong, the Hong Kong people, or their language. Hinkam Nien, a person from Hong Kong or of Hong Kong descent, a Hong Konger. Hongkongians, plural of Hongkongian. Hongkongite, alternative form of Hong Kongite. Hongkongites, plural of Hongkongite. Hongkongness, the state or quality of belonging to or association with Hong Kong. Hangdu, a creek in Shanghai, China. Halinyi, a district of Xinjiang, Henan, China. Hande, a district of Tianjin, China. How does plural of Han? Haoyishan, a district of Wuhan, Hubei, in central China. Hanshan ornithid, any extinct bird of the family Hanshan ornithidae. Hanshan ornithids, plural of Hanshan ornithid. Hanjiai, a trigonal hexagonal scalenohedral mineral containing copper and platinum. Hanshui, a major river in the Guangxi Zhuan Autonomous Region in southern China. Hamzebu, a district of Wezhong, Ningxia Autonomous Region, China. Hanseni, a county of Linfen, Shaanxi, China. Han Weibing, a Red Guard, a member of a mass movement of civilians, mostly students and other young people in China, who were mobilized by Mao Zedong in 1966 and 1967 during the Cultural Revolution. Habe, a county of Meishan, Sichuan, China. Haodes, a lake in Jiangsu, China. Honi soi qui mal y pense, the motto of the British Chivalric Order of the Garter, still used in the royal coat of arms of the United Kingdom. Hamieh, the capital city of the Solomon Islands. Hodi, obsolete form of honey. Hon, alternative spelling of honeyed. Hovi, comparative form of honey, more honey. Honies, plural of honey. Homies, superlative form of honey, most honey. Honili, a small village in Bosale, Haseley, Honili and Rokesall Parish, Warwick District, Warwickshire, England. OS Grid Ref SB 2472. Hoding, present participle and gerund of home. Honing in, present participle and gerund of hone in. Honing steel, a rod of steel, ceramic or diamond-coated steel used to restore keenness to dulled blade edges. Honing steels, plural of honing steel. Honings, plural of honing. Honington, a village and civil parish in South Kesteven District, Lincolnshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 9443. Hoddesdon, a market town and civil parish with a town council in East Devon District, Devon, England. OS Grid Ref SD 1600. Honiton lace, a form of bobbin lace made at Honiton in Devonshire, traditionally based on scrollwork and depictions of natural objects such as flowers and leaves. Honiton laces, plural of Honiton lace. Of, to use a car horn. Honk-it-eye, to drive very quickly or as fast as possible. Honk off, to annoy. Honk shoo, onomatopoeia for snoring. Honka-tonk, alternative form of honky-tonk cheap nightclub. Honka-tonks, plural of honka-tonk. Honk, simple past and past participle of honk. Honked on, simple past and past participle of honked on. Honked off, annoyed or irritated. Hump, one who honks. Honkers, plural of honker. Hucky, alternative spelling of honky. Honkies, plural of honky. Hucky, alternative spelling of honky. Honkies, plural of honky. Hugty, emphatically or impressively big, really big. Honkiness, the state, quality, or condition of being a white person. Huggy, present participle and gerund of honk. Honking it on. present participle and gerund of honk it on. Honking off, present participle and gerund of honk off. Honkingly. With a honking sound. Honkings, plural of honking. Honkbet, a young honky white person. Honklets, plural of honklet. Hontai, alternative form of Hong Kong. Hucks, plural of Hong. Honks it on, third person singular simple present indicative of honk it on. Honks off, third person singular simple present indicative of honk off. Huggy, a white Caucasian person. Honky tonk, alternative spelling of honky tonk. Honky tonk like, similar to a honky tonk or reminiscent of honky tonk country music. Honky tonker, alternative form of honky tonker. Honky tonkers, plural of honky tonker. Honky tonks, plural of honky tonk. Honky tonk, a bar or nightclub that caters to Southern patrons and provides country music for entertainment. Honky tonker, someone who runs or frequents a honky tonk or performs in one. Honky tonkers, plural of honky tonker. Honky tonks, plural of honky tonk. Honky yum, the realm or sphere of white people, whites collectively. Hog nut, the fruit of a bloodwood of Western Australia, Corymbia calophylla. Hunky nuts, plural of hunky nut. Hunky tonk, alternative spelling of honky tonk. Honky tonks, plural of honky tonk. Homley, a large village in Home Valley Parish, Metropolitan Borough of Kirklees, West Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SC 1311. Howda, a surname. Hanavar, a town in Uttara Kannada district, Karnataka, India, with a history of foreign trade, formerly honor, and hinor. Ara, a branch of the river Ruhr. Plural of Hanul. Had, India, with a history of foreign trade, formerly honor, and hinor. Ara, honor, Hanold, a surname from German. Hanolds, plural of Hanul. Honor, obsolete form of honor. Honors, plural of honor. Honor, obsolete form of honor. Honored, simple past and past participle of honor. Honoring, present participle and gerund of honor. Honors, plural of honor. Hans, plural of Han. Hanopi, wood from Magnolia hypoluca or Magnolia obovata. Hanokiao, an organic compound, a dimer of allyl phenol found in Magnolia grandiformis, used in traditional Japanese medicine as an anxiolytic, antithrombotic, antidepressant, antiemetic, and antibacterial. Used in Western medicine as a potent anti-tumorigenic and neurotrophic compound. Honolulu, a port on Oahu Island, the capital city of the state of Hawaii in the United States of America. Honolulu County, a county of Hawaii, United States. County seat, Honolulu. Honolulu time, synonym of Hawaii Aleutian time. Honoluluan, of or relating to Honolulu. Honoluluans, plural of Honoluluan. Honor, a female given name. name from English. Honor among thieves. Trustworthiness within a group that is not considered trustworthy by outsiders. Honor bar. Synonym of honesty bar. Honor bars. Plural of honor bar. Honor box. Synonym of honesty box. Honor boxes. Plural of honor box. Honor card. Synonym of high card. Honor cards. Plural of honor card. Honor farm. Synonym of prison farm. Honor farms. Plural of honor farm. Honor guard. Alternative form of honor guard. Honor guards. Plural of honor guard. Honor in the breach. To demonstrate a rule, law, or policy by breaking or breaching it. Honor jar. Synonym of honesty jar. Honor jars. Plural of honor jar. Honor killer. Alternative spelling of honor killer. Honor killers. Plural of honor killer. Honor killing. Alternative spelling of honor killing. Honor killings. Plural of honor killing. Honor name. A child's given name that is the name of another person, such as an ancestor, and bestowed in honor of that person. Honor names. Plural of honor name. Honor Oak. A suburban area in the borough of Lewisham and borough of Southwark, Greater London, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 3574. Honor Oak Park. A suburban area east of Honor Oak, borough of Lewisham, Greater London, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 3674. Honor Point. The point just above the Fess Point. Honor Points. Plural of honor point. Honor roll. A list of high-achieving students at a university or college. Honor rolls. Plural of honor roll. Honor slaying. Honor killing. Honor societies. Plural of honor society. Honor society. An organization that recognizes excellence among peers, typically associated with an educational facility or other structured organization. Honor student. A school child noted for their high academic grades or presence on the honor roll. Honor students. Plural of honor student. Honor system. A system, policy, or understanding based on trust in the honesty, honor, or integrity of others. Honor systems. Plural of honor system. Honor walk. The transportation of a dying patient in a hospital to the operating theater for organ donation, flanked by friends, family, and hospital staff as a sign of respect. Honor walks. Plural of honor walk. Honor. Archaic form of honored. Honorer. A female given name from Latin, mainly used in Ireland. Honorabilities. Plural of honorability. Honorability. Alternative form of honorability. Honorable. Alternative letter case form of honorable. Honorable colonel. A polite title of respect for a colonel. Honorable colonels. Plural of honorable colonel. Honorable discharge. Release from military service with a favorable record or conduct. Honorable discharges. Plural of honorable discharge. Honorable mention. An award or recognition given to a person or thing who does not achieve a higher standing but whose performance or entry was noteworthy. Honorable mentions. Plural of honorable mention. Honorableness. The capacity of being honorable. Honorables. Plural of honorable. Honorably. U.S. standard spelling of honorably. honorably discharged, released from military service with a favorable record or conduct. Honorance, an honoring, the act of paying homage, respect, or worship. Honoran, one who receives an honor. Honorans, plural of honoran. Honoraria, plural of honorarium. Honoraries, plural of honorary. Honorarily, in an honorary manner. Honorarium, compensation for services that do not have a predetermined value. Honorariums, plural of honorarium. Honorary, given as an honor/honor with no duties attached and without payment. Honorarium, a title accorded to the Japanese and some other people by Nazi Germany. Although of a different race, they were considered by the Nazis to possess qualities similar enough to German Nordic characteristics to warrant the designation. Honorariums, plural of honorarium. Honorary colonel, a title given to a person who is not a military officer but is appointed to a regiment to provide a connection between the community and the military. Honorary colonels, plural of honorary colonel. Honorary consul, a person representing a country as a local consul who is a private person without diplomatic immunity, not a career diplomat and part-time representative with their own primary pursuits, frequently a citizen of the country that is hosting the consul, a local citizen, not a citizen of the country being represented, or expatriate citizen of the country being represented, living and working in the local country, frequently with commercial ties to the country being represented. Honorary consulate, the business office of the honorary consul when functioning as a representative of the country, assigning the honorary consul, which may provide some services to citizens of the country, be represented. Honorary consulates, plural of honorary consulate. Honorary consuls, plural of honorary consul. Honorary mention, synonym of honorable mention. Honorary mentions, plural of honorary mention. Honorary officer, a voluntary, unpaid officer of an organization. Honorary officers, plural of honorary officer. Honorary steam engine, synonym of honorary steam locomotive. Honorary steam engines, plural of honorary steam engine. Honorary steam locomotive, a diesel locomotive that outputs a large amount of exhaust to the point it resembles the exhaust from a steam locomotive, particularly those produced by the American Locomotive Company. Honorary steam locomotives, plural of honorary steam locomotive. Honorary trust, a device by which a person establishes a trust for which there is neither a charitable purpose nor a private beneficiary to enforce the trust, such as a trust for the care of pets or maintenance of cemetery plots, for which trustee is bound by honor, but not by law, to carry out the wishes of the truster. Honorary trusts, plural of honorary trusts. Honorado, a surname. Honorados, plural of honorado. Honor, a surname. Honor, U.S. standard spelling of honored. Honored in the breach, simple past and past participle of honor in the breach. Honored, second person singular simple past indicative of honor. Honoree, one who receives an honor or award. Honorees, plural of honoree. Honorer, one who honors. Honors, plural of honorer. Honors, plural of honor. Honors, second person singular simple present indicative of honor. Honora, third person singular simple present indicative of honor. Honoria, a female given name from Latin, the Latinized feminine of Honorius. Honoria, of or relating to Honorius of Thebes or to the so-called Theban alphabet attributed to him. Honorific, a word or word form expressing the speaker's respect for the hearer or the referent. Honorific transposition, a shift in the sign order of a compound word or common phrase to make certain religiously significant terms, for example NSWT and letter 26FR, appear at the front of the word or phrase. Honorific transpositions, plural of honorific transposition. Honorificabilitudinitatis, the state of being able to achieve honors, honorableness. Honorificabilitudinity, the quality of being honorable, honorableness. Honorifical, or pertaining to honorifics. Honorifically, in an honorific manner. Honorification, modification to use an honorific. Honorifications, plural of honorification. Honorifics, plural of honorific. Honoring, present participle and gerund of honor. Honoring in the breach, present participle and gerund of honor in the breach. Honoris causa, honorary degree. Honores, a transliteration of the Latin male given name Honorius, notably borne by a Roman emperor and several popes. Honoris, alternative spelling of honorless. Honorlessness, lack of honor. Honoris, honorable, honorable. Honors, plural of honor. Honors degree, U.S. standard spelling of honors degree. Honors degrees, plural of honors degree. Honors the situation where the unevenly divided. Honors in the breach, third person singular simple present indicative of honor in the breach. Honors of war, the privileges granted to a capitulating force to march out with their arms, flags, etc. Honorware, synonym of donationware. Honor, a female given name from English, a less common spelling of honor. Honor among thieves, alternative form of honor among thieves. Honor bar, Commonwealth and Ireland standard spelling of honor bar. Honor bars, plural of honor bar. Honor box, Commonwealth and Ireland standard spelling of honor box. Honor boxes, plural of honor box. Honor bright, a minor oath or appeal to honor. Honor card, alternative spelling of honor card. Honor cards, plural of honor card. Honor guard, a ceremonial assembly of uniformed military personnel performing the duty of escort or exhibition, i.e. accompany a casket during a funeral procession. Honor guards, plural of honor guard. Honor in the breach, alternative form of honor in the breach. Honor jar, Commonwealth and Ireland standard spelling of honor jar. Honor jars, plural of honor jar. Honor killer, someone who commits an honor killing. Honor killers, plural of honor killer. Honor killing, a typically Middle Eastern and South Asian cultural practice whereby a family member, usually female, is murdered by other family members, the act being justified as retribution for usually sexual slight upon the family's honor. Honor killings, plural of honor killing. Honor point, Alternative spelling of honor point. Honor roll. British, Commonwealth, and Ireland standard spelling of honor roll. Honor rolls. Plural of honor roll. Honor system. Alternative spelling of honor system. Honor systems. Plural of honor system. Honor. Archaic form of honored. Honorabilities. Plural of honorability. Honorability. A state or condition or being honorable. Honorable. Alternative letter case form of honorable. Honorableness. Alternative spelling of honorableness. Honorables. Plural of honorable. Honorably. In an honorable manner. Honoraria. Plural of honorarium. Honorarium. Non-standard spelling of honorarium. Honorariums. Plural of honorarium. Honorary. Archaic spelling of honorary. Honor. Respected, having received honor. Honored in the breach. Simple past and past participle of honor in the breach. Honoredst. Second person singular simple past indicative of honor. Honoree. One who receives an honor or award. Honorees. Plural of honoree. Honor. Alternative form of honorer. Honors. Plural of honorer. Honorous. Second person singular simple present indicative of honor. Honore. Third person singular simple present indicative of honor. Honorific. Non-standard spelling of honorific. Honorifically. Rare spelling of honorifically. Honorifics. Plural of honorific. Honoring. Present participle and gerund of honor. Honoring in the breach. Present participle and gerund of honor in the breach. Honoris. Without honor, dishonorable or dishonored. Honousness. Lack of honor. Honorous. Rare spelling of honorous. Honors. Plural of honor. Honors board. A board that displays the names of distinguished people and the feat performed by them, typically at a school or a sports venue. Honors boards. Plural of honors board. Honors degree. A type of university qualification, generally the highest ranking type of undergraduate degree, though details differ by country or education system. See the Wikipedia article Honors degree. Honors degrees. Plural of honors degree. Honors EE. Alternative form of honors easy. Honors in the breach. Third person singular simple present indicative of honor in the breach. Honors of war. Alternative form of honors of war. Honor-worthy. Worthy of or deserving honor. Honorable. Hans. Abbreviation of honors. Han science. Pseudoscientific claims regarding medical gender transition and its effects or methods, usually expressed by Hans. Hantu. The main island of the archipelago of Japan. Hantu. Alternative spelling of Honshu. Honshu wolf. Synonym of Japanese wolf. Honshu wolves. Plural of Honshu wolf. Hans. A surname. Hanses. Plural of Hans. Hadu. A green sea turtle. Chelonia mitis. Hannes. Plural of Hanu. Hobby. Obsolete form of honey. Hanya. Alternative spelling Haniak. Haniaks, plural of Haniak. Haniak, a person, especially a farmer of relatively recent Central or Eastern European peasant extraction. Haniaker, alternative form of Haniak. Haniakers, plural of Haniaker. Haniaks, plural of Haniak. Haniak, alternative form of Haniak. Haniaks, plural of Haniak. Honiucitrin, a flavone isolated from the root bark of Citrus maxima. Honiudicin, a coumarin isolated from the root bark of Citrus grandissin, Citrus maxima. Haniumsue, a surname from Hopi. The village of Hu St. Werburg on the Hu Peninsula in Kent, England. Hu boy, used to express strong emotion, especially relief or mock dread. Hu dotty, alternative form of hu dotty. Hu dotty, synonym of hu boy. Hu green, a hamlet in Mere Parish, Cheshire East District, Cheshire, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 7182. Hoo, a hooting noise, such as a laugh or the hoot of an owl. Who's, plural of who. Humet, an attention grabber. Hu St. Werburg, a village and civil parish in Medway Borough, Kent, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 7872. Hu boy, alternative form of hu boy. Hu boy, alternative form of hu boy. Hui, alternative form of hu we. A fuss, uproar, commotion or stir, hype, brahaha, hullabaloo. Ilha, alternative spelling of hoo-ha. Hoo-has, plural of hoo-ha. Ilha, alternative spelling of hoo-ha, fuss, uproar. Hoo-has, plural of hoo-ha. Hoo-har, alternative spelling of hoo-ha. Hoo-hars, plural of hoo-har. Hoo-s, plural of hoo-ha. Hoo-hoo, short for the International Concatenated Order of Hoo-hoo, a fraternal organization for lumbermen. Hoo-hoo, the genitals or genital area. Hoo-hoos, plural of hoo-hoo. Hoo-hoos, plural of hoo-hoo. Hilla, the officials yell of the U.S. Army. Hoodie, an underclassman or junior in the context of Korea. Hubius, plural of hubi. Hubler, a surname. Hublers, plural of hubler. Hood, an alcoholic beverage, especially an inferior or illicit one, and especially liquor such as whiskey. Hoot, alternative form of hooched up. Hooched up, druck. Hooched up, alternative form of hooched up. Hooches, plural of hooch. Hootie, a woman who dresses scantily or in a revealing fashion. Hoochie mama, a hootie. Hoochie mamas, plural of hoochie mama. Hoochie coochie, alternative form of hoochie coochie. Hoochie coochies, plural of hoochie coochie. Hooties, plural of hoochie. Hoochadoo, a rum-like drink produced by the Tlingit people. Hoochie coochies, plural of hoochie coochie. Hoochie coochie, alternative form of hoochie coochie. Hoochie coochies, plural of hoochie coochie. Hoochie coochie, Alternative form of hoochie coochie. A surname. Hood County, one of 254 counties in Texas, United States. County seat, Granbury. Hood ornament. A decorative object fastened on a car's hood, often symbolizing the manufacturer or brand, sometimes fixed to the radiator cap. Hood ornaments. Plural of hood ornament. Hood rat. A person, especially a woman from an urban neighborhood who overtly exhibits attributes associated with inner city life, especially in both behavior and appearance. Hood rats. Plural of hood rat. Hood rich. Exhibiting flamboyant spending habits while doing nothing to improve one's living conditions. Hood River. A river in Nunavut, Canada, which flows into the Arctic Ocean. Hood River County, one of 36 counties in Oregon, United States. County seat, Hood River. Hood Syndrome, synonym of nail-patella syndrome. Hood unit, a diesel locomotive with a body that is less than full width apart from the cab. Hood units, plural of hood unit. Hooch eye, of a bird of prey, reluctant to wear a hood as part of its training. Hoodwink, alternative form of hoodwink. Hoodwinked, simple past and past participle of hoodwink. Hoodwinking, present participle and gerund of hoodwink. Hoodwinks, third person singular simple present indicative of hoodwink. Hoodectomies, plural of hoodectomy. Hoodectomy, clitoridotomy. Hood, wearing a hood. Hooded crane, Grus minacha, a bird of the crane gruidae family, native to East Asia. Hooded cranes, plural of hooded crane. Hooded crow, a gray and black Eurasian crow, Corvus cornix. Hooded crows, plural of hooded crow. Hooded merganser, a species of fish-eating duck, Lophidites cuculatus. Hooded mergansers, plural of hooded merganser. Hooded oriole, Icterus cuculatus, and medium-sized New World oriole. Hooded orioles, plural of hooded oriole. Hooded parrot, a species of Australian parrot, Saphodus dissimiles, endemic to the northern parts of the Northern Territory, males of which have a black cap. Hooded parrots, plural of hooded parrot. Hooded seal, an Arctic seal, Cystophora cristata, notable for the fleshy bulge on its forehead and nose. Hooded seals, plural of hooded seal. Hooded skunk, a skunk native to Mexico and the southwestern U.S., Maphides macroura. Hooded skunks, plural of hooded skunk. Hooded tick spider, any of Iraqismi odorizanulae which are net to ticks or spiders. Hooded tick spiders, plural of hooded tick spider. Hooded tinamou, a tinamou, Gnathocircus nigricapulus. Hooded tinamus, plural of hooded tinamou. Hooded violet, synonym of blue violet Myola sororia. Hooded violets, plural of hooded violet. Hoodedness, the quality of hooded. Hudden, pertaining to a hood end of a plank, which fits into the rabbit. Hooden horse, the wooden horse figure used in the old tradition of hoodening. Hooden horses, plural of hooden horse. Hoodening, an old English tradition of plowing teams who would carry a wooden horse's head on a pole and ask for money from local landowners. Hood, a person that puts a hood onto another person during a graduation ceremony. Hood all, enough to fill a hood. Hoodles, plural of hoodful. Hood, any of the genus Hoodia of succulent cactiform plants. Hoodias, plural of hoodia. Hood, a sweatshirt with an integral hood and sometimes a large kangaroo pocket at the front. Hood-eye crow, a hooded crow, Corvus cornix. Hood-eye crows, plural of hood-eye crow. Hoodie, wearing a hoodie. Hoodie, comparative form of hoodie, more hoodie. Hoodies, plural of hoodie. Hoodies, superlative form of hoodie, most hoodie. Hood, present participle and gerund of hood. Hoodla, plural of hoodlum. Hoodless, not having or wearing a hood. Hood-like, resembling a hood. Hoodline, the shape of the hood of a car. Hoodlum, a gangster, a hired thug. Hoodloomish, characteristic of hoodlums. Hoodlumism, behavior characteristic of a hoodlum. Hoodlumisms, plural of hoodlumism. Hoodlumize, to make into a hoodlum. Hoodlumized, simple past and past participle of hoodlumize. Hoodlumizes, third person singular simple present indicative of hoodlumize. Hoodlumizing, present participle and gerund of hoodlumize. Hoodlumry, violent, thuggish behavior. Hoodlums, plural of hoodlum. Hoodman, a member of a youth subculture group that listens to urban music, wears puffer jackets and sportswear, uses a heavy Toronto accent with lingo, is typically uneducated, and may be engaged in illegal activities. Hoodmen blind, the game of blind man's buff. Hoodmans, plural of hoodman. Hood, plural of hoodman. Hoodmold, U.S. standard spelling of hoodmold. Hoodmolding, alternative form of hoodmolding. Hoodmoldings, plural of hoodmolding. Hoodmolds, plural of hoodmold. Hoodmold, the outermost molding which protrudes out of a wall over an archway over the hood of a door, window, or other opening for decoration or to cover transitions between surfaces and to discharge rain, a dripstone. Hoodmolding, synonym of hoodmold. Hoodmoldings, plural of hoodmolding. Hoodmolds, plural of hoodmold. Hoodoo, a set of spiritual practices and traditions created and concealed from slave owners by enslaved Africans in North America, based on traditional African beliefs. Hoodooed, simple past and past participle of hoodoo. Hoodooer, synonym of hoodooist. Hoodooers, plural of hoodooer. Hoodooe, present participle and gerund of hoodoo. Hoodooism, synonym of voodooism. Hoodooisms, plural of hoodooism. Hoodooess, a practitioner or student of hoodoo. Hoodooists, plural of hoodooists. Hoodoos, plural of hoodoo. Hoodrah, a sexually promiscuous woman. Hoodrash, characteristic or suggestive of a hoodrat. Hoodrats, plural of hoodrat. Hud, plural of hood. Hoodwith, a black person having an interest in anime and manga, usually depicted as liking the only popular shounen series and bashing on other subgenres perceived as having a higher barrier to entry, such as Ekai titles. Hoodwigs, plural of hoodwiu. Hoodwick, to cover the eyes with, or as if with, a hood, to blindfold. Hoodwinkable, able to be hoodwinked. Hoodwinked, simple past and past participle of hoodwink. Hoodwinketst, second person singular simple past indicative of hoodwink. Hoodwinker, one who hoodwinks. Hoodwinkeries, plural of hoodwinkery. Hoodwinkers, plural of hoodwinker. Hoodwinkery, the process or act of hoodwinking, deception, trickery. Hoodwinkist, second person singular simple present indicative of hoodwink. Hoodwinka, third person singular simple present indicative of hoodwink. Hoodwinking, present participle and gerund of hoodwink. Hoodwinkings, plural of hoodwinking. Hoodwinks, plural of hoodwink. Hoodwise, in the manner of a hood part of a garment. Hoodwort, a plant, Scutellaria galericulata, the common skullcap. Hood, alternative spelling of hoodie. Hui, alternative form of hui. Hu, an unpleasant or contemptible person, especially a man. Hu, silly talk or writing, nonsense, silliness, or fake assertion s. Hui, plural of hui. Hu, the tip of a toe of an ungulate such as a horse, ox, or deer, strengthened by a thick keratin covering. Hu fungi, plural of hu fungus. Hu fungus, Fomes fomentarius, a fungal plant pathogen found in Europe, Asia, Africa, and North America, producing large polypore fruit bodies shaped like a horse's hoof. Hoof, to walk, especially when as a result of regular transportation being unavailable. Hoof out, to eject or expel. Hoof pick, a hooked tool, usually of metal, used to clean the hooves of a horse. Hoof picks, plural of hoof pick. Hoof and mouth disease, synonym of foot and mouth disease. Hoof mark, alternative form of hoof mark. Hoof marks, plural of hoof mark. Hoofball, a style of play characterized by many long balls and few short passes. Hoof, the sound of a hoof striking the ground. Hoofbeats, plural of hoofbeat. Hoofbound, deformative contraction and dryness of the back part of the hoof of a horse. Hoofs, having a hoof or hooves, ungulate. Hoofde, simple past and past participle of hoofet. Hoofed locus, the sheep. Hoofed locusts, plural of hoofed locusts. Hoofed out, simple past and past participle of hoof out. Hoover, a professional dancer, particularly one who has paid his or her dues. Hoovers, plural of hoover. Hoovimus, the quality of being hoovy. Hoovy, present participle and gerund of hoof. Hooving it, present participle and gerund of hoofe. Hoofing out, present participle and gerund of hoof out. Hoove, resembling or characteristic of a hoof. Hoofless, without hoofs. Hoofa, a little hoof. Hooflets, plural of hooflet. Hoof-like, resembling a hoof. Hoof mark, the imprint made by a hoof print. Hoof mark, bearing hoof marks. Hoof marks, plural of hoof mark. Hoofology, dancing. Hoofprint, the mark of a hoof. Hoofprinty, bearing hoofprints. Hoofprints, plural of hoofprint. Hoofra, synonym of foottrot. Hooves, plural of hoof. Hootse, third person singular simple present indicative of hoofe. Hoofs out, third person singular simple present indicative of hoof out. Hoofstep, a step taken by an ungulate. Hoofsteps, plural of hoofstep. Hoofstock, ruminant and members of the horse family. Hoove, having hooves, hoof-like. Hoovars, a kind of flat-bottomed Dutch boat. Hood, a German island in the North Sea. Hoejoing, a village in Dren, Netherlands. Hoodley, alternative form of Hooghly. Hoodley, a river in West Bengal forming the westernmost branch of the Ganges. Hooghly Chinchura, archaic form of Hugly Chechura. Hood, a white Caucasian person. Hoodies, plural of hoagie. Hoodly, alternative form of hoogly. Hoerstein, a surname from Dutch. Hoogstein base pair, a variation of base pairing in nucleic acids such as the AT pair. Hoogstein base pairs, plural of Hoogstein base pair. Hilli, alternative spelling of hoo-ha. Hillas, plural of hoo-ha. Hilve, alternative spelling of hoo-ha. Hilves, plural of hoo-ha. Hilhar, alternative spelling of hoo-ha. Hoo-hars, plural of hoo-har. Hud, an expression of relief. Hodia, a white Caucasian person. Hudyas, plural of hudya. Of a number of places in the United Kingdom. Hook haba, a tone mark symbol 309 that indicates falling then rising tone in Vietnamese. Hook and eye, a matched hook. And an eye loop into which the hook can fit, used for fastening. Hook flash, a signal that briefly disconnects the local loop circuit by means of the hook switch or a dedicated button, used to control functions on the public telephone exchange. Hook flashes, plural of hook flash. Hook in, to deceive by luring with a false promise or misleading implication. Hugget, to depart in a hurry, to clear out. Hook it up, to hook someone up plentifully or generously. Hook ladder, a ladder with hooks at the end by which it can be suspended, as from the top of a wall. Hook ladders, plural of hook ladder. Hook maneuver, an anti-G technique to increase G tolerance and reduce GLOC incidences, which involves powerful inhalation and rapid exhalation, resulting in breathing noises that sound like HOO4 inhalation and KEH for exhalation. Hook hook. Hook maneuvers, plural of hook maneuver. Hook Norton, a village and civil parish in Cherwell District, Oxfordshire, England. OS Grid Ref SB 3533. Hook of Holland, a coastal town and ferry port in the province of South Holland, the Netherlands. Hook off, to unhook or remove from a hook. Hook pin, a pin with a hooked head, used to pin together the frame of a floor or roof. Pins, plural of hook pin. Hook point poison, the plant Gastrolobium hamulosum. Hook shop, a brothel. Hook shops, plural of hook shop. Hook shot, a shot in which the offensive player gently throws the ball with a sweeping motion of his arm in an upward arc with a follow-through which ends over his head. Hook shots, plural of hook shot. Hook stock, a stock which is held by a subsidiary of the issuing company. Hook stocks, plural of hook stock. Hook switch, alternative form of hook switch. Hook switches, plural of hook switch. Hook turn, a turn made by a vehicle across all lanes of traffic, sometimes used to improve the flow of through traffic or to keep the middle of the road free for trams, etc. Hook turns, plural of hook turn. Hook up, to hook something together. Hook up on, synonym of hang up to keep delayed, suspended, held up, or stuck. Hook wrench, a wrench or spanner with a hook at the end instead of a jaw for turning a bolt head, nut, or coupling. Hook wrenches, plural of hook wrench. Hook, line, and sinker, completely of a belief or acceptance naively or unquestioningly. Hook-a-die, a fairground game in which the player attempts to catch toy ducks using a hooked pole. Ducks bearing a certain hidden mark earn prizes for the player. Hook-a-gaze, a village in London Parish, Shropshire, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 4609. Hook and bullet, relating to or characteristic of the outdoor pursuits of fishing and hunting. Hook and liner, a boat equipped with a hook and line for fishing. Hook and liners, plural of hook and liner. Hook and loop, synonym of Velcro, a fastener consisting of two strips of fabric, one covered with miniature fiber hooks and the other with tiny fiber loops, which stick strongly together but can still be pulled apart. Hook and loop fastener, synonym of Velcro, a fastener consisting of two strips of fabric, one covered with miniature fiber hooks and the other with tiny fiber loops, which stick strongly together but can still be pulled apart. Hook and loop fasteners, plural of hook and loop fastener. Hook and loops, plural of hook and loop. Hook and pile fastener, synonym of Velcro, a fastener consisting of two strips of fabric, one covered with miniature fiber hooks and the other with tiny fiber loops, which stick strongly together but can still be pulled apart. Hook bill, alternative form of hook bill. Hook-eared, alternative form of hook-eared. Hook-eared sculpin, alternative form of hook-eared sculpin. Hook-eared sculpins, plural of hook-eared sculpin. Hook-nosed, having a hooked or curved nose. Hook up, alternative form of hookup. Hookups, a pair of miniature valves right next to each other on a wall, connecting through the wall to the household plumbing, used to provide water to a washing machine. They are usually red and blue, with the red one delivering hot water and the blue one delivering cold water. Other alternative spelling of hookah. Hookaberdar, alternative form of hookaberdar. Hookaberdars, plural of hookaberdar. Hookabah, able to be caught or attached by a hook. Hook-a-gate, alternative form of hook-a-gate. Uffa, a pipe with a long flexible tube that draws the smoke through water, traditionally used for smoking tobacco, which is often flavored. Hookah-burdar, a servant responsible for preparing the hookah smoking pipe. Hookah-burdars, plural of hookah-burdar. Hudvith, plural of hookah. Hodiroon, a sabby, a picaroon, specifically such a tool with a particularly downturned or recurved hook. Hookaroons, plural of hookaroon. Hudvith, plural of hookah. Hubbit, bait attached to a hook. Upvith, any of various parrots with a hooked bill for climbing and for crushing nuts and seeds. Hookbills, plural of hookbill. Of, a surname from Middle English derived from hook as an occupational or topographical name or a nickname. Hooke's atom, an artificial helium-like atom where the Coulombic electron-nucleus interaction potential is replaced by a harmonic potential. Hooke's atoms, plural of Hooke's atom. Hooke's gearing, a spur gearing having teeth slanting across the face of the wheel, sometimes slanting in opposite directions from the middle. Hooke's law, the principle that the stress applied to a solid is directly proportional to the strain produced. This law describes the behavior of springs and solids stressed within their elastic limit. Hookean, of or relating to Robert Hooke, 17th century British physicist. Hookear sculpin, alternative form of Hookeard sculpin. Hookear sculpins, plural of Hookear sculpin. Hookeard, having ears with a hook-like shape. Hookeard sculpin, a small fish of the family Cottidae in the genus Artiodilus. Hookeard sculpins, plural of Hookeard sculpin. Hoof, simple past and past participle of hook. Hooked in, simple past and past participle of hook in. Hooked it, simple past and past participle of hook it. Simple past and past participle of hook it up. Hooked off, simple past and past participle of hook off. Hooked up, simple past and past participle of hook up. Hooked up on, simple past and past participle of hook up on. Hookedness, the condition of being bent like a hook, incurvation. A surname originating as an occupation for a maker of hooks. Hooker cell, a kind of diaphragm cell. Hooker cells, plural of Hooker cell. Hooker County, one of 93 counties in Nebraska, United States. County seat, Mullen. Hooker's bog orchid, synonym of Hooker's orchid. Hooker's green, a dark green pigment made by mixing Prussian blue and gamboge. Hooker's orchid, Platanthera hookeri, a perennial wild flower found in temperate regions of North America ranging from Iowa to Newfoundland. Hooker's Townsend daisy, synonym of Easter daisy. Hookerin, a person hired to bring customers into a store. Hookera, a hanger-on or onsetter. Hookayas, of or relating to the Hookuyasi. Havuya, of or relating to Joseph Dalton Hooker 1817–1911, British botanist and explorer. Hoogerish, resembling or befitting a prostitute. Hookers, plural of hooker. Hookers on, plural of hooker on. Hooked, plural of hook. Hookess, second person singular simple present indicative of hook. Hooka, third person singular simple present indicative of hook. Hovy, truancy, especially from school. Hooky walker, expressing scornful rejection or disbelief. Hook bass, any of several species of sedge in the genus Uncinia, the seeds of which are hooked and attach themselves to passers-by. Hookven, a harquabus. Hookvens, plural of hookven. Otha, a surname. Hovia, comparative form of hooky, more hooky. Hadye, superlative form of hooky, most hooky. Hooky, pronunciation spelling of hooking. Hookiness, the state or quality of being hooky. Hooky, present participle and gerund of hook. Hooking in, present participle and gerund of hook in. Hooking it, present participle and gerund of hook it. Hooking it up, present participle and gerund of hook it up. Hooking off, present participle and gerund of hook off. Hooking up, present participle and gerund of hook up. Hooking up on, present participle and gerund of hook up on. Hookins, plural of hooking. Hookins, a surname originating as a patronymic. Hookish, resembling or characteristic of a hook. Hookyown, hooks atom. Hookkeeper, a wire ring that holds a fly fishing fishhook in place while rigged. Hookkeepers, plural of hookkeeper. Hookbus, without hooks. Hooklessness, absence of hooks. Hooklet, a small or minute hook. Hooklet, plural of hooklet. Hoopfly, resembling a hook. Hoopfly, a process similar to knitting or crocheting for fashioning garments. Hookmaker, a manufacturer of hooks. Hookmakers, plural of hookmaker. Hookpicking, the manufacture of hooks. Hookman, someone who uses a hook. Hookman, plural of hookman. Hooknose, an aquiline nose. Hooknosed, alternative form of hook-nosed. Hook-noses, plural of hook-nose. Hooks, a surname. Hooks above, plural of hook above. Hooks and eyes, plural of hook and eye. Hooks then, third person singular simple present indicative of hook in. Hooks a, third person singular simple present indicative of hook it. Hooks it up, third person singular simple present indicative of hook it up. Hooks off, third person singular simple present indicative of hook off. Hooks up, third person singular simple present indicative of hook up. Hooks up on, third person singular simple present indicative of hook up on. Hooks and loops, plural of hook and loop. Hookses, plural of hooks. Hooked at, a sharp motion made with a fishing rod in order to set the hook firmly into the mouth of the fish that has taken the bait. Hootats, plural of hookset. Hooksetting, the action of making a hookset. Hookshop, a brothel. Hookshops, plural of hookshop. Hookcut, alternative form of hookshot. Hookcuts, plural of hookshot. Hootsin, of or relating to bell hooks born Gloria Jean Watkins in 1952, American feminist author and social activist. Hootwish, the spring-loaded button on a telephone that is depressed by the action of returning the handset to the cradle, thus terminating the call. Hookswitches, plural of hookswitch. Hooktail, any dragonfly of the genus Paragomphus. Hooktails, plural of hooktail. Hooktor, a prickly tree of southern Africa of species Senegalia caffra. Hookhorns, plural of hookthorn. Hooktit, any of various drepanid moths. Hooktips, plural of hooktip. Hooktop, having a hook-like element at the top, as in some phonetic symbols such as b hook hook top b. Hook top hang, a character hang used for the sound used in some dialects of Swedish that resembles both IPAX and ash. Hook, an order, a command. Hookums nai, deception, trickery. Hookums, plural of hookum. Hook, a connection. Hookups, plural of hookup. Hoopway, a surname from Old English. Hoopway, plural of hookway. Hookworm, any of various parasitic blood-sucking roundworms which cause disease, especially the species Ancylostoma duodenale and Necator americanus, having hooked mouthparts and entering their hosts by boring through the skin. Hookworms, plural of hookworm. Hookwormy, infested with hookworms. Hovey, absence from school or work, truancy. Hooky walker, alternative form of hooky walker. Hooky playing, that plays hooky. A hooligan. Hulaya, a Hawaiian celebration or festival. Hulalayas, plural of hulalia. A surname. Huli, obsolete form of holy Hindu festival. Plural of who. Huli, a surname. Hulia, alternative form of hoolihan. Hulias, plural of hoolian. Huis, plural of who. Huli, obsolete form of holy Hindu festival. Huli, a hooligan. Huis, plural of huli. Hooligan, a young person who causes trouble or violence, typically part of a group or gang. Hooligan firm, group that participates in football hooliganism or other sports-related hooliganism. Hooligan firms, plural of hooligan firm. Hooligan too, synonym of Halligan bar. Hooliganish, characterized by hooliganism of or relating to hooligans. Hooliganism, unruly, aggressive behavior, behavior associated with hooligans. Hooliganisms, plural of hooliganism. Hooliganistic, characterized by hooliganism. Hooliganistically, in a hooliganistic manner. Hooliganize, to behave like a hooligan. Hooliganized, simple past and past participle of hooliganize. Hooliganizes, third person singular simple present indicative of hooliganize. Hooliganizing, present participle and gerund of hooliganize. Hooliganry, hooliganism. Hooligans, plural of hooligan. Hoolan, alternative form of hoolihan. Hoolans, plural of hoolihan. Hula van, a police van with surveillance equipment used to monitor troublemakers at events such as sports matches. Hula vans, plural of hula van. Hula, a large gibbon, either of three primate species Hulak hulak, Hulak leucones, or Hulak taxing from the family Hylobatidae. Hulak gibbon, alternative form of Hulak Hulak sbp. Hulak gibbons, plural of Hulak gibbon. Hulaks, plural of Hulak. Plural of who. Hulak, archaic form of Hulak type of gibbon. Hulaks, plural of Hulak. Huli, obsolete form of holy Hindu festival. Huli duli, synonym of wow, expressing surprise or amazement. Humalamali, flattery, soft soap. Huma, a transliteration of the Persian male given name Arabica Arabiquao Arabic mean Arabic noon human. Humans, plural of human. Hude, misspelling of homie. Hu, a surname from Dutch. Hude, to drive very fast or recklessly. Hunan, alternative form of Hunan. Hund, a dog, a hound. Hudi, alternative form of Hundi. Hundi is plural of Hundi. Hudi, alternative form of Hundi. Hundi, banker's draft. Hundis, plural of Hundi. Hundis, plural of Hundi. Huns, plural of Hund. Hud, alternative form of Hundi. Hud, simple past and past participle of Hun. Hudet, simple past and past participle of Hunet. Huninen, someone who hoons, that is, drives in a reckless manner. Hunningens, plural of Hunigan. Hunaman, archaic form of Hanuman. Hunamai, archaic form of Hanuman. Hude, present participle and gerund of Hun. Hudingit, present participle and gerund of Hunet. Hudich, resembling or characteristic of a Hun. Hunumai, archaic form of Hanuman. Hunumans, plural of Hunum. Human. Huns, plural of Hun. Huns, third person singular simple present indicative of Hunit. Hu, someone connected with Queen's Park Rangers Football Club as a fan, player, coach, etc. Hoop cheese, a traditional cheese made only from milk, with the whey completely pressed out. Hoop cheese, plural of hoop cheese. Hoop earring, an earring that is circular or semicircular in design, generally in the form of a hoop of metal that can be opened to pass through an ear piercing. Hoop earrings, plural of hoop earring. Hoop ho, a scuffle hoe with a loop in its head. Hoop hose, plural of hoop ho. Hoop house, a hoop-framed building consisting of a line of hoops braced to each other, attached to ground posts and covered. Hoop houses, plural of hoop house. Hoop jumper, one who jumps through hoops. Hoop jumpers, plural of hoop jumper. Hoopla, obsolete form of hoopla. Hoop pine, Icaria cunninghamia, a tree of eastern Australia and New Guinea. Hoop pines, plural of hoop pine. Hoop skirt, a women's undergarment worn in various historical periods to hold the skirt extended into a fashionable shape, typically consisting of a fabric petticoat with casings to hold a stiffening material, variously rope, osiers, whalebone, steel, or nylon. Hoop skirts, plural of hoop skirt. Hoop snake, a mythical creature of the United States and Australia, a snake that grasps its tail in its jaws and thereby rolls after its prey like a wheel. Hoop snakes, plural of hoop snake. Hoop jumper, alternative form of hoop jumper. Hoop jumpers, plural of hoop jumper. Hoopla, alternative form of hoopla. Hoopa Valley, a valley on the lower course of the Trinity River between the confluence of its South Fork and the Klamath River, in which the Hooper reside. Hoot, containing hoops. Hoop number of places in the United States. Hooper's paradox. A falsidical paradox based on an optical illusion, where a geometric shape with an area of 32 units is dissected into 4 parts, which are then assembled into a rectangle with an area of only 30 units. However, the triangles of the dissected shape are not quite identical to the triangles in the rectangle. Hooper rating. A radio or television audience rating determined by the Hooper Company during the golden age of radio. Hooper ratings. Plural of Hooper rating. Hooperin. A proposed WIMP dark matter particle. Hooperins. Plural of Hooperin. Hoopers. Plural of Hooper. Hoops. A surname. Hoopaceus. Plural of hoops. Hoopa. An old, worn-out car. Hoopies. Plural of hoopy. Hoopé. Present participle and gerund of hoop. Whooping cough. Synonym of whooping cough. Whooping coughs. Plural of whooping cough. Whooping cough. Alternative spelling of whooping cough. Whooping garner. A surname. Whooping garners. Plural of whooping garner. Hoofla. A bustling to-do, excited speech or noise. Hooplas. Plural of hoopla. Hoopal. A city and town in North Dakota. Hoofplus. Without a hoop or hoops. Hoop-like. Resembling a hoop. Hoopa. Any Old World bird of genus Eupipa, especially Eupipa epops Eurasian hoopoe, known for its distinctive plumage, fan-like crest, and slender bill. Hoopolark. Any bird in the genus Saliman, found across northern Africa to Somalia and Pakistan. Hoopolarks. Plural of hoopolark. Hoopos. Plural of hoopo. Hoovu. Archaic form of hoopo. Hoovu. Obsolete form of hoopo. Hoopus. Plural of hoopoo. Hoops. Plural of who. Hoop skirt. Alternative spelling of hoop skirt. Hoops. Skirts. Plural of hoop skirt. Hoopster. A basketball player. Hoopsters. Plural of hoopster. Hoopstick. A light framing member for a carriage or wagon hood or roof. Hoopsticks. Plural of hoopstick. Hoopty. Alternative spelling of hoopty. Hooptius. Plural of hoopty. Hoopty. An old car that has been remodeled or reformed in some way, shape, or form. A classic, a banger. Hoopties. Plural of hoopty. Hoopty. Alternative spelling of hoopty. Hoopy. Shaped like a hoop. Oh. Alternative form of hurrah. Hora's nest. Alternative form of hurrah's nest. Hoet. Simple past and past participle of hora. Hooray. Present participle and gerund of hora. Hodas. Plural of hora. Huda. Used to express joy, excitement, amusement, or approval. Hooray. Hudai. Simple past and past participle of hora. Hooray. Present participle and gerund of hora. Hodas. Plural of hora. Hooray. Used to express approval, joy, or victory. Hooray for Hollywood. A celebration of the U.S. filmed entertainment industry. Hooray Henrys. Plural of Hooray Henry. Hooray Henry. An offensively loudmouthed upper-class man. Hooray Henrys. Plural of Hooray Henry. Hooray. Simple past and past participle of hooray. Hooray. Present participle and gerund of hore. Hores, plural of hore. Hores for Hollywood, plural of hore for Hollywood. Hood, obsolete form of hoard. Hoarde, simple past and past participle of hoard. Hoarding, present participle and gerund of hoard. Hoards, third person singular simple present indicative of hoard. Hood, a municipality of North Holland, Netherlands. Oer, hore, hoord, simple past and past participle of horu. Horing, present participle and gerund of horu. Horus, third person singular simple present indicative of horu. Oer, a commotion. Horushes, plural of horush. H, a surname from Dutch. Huskau, alternative form of Huzagau. Huskaus, plural of Huskau. Hus, a surname. Husakau, alternative form of Huzagau. Husingau, a jail. Husagaus, plural of Husagau. Huser, a surname. Husers, plural of Huser. Hutz, plural of Hus. Husgau, alternative form of Husagau. Husgaus, plural of Husgau. Hu, a stew made from pemmican or other meat, thickened with biscuit. Hus, simple past and past participle of hush. Hushes, plural of hush. Hushe, present participle and gerund of hush. Hushta, a call made to a camel to direct it to stand, sit, go, etc. Hushta, alternative spelling of Hushta. Huyer, a native or resident of the U.S. state of Indiana. Hoosier Alley, a region of active tornadoes around the area of Indiana, also including sections of Illinois and Kentucky. Hoosier Pie, synonym of sugar cream pie. Hoosier Pies, plural of Hoosier Pie. Hoosier State, official nickname for Indiana, a state of the United States. Houyerda, the world or sphere of Houyers. Houyers, a form of language characteristic of Hoosiers. Houyers, resembling or characteristic of a Hoosier. Hoosierism, the attitudes, behaviors, or speech style of a Hoosier. Hoosierisms, plural of Hoosierism. Hoosierize, to adapt to the norms of the Hoosiers. Hoosierize, simple past and past participle of Hoosierize. Hoosierizes, third person singular simple present indicative of Hoosierize. Hoosierizing, present participle and gerund of Hoosierize. Hoosiers, plural of Hoosier. Hosen, a surname originating as a patronymic. A surname. Hoot down, to laugh at someone until they abandon a performance, to shout down a performer with laughter. Hoot it up, to have a good time at a party or get together, especially a loud, lively, or excited event. Hoot owl, synonym of barred owl. Hoot owl shift, a very late shift of work. Hoot owl shifts, plural of hoot owl shift. Hoot owl trail, alternative form of owl hoot trail. Hoot owl trails, plural of hoot owl trail. Hoot owls, plural of hoot owl. Hoot, alternative spelling of hooch type of drink. Hooches, plural of hooch. Hootie, alternative form of hoochie, promiscuous or scantily dressed woman. Hoochie coochie, alternative form of hoochie coochie. Hoochie coochies, plural of hoochie coochie. Hooties, plural of hoochie. Hoochie coochies, plural of hoochie coochie. Hoochie coochie, a kind of erotic dance similar to a belly dance, formerly performed at carnivals. Hooted, past participle of hoot. Hooted down, simple past and past participle of hoot down. Hooted to tuck, simple past and past participle of hooted up. Other, a surname. Hootenannies, plural of hootenanny. Hootenanny, an informal, festive performance by folk singers, often including audience participation with the use of acoustic instruments. Hooter, a person who hoots. Hooters, plural of hooter. Hootis, second person singular simple present indicative of hoot. Hood, third person singular simple present indicative of hoot. Hooted, only used in hooty who. Hooty who, a cry of alarm typically indicating the arrival of the police. Hooty, comparative form of hooty, more hooty. Hooty, superlative form of hooty, most hooty. Hooty, pronunciation spelling of hooting. Hootin' tootin', rowdy, boisterous, and noisy. Hootin', tootin', alternative form of hootin' tootin'. Hooty, present participle and gerund of hoot. Hooting down, present participle and gerund of hoot down. Hooting it up, present participle and gerund of hooted up. Hooting away, with a hooting sound. Hootingness, plural of hooting. Hootmalally, something for which one does not have a name. Hootmalallies, plural of hootmalelli. Hootman, a surname. Hootmans, plural of hootman. Hootmanaz, plural of hootnanny. Hootnanny, alternative form of hootenanny. Hoot, a surname. Hootens, plural of hooten. Hoots, plural of hoot. Hoots down. Third person singular simple present indicative of hoot down. Hoots it up. Third person singular simple present indicative of hoot it up. Hooted, characterized by a hooting sound. Hooty tooty, alternative form of hoity-toity. Hooty tooty. Alternative form of hoity-toity. Hoo, a disease in cattle consisting of inflammation of the stomach by gas, usually caused by eating too much green food. Hood, alternative form of hoofed. Hoa, a surname. Hoens, plural of hooven. Ilver, an American surname from German shared by several famous people including J. Edgar Hoover and Herbert Hoover. Hoover blanket, old newspaper or cardboard, used by a homeless person to cover themselves for warmth. Hoover blankets, plural of Hoover blanket. Hoover flag, an empty penniless pocket turned inside out, showing that someone has no money. Hoover flags, plural of Hoover flag. Hoover har, an animal which is eaten by poor people during hard times, especially an armadillo or jackrabbit, but also a possum or squirrel. Hoover hogs, plural of Hoover hog. Hoover Index, an economic measure equal to the portion of the total community income that would have to be redistributed to establish perfect income uniformity. Hoover up, to suck something into a vacuum cleaner, irrespective of brand. Hoover wagon, a broken down or permanently out of gas car pulled by a horse, chiefly in the U.S. during the Great Depression. Hoover wagons, plural of Hoover wagon. Hoovergraft, an ally of President Herbert Hoover during his campaign and / or presidency. Hoovergrats, plural of Hoovercrats. Hoover, simple past and past participle of Hoover. Hoovered up, simple past and past participle of Hoover up. Hooverette, a simple house dress with robe-style sash and wrap front, worn especially in United States in the 1930s and 1940s with one section overlapping another. When dirty, the overlap could be reversed so a clean section was on top again, reducing laundry. Hooverettes, plural of Hooverette. Hooverette, of or relating to the politics or economics of Herbert Hoover. Hoovering, present participle and gerund of Hoover. Hoovering up, present participle and gerund of Hoover up. Hooverings, plural of hoovering. Hooverize, alternative form of hooverize. Hooverized, simple past and past participle of hooverize. Hooverizes, third person singular simple present indicative of hooverize. Hooverizing, present participle and gerund of hooverize. Hooverizings, plural of hooverizing. Hooverism, the policies of Herbert Hoover 1874-1964, 31st President of the United States from 1929 to 1933. Hooverite, a supporter of Herbert Hoover 1874-1964, 31st President of the United States from 1929 to 1933. Hooverites, plural of Hooverite. Hooverize, to be economical in the use of a resource, particularly food. Hooverized, simple past and past participle of hooverize. Hooverizer, one who hooverizes. Hooverizers, plural of hooverizer. Hooverizes, third person singular simple present indicative of hooverize. Hooverizing, present participle and gerund of hooverize. Hooverizings, plural of hooverizing. Hoovernomics, the economic policy and style of economic management associated with U.S. President Herbert Hoover. Hoovers, plural of Hoover. Hoovers up, third person singular simple present indicative of Hoover up. Hooverville, any of many shantytowns established by the homeless in the United States in the Great Depression of the early 20th century. Hoovervilles, plural of Hooverville. Whois, plural of hoove. Hoove, present participle and gerund of hoove. Hooey, a shout of delight or surprise. Hooey, official battle yell of the U.S. Navy. Hadit, a surname from Dutch. Hadit, a lake near Blernduos in Iceland. Hoppe freight, to travel as a stowaway aboard a freight train on a railroad. Hop about, to jump around from place to place as a small bird. Hop and bop, a style of platform game in which Enemies are defeated by jumping on them. Hop and pop. To jump from a plane at altitudes of 5,000 ft and deploy the main parachute soon after. Hop die. The caterpillar of the tussock moth, which damages hops. Hop dogs. Plural of hop dog. Hop field. A field in which hops are grown. Hop fields. Plural of hop field. Hop flea. A small flea beetle, Chaetochnemacancina, very destructive to hop plantations in springtime. Hop fleas. Plural of hop flea. Hop flies. Plural of hop fly. Hop fly. A kind of aphid that is destructive to hop plantations. Hop freight. To travel as a stowaway aboard a cargo train. Hop garden. A field, fields or farm where hops are grown. Hop gardens. Plural of hop garden. Hop hornbeam. A tree of the species Ostrea virginia American heiferbeam. Hop hornbeams. Plural of hop hornbeam. Hop into. To begin a task or project. Hop it. To leave. To go away. Hop joint. An establishment where opium is smoked. Hop joints. Plural of hop joint. Hop merchant. A teacher of dancing. Hop merchants. Plural of hop merchant. Hop and pop. Alternative form of hop and pop. Hop off. To alight. Hop on. To join a phone call or video call. Hop on down to. Come/go visit/a business or event. Hop picker. A person employed to pick hops in the hop picking season. Hop pickers. Plural of hop picker. Hop pocket. A coarse sack for hops or the quantity it holds, about 1/2 cwt. Hop pockets. Plural of hop pocket. Hop pole. A hamlet in Deeping St Nicholas Parish, South Holland District, Lincolnshire, England. OS Grid Ref TF 1813. Hop pole. A slender pole supporting a hop vine. Hop poles. Plural of hop pole. Hop step. A move where a player takes one step after stopping their dribble and then jumps off that foot, landing with both feet at the same time. Hop steps. Plural of hop step. Hop the twig. To run away. Hop away. To play truant, be absent from school without permission. Hop to it. To hurry up. To get moving. Hop up. To excite people. Hop, skip, and a jump. A short distance. Hop forward. Of a beer. Having hop characters most prominent in the flavor profile. Hopoma thumb. A very small person or creature. Hopoma thumb. Plural of hopoma thumb. Hop on, hop off. Of or pertaining to a type of bus tour that allows passengers to join and leave at a number of different stops. Hop tuna. Halloween. Hadai. A Ukrainian national dance in 2/4 time. Hadais. Plural of hopper. Hopin. A hopanoid hydrocarbon. Hopins. Plural of hoppang. Hopanoid. Pertaining to a carboxylic acid of hopping. Hopanoid. Any of a class of pentacyclic compounds, somewhat similar to steroids, that have various functions in prokaryotes. Hopanoids. Plural of hopanoid. Hopanthenic acid. Homopantothenic acid. Hopitai. a lake in New Jersey, United States. Hop by, a sealed chamber between the brewing kettle and counterflow wort chiller into which hops are added. Hop bags, plural of hop bag. Hop bind, alternative form of hop bind. Hop binds, plural of hop bind. Hop eye, the climbing stem of the hop. Hop binds, plural of hop bind. Hopbush, any of the genus Dodonea of flowering plants in the soapberry family, especially Dodonea viscosa. Hopbush is, plural of hopbush. Hopdolite, any of various mixtures of mainly oxides of copper and manganese used as catalysts for the conversion of carbon monoxide to carbon dioxide when exposed to the oxygen in the air at room temperature. Hopgalites, plural of hopgalite. Hopcroft, a surname. Hopcroft's algorithm, an algorithm for merging the non-distinguishable states of a deterministic finite state automaton based on partitioning the states into groups by their behavior. Oh, the feeling of trust, confidence, belief, or expectation that something wished for can or will happen. Hope against hope, to continue to hope, even when what is hoped for seems unlikely or impossible. Hope K, an island of the Turks and Caicos Islands. Hope chess, play that relies on hoping one's opponent blunders or does not find a tactic. Hope chess, a box containing items, especially clothing, table linens, towels, bed linens, and quilts, typically stored by unmarried young women in anticipation of future married life. Hope chests, plural of hope chests. Hope springs eternal. The feeling of hopefulness endlessly renews itself. Hope springs eternal in the human breast. Alternative form of hope springs eternal. Hope under Dinmore, a village and civil parish in North Hertfordshire, England, served by Hope under Dinmore and Newton Group Parish Council OS Grid Ref So 5052. Hope Woodlands, a civil parish served by Derwent and Hope Woodlands Parish Council in High Peak Borough, Derbyshire, England. Hopefully, in a way that one would hope for. Hopophenol, a particular tetrameric stilbenoid. Hopeur, an internet aesthetic featuring joyful or motivational content intended to inspire hope. Hope, simple past and past participle of hope. Hoped against hope, simple past and past participle of hope against hope. Hoped for, desired, wish for. Hope for, alternative spelling of hoped for. Hopedale, a village in Illinois. Hopeful, feeling hope. Hopeful monster, an organism exhibiting a significant mutation that may form a new lineage according to macromutation theory. Hopeful monsters, plural of hopeful monster. Hopeful, archaic form of hopeful. Hopefuler, comparative form of hopeful, more hopeful. Hopefulness, superlative form of hopeful, most hopeful. Hopefully, it is hoped that, I hope, we hope. Hopefulness, the happy of being hopeful. Hopefulnesses, plural of hopefulness. Hopefuls, plural of hopeful. Hope, alternative form of hebe. Hopi, obsolete spelling of hebe. Hope, a prenylflavonoid phytoestrogen, a prenylnaringenin found in hop plants. Hopi, an orthorhombic dipyramidal mineral containing hydrogen, oxygen, phosphorus, and zinc. Hopium, uncommon spelling of hopium. Hopeless, Without hope, despairing, not expecting anything positive. Hopeless romantic. A person who strongly desires a successful romantic relationship, but struggles greatly to find or maintain one in practice. Hopeless romantics. Plural of hopeless romantic. Hopeless. Obsolete spelling of hopeless. Hopelessly. In a manner showing no hope. Hopelessness. A lack of hope, despair. Hopelessnesses. Plural of hopelessness. Hope max. To maximize one's hopes, to be filled with hope. Hopemonger. A person who offers passively unrealistic hope for the future. Hopemongers. Plural of hopemonger. Hope. A pentacyclic triterpene hydrocarbon produced from squalene by a cyclase enzyme. Hopians. Plural of hoping. Hopinosis. Credulous political enthusiasm for Barack Obama. Hopium. A genre of speculative fiction with an emphasis on optimism, compassion, or nonviolence. Hoper. One who hopes. Hopers. Plural of hoper. Hopes. Plural of hope. Hopes against hope. Third person singular simple present indicative of hope against hope. Hopesay. A village and civil parish west of Craven Arms, Shropshire, England. A Westgrid Ref. So 3883. Hopus. Second person singular simple present indicative of hope. Hope. Third person singular simple present indicative of hope. Hope Town. A town in the Shire of Yarra and Biak, Northwest Victoria, Australia. Hopeward. Towards hope. Hopewell. A large number of places in the United States. Hopewellian. Relating to the Hopewell tradition, a network of Native American civilizations that engaged in exchange, flourishing during the first half of the first millennium C. Hopewells. Plural of Hopewell. Hopiema-Change. A nickname for former U.S. President Barack Obama. Hop. A surname. Hopf-algebra. A structure that is simultaneously a unital associative algebra and a countal coassociative algebra equipped with an anti-automorphism satisfying a certain property. Hopf-algebras. Plural of Hopf-algebra. Hopf-link. The simplest interlinkage of two loops, two interlinked rings. Hopf-links. Plural of Hopf-link. Hoprian. Relating to, or introduced by, Heinz Hopf 1894–1971, German mathematician. Hopfield. Alternative form of Hopfield. Hopfield network. A kind of recurrent neural network, providing a model for understanding human memory. Hopfield networks. Plural of Hopfield network. Hopfields. Plural of Hopfield. Hopian. A knot in a three-dimensional continuous unit vector field that cannot be unknotted without cutting. Havene. Of or relating to Hopfians. Hopfians. Plural of Hopfian. Hoppus. Plural of Hopf. Hopfit. A surname. Hoppids. Plural of Hopfid. Hoffe. A drug addict. Hoffeds. Plural of Hoffed. Hawthorn bean. Any species of the genus Ostrea with exceptionally dense wood and hop-like fruit. Hawthorn beams. Plural of hawthorn bean. Hothi. A member of a particular tribe of North American natives. Hopi maize. Synonym of blue corn. Hopi reservation. A Native American reservation in Arizona, United States. Hovia, a flaky pastry typically filled with either mung bean, pork bits, purple yam, azuki bean, or etc. Hopias, plural of hopia. Haven, pronunciation spelling of hoping. Hopiness, the quality of being hopey. Hope, present participle and gerund of hope. Hoping against hope. Hope, present participle and gerund of hope against hope. Hopingly, in a hopeful manner. Hopings, plural of hoping. Hopies, plural of hopey. Hopiam, a clinging to unreasonable or unfounded hopes. Hopton, a surname originating as a patronymic. Hopkins, an English, Irish, and Welsh surname originating as a patronymic. Hopkins County, one of 120 counties in Kentucky, United States. County seat, Madisonville, named after Samuel Hopkins. Hopkinsian, of or relating to Samuel Hopkins, theologian, 1721-1803. Hopkinism, Hopkinsian theology. Hopkinsian, a particular carotenoid. Hopkinsism, synonym of Hopkinism. Hopkinson, a surname originating as a patronymic. Hopkinsville, a home rule city. The county seat of Christian County, Kentucky, United States. Hopkinton, a place in the United States. Hopla, weapon arms, armed. Hopland, a census-designated place in Mendocino County, California, United States. Hopless, without hops. Hopley, a surname. Hoplitid, any fish in the family Hoplitidae. Hoplitids, plural of Hoplitia. Hoplai, a heavily armed infantry soldier of ancient Greece, wielding a one-handed spear and an aspis. Hoplites, plural of hoplite. Hoplitic, relating to hoplites. Hoplitid, any ammonite in the family Hoplitidae. Hoplitids, plural of hoplitid. Hoplo, any of the catfish genus Hoplostonum. Hoplo, alternative form of hopple. Hoplicarid, any member of the subclass Hoplicarida of crustaceans, manatees, shrimp, etc. Hoplicarids, plural of hoplicarid. Hoplocercid, any lizard in the family Hoplocercidae. Hoplocercids, plural of Hoplocercid. Hoplocercine, any lizard of the genus Hoplocercus, sometimes of the family Hoplocercidae. Hoplocercines, plural of Hoplocercine. Hoplochrysum, the superstitious practice of applying a salve, ointment, or chrism to a weapon that has caused an injury, rather than to the injury itself, in the belief that doing so will heal the wound that the weapon caused. Weapon salve. Hoplochrysmi, obsolete spelling of hoplochrysum. Hoplolamid, any nematode in the family Hoplolamidae. Hoplolamids, plural of hoplolamid. Hoplolatry, the worship of weapons. Hoplological, of or pertaining to hoplology. Hoplologist, someone who is an expert in weapons and armor, especially military uses or knowledge thereof. Hoplologists, plural of hoplologists. Hoplology, the study of the methods, behavior, and technology involved in human combat, particularly weapons and armor. Hoplai, a type of asps used by Greek hoplites. Hoplomertian, any of the subclass Hoplomertia of worms. Hoplomertians, plural of Hoplomertian. Hoplons, plural of hoplon. Hoplophile, one who loves or is attracted to firearms or other weapons. Hoplophiles, plural of hoplophile. Hoplophilia, the love of or sexual attraction to firearms or other weapons. Haplophiliac, synonym of hoplophile. Haplophiliacs, plural of haplophiliac. Hoplophilic, of or relating to hoplophilia, the love of or attraction to firearms or other weapons. Hoplophobe, someone who has an irrational fear of guns. Hoplophobes, plural of hoplophobe. Hoplophobia, the irrational fear of guns. Hoplophobic, having an irrational fear of guns. Hoplopleurid, any louse in the family Hoplopluridae. Hoploplurids, plural of hoplopleurid. Hoplus, plural of hoplo. Hodman, a surname from German. Hodman, plural of Hopman. Hodnes, Apios americana, a perennial vine that bears edible beans and large edible tubers. Hopologist, misspelling of hopologist. Hopologists, plural of hopologists. A surname. Hop syndrome, a cutaneous condition characterized by a prominent palmoplantar keratoderma. Hothe, a Korean steamed bun with red bean paste filling. A surname. Hoven, of or relating to the political theories of Hans Hermann Hoppe. Hopens, plural of Hoppian. Opt, simple past and past participle of hop. Hopped about, simple past and past participle of hop about. Hopped and popped, simple past and past participle of hop and pop. Hopped into, simple past and past participle of hop into. Opted, simple past and past participle of hop it. Opt off, simple past and past participle of hop off. Hopped on, simple past and past participle of hop on. Hopped on down to, simple past and past participle of hop on down to. Hop the wag, simple past and past participle of hop the wag. Hopped to it, simple past and past participle of hop to it. Opta, drugged, intoxicated. Hoppenries, a simple of hop the wag. Hopped to it, simple past and past participle of hop to it. Opta, drugged, intoxicated. Hoppenries, a surname. Hotter, a surname. Hopper boy, a rake in a mill, moving in a circle to spread meal for drying, and to draw it over an opening in the floor through which it falls. Hopper boys, plural of hopper boy. Hopper car, a railroad freight car which is used to transport bulk materials in a hopper, the load being usually discharged through one or more hinged doors at the bottom of the car. Hopper cars, plural of hopper car. Hopper crystal, a mineral crystal whose interior space is empty. Hopper crystals, plural of hopper crystal. Hopper wagon, a railway goods wagon which is used to transport bulk materials in a hopper, the load being usually discharged through the bottom of the wagon. Hopper wagons, plural of hopper wagon. Hopper boy, alternative spelling of hopper boy. Hopper boys, plural of hopper boy, alternative form of hopper boys. hopper burr, damage to plants as a result of infestation by plant hoppers. Hopper dozer, an appliance for the destruction of insects, consisting of a shallow box containing kerosene or coated with a sticky substance, which may be mounted on wheels. Hopper dozers, plural of hopper dozer. Hopperesque, reminiscent of Edward Hopper 1880 to 1967, American realist painter and printmaker. Hopperings, the gravel that remains in the hopper of a cradle while panning for gold. Hoppers, plural of hopper. Hopperton, a small village in Allerton, Mauleverer with Hopperton Parish, Harrogate Borough, North Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SC 4256. Hobbes, a surname from Dutch. Hoppes, is plural of hops. Hobbes, second person singular simple present indicative of hop. Hobbe, a hand basket for holding seeds while sowing. Habe, third person singular simple present indicative of hop. Hobbes, plural of hoppet. Habe, comparative form of hoppy, more hoppy. Hap is, superlative form of hoppy, most hoppy. Hoppily, in a hoppy manner. Hoppen, pronunciation spelling of hopping. Hoppin' John, a dish of rice and beans in the southern United States, based on traditional West African dishes. Happiness, the state of being happy. Habe, a surname. Hopping about, present participle and gerund of hop about. Hopping and popping, present participle and gerund of hop and pop. Hopping Dick, a black thrush Turdus orandius, native to Jamaica. Hopping Dicks, plural of hopping dick. Hopping into, present participle and gerund of hop into. Hopping it, present participle and gerund of hop it. Hopping mad, extremely angry, furious to the point of outburst. Hopping mice, plural of hopping mouse. Hopping mouse, any of various endemic Australian mice of the genus Notomies. Hopping off, present participle of hop off. Hopping on, present participle and gerund of hop on. Hopping on down to, present participle and gerund of hop on down to. Hopping the wag, present participle and gerund of hop the wag. Hop into it, present participle and gerund of hop to it. Hopping up, present participle and gerund of hop up. Hopping vampire, a gianchi. Hopping vampires, plural of hopping vampire. Hoppingly, in a hopping way with hopping motions. Hoppies, plural of hopping. Hoppins, a traveling fair that comes to Newcastle upon Tyne. Hoppity, non-C variation of the word hop, usually used to indicate a series of small hopping. Hoppins, a traveling fair that comes to Newcastle upon Tyne. Hoppity, non-C variation of the word hop, usually used to indicate a series of small hopping actions. Hoppel, a surname. Hoppled, simple past and past participle of hopple. Hopples, plural of hopple. Hopley, present participle and gerund of hopple. Hoppo, alternative letter case form of hoppo, especially in reference to the imperial board or the chief customs officer of a port. Hoppos, plural of hoppo. Opportunities, plural of opportunity. Opportunity, pronunciation spelling of opportunity. Hoppos, plural of hoppo. Opposite. Pronunciation spelling of opposite. Hathis. A surname. Hathis. A surname. Hathis fee. Plural of hoppus foot. Hoppus foot. A unit of measurement for the volume of timber in the round, with a value equal to 1.27 cubic feet, where the cross-sectional area is taken as the square of 1/4 of the circumference of the round. Hoppus ton. A unit of measurement for the volume of timber in the round, with a value equal to 50 hoppus feet or 1.8027 cubic meters. Hoppus tons. Plural of hoppus ton. Hop uses. Plural of hoppus. Hottie. Having a taste of hops, heavily flavored with hops. Hoppus. Plural of hop. Hops about. Third person singular simple present indicative of hop about. Hops and pops. Third person singular simple present indicative of hop and pop. Hops into. Third person singular simple present indicative of hop into. Hopsit. Third person singular simple present indicative of hop it. Hops off. Third person singular simple present indicative of hop off. Hops on. Third person singular simple present indicative of hop on. Hops on down to. Third person singular simple present indicative of hop on down to. Hops the way. Third person singular simple present indicative of hop the way. Hops to it. Third person singular simple present indicative of hop to it. Hops up. Third person singular simple present indicative of hop up. Hop sack. A hemp sack used for holding hops. Hop sacking. Hop sack fabric. Hop sackings. Plural of hop sacking. Hop sacks. Plural of hop sack. Hopsed. Any of various plants of the genus Drea. Hopsages. Plural of hopsage. Hopscotch. A child's game in which a player, hopping on one foot, drives a stone from one compartment to another of a figure traced or scotched on the ground. Hopscotch hashing. A scheme for resolving hash collisions, having an insertion algorithm that involves a series of hops. Hopscotch. Simple past and past participle of hopscotch. Hopscotcher. One who plays the game of hopscotch. Hopscotchers. Plural of hopscotcher. Hopscotches. Third person singular simple present indicative of hopscotch. Hopscotching. Present participle and gerund of hopscotch. Hopset. A set of frequencies available for use by a wireless network. Hopsess. Plural of Hopset. Hopsword. A hamlet and the site of a lost medieval village in Withaybrook Parish, Rugby District, Warwickshire, England. OS Grid Ref SB 4284. Hopson. A surname originating as a patronymic. Hopstat. Alternative form of hopstep. Hopsteps. Plural of hopstep. Hop. Simple past and past participle of hop. Hoptoad. Atoa. Hoptoads. Plural of hoptoad. Hopton. A place name. Hopton and Cotton. A civil parish in Stafford Borough, Staffordshire, England. Hopton Castle. A village, a civil parish and castle remains in southern Shropshire, England. OS Grid Ref So 3678. Hopton Heath, a hamlet in Clundunford Parish and Hopton Castle Parish, South Shropshire, England, on the border with Herefordshire. OS Grid Ref So 3877. Hopton Wafers, a small village and civil parish in South Shropshire, England. OS Grid Ref So 6376. Hopton on Sea, a coastal village and civil parish in Great Yarmouth Borough, Norfolk, England. OS Grid Ref TG 5300. Hoptons, plural of Hopton. Hopti, Telea trifoliata, a shrub or small tree in the Rudaceae family, native to North and Central America. Hop trees, plural of hoptree. Hopi, the stalk or stem of the hop. Hopvines, plural of hopvine. Hopwell, a civil parish served by Risley with Hopwell Parish Council in Awash Borough, Derbyshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 4436. Hopwood, a suburb of Heywood in the metropolitan borough of Rochdale, Greater Manchester, England. OS Grid Ref SD 865095. Hopwoods, plural of hopwood. Hape, an outdoor area where hops are grown. Havyards, plural of happyard. Huff, a surname from Bengali. Huffs, plural of hope. Hate, alternative form of hocket. Hotes, plural of hake. Oh, hor fun, a flat rice noodle, commonly used in Cantonese cuisine. Oh, a goddess of the seasons, one of the Hori. Horace, Quintus Horatius Flaccus, a poet and philosopher of the Roman Augustan, age 65-8 BCE. Horisa, a surname. Horacex, plural of Horisec. Horaces, plural of Horace. Horades, a town in Azerbaijan. Huri, the goddesses of the seasons and the natural portions of the times of the year and the laws and orders of time, originally the personifications of nature in its different seasonal aspects, but in later times regarded as goddesses of order in general and of natural justice. Horigai, a kind of trumpet that made from conch shells, originating from Japan. Oh, alternative form of hora. Horas, plural of hora. Horai, alternative form of hori. Hudak, a surname. Horax, plural of horak. Hodal, a surname. Hodals, plural of horal. Oraltic, used to describe birds, particularly vultures, in a characteristic pose with wings spread and raised. Hora, a village and civil parish in Wealdon District, East Sussex, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 5717. Houn, a surname from Irish in turn originating as a patronymic. Horans, plural of horn. Horapolonian, of or relating to Horapollo, the supposed author of a treatise titled Hieroglyphica on Egyptian hieroglyphs extant in a Greek translation by one Philippus dating to about the 5th century. Horaris, plural of horari. Horarium, the daily schedule of a religious house or seminary. Horariums, plural of horarium. Horary, pertaining to an hour or hours. Horas, plural of hora. Horatian, of or pertaining to the Roman poet Horace Quintus Horatius Flaccus, 65-8 BCE, or to his works or style. Horatio, a male given name from Horatio Algerian, relating to or characteristic of the fiction of Horatio Alger 1832-1899, American author who wrote rags to riches, stories about impoverished boys attaining middle class security and comfort through good works. Horatios, plural of Horatio. Horbam Neckar, a town in Freudenstadt district, Baden-Württemberg, Germany. Horbachai, synonym of Pentlandite. Horbeling, a village and civil parish in South Kesteven district, Lincolnshire, England. OS Grid Ref TF 1135. Horbury, a town in the metropolitan borough of Wakefield, West Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SC 2918. Horbury Junction, an industrial estate in Horbury, metropolitan borough of Wakefield, West Yorkshire, England, named after a railway junction. OS Grid Ref SC 3017. Horsch, a surname from German. Horchata, a sweet beverage variously made with rice, chufa or moro seeds or, historically, barley, water, sugar, and cinnamon, and sometimes with milk. Horchatas, plural of horchata. Horts, plural of horch. Horculin, a lectin that binds nose. Horcrux, alternative letter case form of Horcrux. Horcruxes, plural of Horcrux. Hord, a surname. Hordal, of or pertaining to a horde. Hordaland, a county of Norway. Hordalander, a person from Hordaland in Norway. Hordalanders, plural of Hordalander. Hordatine, any of a class of benzofuran glucopyranosides found in ungerminated barley. Hordatines, plural of hordatine. Hor, a wandering troop or gang, especially a clan or tribe of a nomadic people, originally Tatars migrating from place to place for the sake of pasturage, plunder, etc. A predatory multitude. Horde mode, a style of cooperative multiplayer gameplay where players work together to defend a target or fight through waves of enemies. Horde modes, plural of horde mode. Hordacious, of or pertaining to barley. Horde, simple past and past participle of horde. Hordic acid, an acid derived from barley. Hordeum SBP, identical or isomeric with lauric acid. Hordeiform, resembling the shape of barley grains. Hordin, a glycoprotein found in barley and some other cereals. Horde, present participle and gerund of horde. Hordeans, plural of hordine. Hordevirus, any of the genus Hordevirus of plant viruses consisting of a non-enveloped, helical, rod-shaped capsid. Hordeviruses, plural of hordevirus. Horde life, resembling or characteristic of a horde. Horden, a large village in County Durham, England. OS Grid Ref and Z 4441. Hordenine, an N-enanthyltyramine, a phenethylamine alkaloid found in a variety of plants, including barley. Hordeola, plural of hordeolum. Hordeolum, sty, an infection of a sebaceous gland of the eyelid. This is distinguished from a chalazion, which is not infected, but a cyst formed from an impacted meibomian gland of the eyelid. Hoarder, a surname from Middle English. Hoarders, plural of hoarder. Hordes, plural of hoard. Hortisman, a man who belongs to a barbarian horde. Hortisman, plural of hortisman. Hording, present participle and gerund of horde. Hordal, A village and civil parish in New Forest District, Hampshire, England. OS Grid Ref SE 2695. Hordley. A village and civil parish in Shropshire, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 3830. Hordleys. Plural of hordley. Hordock. A plant, possibly burdock. Hordocks. Plural of hordock. Hordes. Plural of horde. Horia. A commune of Alba County. Romania. Hora. The mountain where the 10 Commandments were given to Moses by Yahweh, according to the book of Deuteronomy in the Hebrew Bible. Orca. Alternative form of Ho-Reka. Ho-Reka. The hotel and catering industry. Horehound. Any plant of the genus Marubium. Horehounds. Plural of horehound. Horzum. Alternative form of Chorasmia. Horzamin. Alternative form of Chorasmian. Horsmans. Plural of Horsman. Horzu. A village in Tersensti, Gorge County, Romania. Horf down. To gobble, scarf down. Horf up. To expel through the throat. To cough up, regurgitate, or vomit. Horville. A northern suburb of Bristol, England, between Filton and Lockleys. OS Grid Ref SD 5976. Horgan. A surname from Irish. Horgans. Plural of Horgan. Horgas. A surname. Horgases. Plural of Horgas. Horgasti. A commune of Bacău County, Romania. Huri. A mixed breed dog that is a cross between the Siberian Husky and Welsh Corgi. Horgas. Plural of Horgi. Hora. A village and civil parish served by Horham and Atherlington Parish Council in Mid-Suffolk District, Suffolk, England. OS Grid Ref TM 2172. Hui. A Maori. Hori Hori. Alternative form of Hori Hori. Hori Hori. A Japanese weeding knife. Hori Horis. Plural of Hori Hori. Hoda. A village in Vladimirsku, Arad County, Romania. Horian. Of or relating to Horus. Hodeti. Greek salad. Horicyclic. Misspelling of horicyclic. Horicyclic. Related to or constructed from horicycles. Hoda. Comparative form of hori. More hoary. Hori is superlative form of hori. Most hoary. Horikawa. A surname from Japanese. Horilka. Ukrainian distilled spirit, sometimes flavored with hot peppers. Horilkas. Plural of Horilka. Horine. A surname. Horians. Plural of Horine. Horis. Plural of Hori. Horishny Plevny. A city in Poltava Oblast, Ukraine. Horizon. Obsolete spelling of horizon. Horizons. Plural of horison. Arai. A surname from Japanese. Hoyatyes. Plural of hoyachi. Horizon. The visible horizontal line in all directions where the sky appears to meet the earth in the distance. Horizon deep. A deep in Tonga Trench, Pacific Ocean, the second deepest place on Earth and deepest part of the Tonga Horizon effect. A problem in artificial intelligence whereby a computer can only search a small portion of the possible states in a game, and thus may make a detrimental move because it cannot search far enough to see its error. Horizon effects. Plural of horizon effect. Horizon glass. A half-silvered piece of glass mounted in a quadrant or sextant so that the horizon can be seen at the same time as the reflection of a heavenly body. Horizon problem. The cosmological fine-tuning problem of explaining the observed homogeneity of causally disconnected regions of space in the absence of a mechanism that sets the same initial conditions everywhere. Horizontal. Relating to a horizon. Horizonation. The formation of soil horizons. Horizonations. Plural of horizonation. Horizomus. Without a horizon. Horizomousness. Absence of a horizon. Horizons. Plural of horizon. Horizontal. Perpendicular to the vertical, parallel to the plane of the horizon, level, flat. Horizontal bar. A horizontally aligned bar used in gymnastics upon which acts of swinging are performed. Horizontal bars. Plural of horizontal bar. Horizontal categorification. The process by which an algebraic structure is first categorified, realizing it as a one-object category with certain properties, and then categories with those properties, and any number of objects are studied. Also, the result of this process. Horizontal dancing. Sexual intercourse. Horizontal escalation. The escalation of a conflict by attacking an additional geographic region. Horizontal gene transfer. The transfer of genetic material from one organism to another one that is not its offspring, especially common among bacteria. Horizontal gene transfers. Plural of horizontal gene transfer. Horizontal hostility to another one that is not its offspring, especially common among bacteria. Horizontal gene transfers. Plural of horizontal gene transfer. Horizontal hostility. Disrespectful or bullying behavior among peers working on the same level in an organization. Horizontal hula. Sexual intercourse. Horizontal hulas. Plural of horizontal hula. Horizontal integration. The integrating of identical stages in the production or marketing process under the ownership or control of a single management organization. Horizontal integrations. Plural of horizontal integration. Horizontal jogging. Sexual intercourse. Horizontal machining center. A machining center of milling type whose primary spindle is of the horizontal type. Horizontal machining centers. Plural of horizontal machining center. Horizontal mambo. Sexual intercourse. Horizontal mambos. Plural of horizontal mambo. Horizontal market. A market that encompasses a wide variety of industries. Horizontal markets. Plural of horizontal market. Horizontal pitch. A unit of length 0.2 inches or 5.08 millimeters defined by the Eurocard printed circuit board standard used to measure the width of rack-mounted electronic equipment. Horizontal plane. Any plane that divides the body into superior and inferior parts, roughly perpendicular to spine, transverse plane. Horizontal planes. Plural of horizontal plane. Horizontal polka. Sexual intercourse. Horizontal polkas. Plural of horizontal polka. Horizontal privity. The relationship between parties where the benefits from their contract are to be given to a third party. Horizontal proliferation. The spread of weapons of mass destruction to states that did not previously have them. Horizontal refreshments. Sexual intercourse. Horizontal run. A cable run installed inside a building wall. Horizontal runs, plural of horizontal run. Horizontal sorting, a form of graded bedding that occurs at the bottom of a body of water. The principle says that smaller colloids particles settle farther in the strata while larger particles settle closer to the source of water. Horizontal stabilizer, alternative spelling of horizontal stabilizer. Horizontal stabilizers, plural of horizontal stabilizer. Horizontal stabilizer, synonym of tailplane. Horizontal stabilizers, plural of horizontal stabilizer. Horizontal standard, a technical standard which is applicable to all industries in general. Horizontal standards, plural of horizontal standard. Horizontal tango, sexual intercourse. Horizontal tangos, plural of horizontal tango. Horizontalism, a political or social theory or system that advocates the equitable distribution of power in a society. Horizontalist, an advocate or believer in horizontalism. Horizontalists, plural of horizontalists. Horizontalities, plural of horizontality. Horizontality, horizontalness. Horizontalization, the act or process of horizontalizing. Horizontalize, to orient horizontally. Horizontalize, simple past and past participle of horizontalize. Horizontalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of horizontalize. Horizontalizing, present participle and gerund of horizontalize. Horizontally, in a horizontal direction or position. Horizontally challenge, fat, obese. Horizontally challenge, alternative form of horizontally challenged. Horizontalness, the papi being horizontal. Horizontals, plural of horizontal. Horizonte, horizontal. Horizontical, horizontal. Horizontically, horizontally. Horizonward, toward the horizon. Horizonwards, towards the horizon. To foul up, to be occupied with difficulty, tangle, or unpleasantness. To be broken. Hork, simple past and past participle of hork. Hui, alternative form of hockey harvest supper. Horgies, plural of horky. Horkheimerien, of or relating to Max Horkheimer 1895 1973, German philosopher and sociologist. Hui, a town in Mogilov, Belarus. Hurge, present participle and gerund of hork. Horks, third person singular simple present indicative of hork. Hui, any of several settlements in the Czech Republic. Horlasher, a surname. Horlashers, plural of Horlasher. Horler, a surname. Orlesti, a commune of Aozi County, Romania. Hurley, a town and civil parish in Reigate and Banstead Borough, Surrey, England. OS Grid FTQ 2842. Hurley, a surname. Horlicks, a hot bedtime drink made with malted milk. Horlicks, simple past and past participle of Horlicks. Horlickses, plural of Horlicks. Horlicksing, present participle and gerund of Horlicks. Horlicka, a city and reign in eastern Ukraine in Donetsk Oblast. Horolog, alternative form of horolog. Horologus, plural of horolog. Hormon, a surname. Hormon, a surname. Hormones, plural of hormone. Hormones, plural of hormone. Hormephy, NEC and N in the family Hermaphidae. Hormethes, plural of Hormethiae. Hormazabal, a surname. Hormazabals, plural of Hormazabal. Hormazd, alternative form of Ahura Mazda. Hormesis, plural of hormesis. Hormesis, a phenomenon in which an environmental agent or stressor produces a stimulatory or beneficial effect at low doses and an inhibitory or harmful effect at higher doses, corresponding to a biphasic dose-response relationship. Hormetic, of or pertaining to hormesis or to a hormeton. Hormetically, by means of hormesis. Hormeton, a material that produces hormesis. Hormetins, plural of hormeton. Horme, goal-oriented, purposu. Hormogonia, plural of hormogonium. Hormogonial, relating to the hormogonium. Hormogonium is small, motile filament formed by some cyanobacteria that detaches and grows by cell division into a new filament. Hormonal, pertaining to hormones. Hormonally, in a hormonal way. Hormone, any substance produced by one tissue and conveyed by the bloodstream to another to effect physiological activity. Hormone replacement therapies, plural of hormone replacement therapy. Hormone replacement therapy, any of several medical regimens that introduce sex hormones to the body to replace lost or unavailable ones. Hormone therapies, plural of hormone therapy. Hormone therapy, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see hormone therapy. Hormone replacement therapies, plural of hormone replacement therapy. Hormone replacement therapy, alternative spelling of hormone replacement therapy. Hormone, simple past and past participle of hormone. Hormone, resembling or characteristic of a hormone. Hormones, hormone replacement therapy. Hormonic, relating to hormones. Hormoning, present participle and gerund of hormone. Hormonization, treatment with hormones. Hormonize, to treat with hormones. Hormonized, simple past and past participle of hormonize. Hormonizes, third person singular simple present indicative of hormonize. Hormonizing, present participle and gerund of hormonize. Hormonogenesis, the biosynthesis of hormones. Hormonology, synonym of endocrinology. Hormonome, all the hormones in an organism. Hormonomes, plural of hormonome. Hormonomics, the study of hormonomes. Hormonotherapy, hormone therapy. Hormosynod, any foraminifer in the family of hormonome. Hormonomics, the study of hormonomes. Hormonotherapy, hormone therapy. Hormosynod, any foraminifer in the family Hormosynodidae. Hormosynod, plural of hormosynod. Hormospore, The spore similar in origin to stylospores or teleudospores of fungi, colorless, dividing into cells, microgonidia, etc. with the liquescence of the mother cell, the microgonidia developing into heterocysts. Hormospores, plural of hormospore. Hormatomid, any gastropod in the family Hormatomidae, now known as the Murchisoniidae. Hormatomids, plural of hormatomid. Hormuz, alternative spelling of Hormuz. Hormuzgan, a province of southern Iran, consisting of numerous islands in the Persian Gulf. Hormurid, any scorpion of the family Hormuridae. Hormurids, plural of Hormurid. Hormuz, an island in the strait of the same name, 5 miles off the Iranian coast. Cape Horn, at the southern tip of South America. Horn African, an inhabitant of the Horn of Africa. Horn Africans, plural of Horn African. Horn angle, a curvilinear angle formed between a circle and a straight line tangent to it, or more generally, the angle formed between two curves at a point where they are tangent to each other. Horn angles, plural of horn angle. Horn antenna, a microwave antenna consisting of an open waveguide of increasing size towards the aperture. Horn antennae, plural of horn antenna. Horn antennas, plural of horn antenna. Hornbook, alternative form of hornbook. Hornbooks, plural of hornbook. Horn clause, a clause disjunction of literals with at most one positive literal. Horn clauses, plural of horn clause. Horn coral, synonym of rugosin. Horn corals, plural of horn coral. Horn dog, alternative spelling of horn dog. Horn dogs, plural of horn dog. Horn drum, a wheel with long curved scoops for raising water. Horn drums, plural of horn drum. Horn flies, plural of horn fly. Horn fly, a species of fly, Hematobia irritans. Horn guy, alternative form of horn guide. Horn guides, plural of horn guy. Horn in, to intrude or butt in on something. Horn Cobb syndrome, synonym of agiropathy. Horn mercury, a mineral chloride of mercury having a semi-translucent, horn-like appearance. Horn of Africa, a peninsula in East Africa jutting into the Guardafui Channel. Horn of Amalthea, synonym of cornucopia. Horn of Plenty, a cornucopia. Horn okay, please. A request to honk before overtaking a commercial vehicle that is written on the rear end. Horn out, to kick out, expel, or reject. Hornpipe, synonym of hornpipe. Hornpiper, alternative spelling of hornpiper. Hornpipers, plural of hornpiper. Hornpipes, plural of hornpipe. Horn poppy, alternative form of horned poppy. Horn shark, any shark of the family Heterodontidae. Horn sharks, plural of horn shark. Horn silver, a weathered form of chlorargyrite. Horn slate, a gray siliceous stone. Horn slates, plural of horn slate. Horn timber, a timber that angles up from the stern post to support the overhang of the stern. A single vessel may have multiple horn timbers. Horn timbers, plural of horn timber. Horn tipper, a cutting tool used to cut off or trim the horns of stock animals, a dehorner. Horn tippers, plural of horn tipper. Horn violin, synonym of straw violin. Horn violins, plural of horn violin. Horn bearing, having or equipped with horns. Horned, horn dog, alternative spelling of horn dog. Horn dogs, plural of horn dog. Horn helmeted, wearing a nominally Viking helmet sporting twin horns. Horn mad, furious, enraged. Horn piper, alternative spelling of hornpiper. Horn pipers, plural of horn piper. Horn rimmed, having the frames made from horn or tortoise shell or a material that resembles it, and characterized by their bold appearance on the wearer's face, in contrast to metal frames, which appear less pronounced. Horn rims, alternative form of horn rims. Horn violin, synonym of straw violin. Horn violins, plural of horn violin. Horn/strobe, a fire alarm notification appliance consisting of a horn and a strobe. Horn/strobes, plural of horn/strobe. Hornesh, a pain or ache at the horns. Horneshes, plural of hornash. Hornet, a surname. Hornax, plural of hornack. Hornaday, a surname. Hornadays, plural of hornaday. Horneck, a surname. Hornex, plural of hornack. Hornavan, a lake in Sweden, the deepest lake in the country. Hornbacher, a surname from German. Hornbachers, plural of Hornbacher. Hornback, a surname. Hornbacks, plural of hornback. Hornback, a person who is very sexually attractive. Hornbags, plural of hornbag. Hornbaker, a surname. Hornbakers, plural of hornbaker. Hornball, a person who is often or easily sexually aroused. Hornballs, plural of hornball. Horndasts, a tissue of obliterated groups of sieve tubes, especially thickened and of horny texture. Hornbeak, the hornfish. Hornbeaks, plural of hornbeak. Hornbeam, a tree of the genus Carpinus, having a smooth gray bark and a ridged trunk, the wood being white and very hard, common along the banks of streams in the United States. Hornbeams, plural of hornbeam. Hornback, a surname. Hornbacks, plural of hornback. Hornberger, a surname. Hornbergers, plural of hornberger. Hornbill, any of various birds of the family Buceratidae, with bills resembling a cow's horns. Many species have a casque above the bill, and many imprison their young in a tree. Hornbills, plural of hornbill. Hornbillet, a green to black amphibial mineral of complex structure, formed in the late stages of cooling in igneous rock. Hornbones, plural of hornbone. Hornbone deck, of or pertaining to hornbone. Hornbone dye, a plutonic, ultramafic igneous rock composed mostly of hornblende. Hornblendite, plural of hornblendite. Hornblenditic, composed of or relating to hornblendite. Hornblendization, conversion into hornblende. Hornblower, a surname originating as an occupation. Hornblowers, plural of hornblower. Hornbook, a single page containing the alphabet covered with a sheet of transparent horn, formerly used for teaching children to read. Hornbooks, plural of hornbook. Hornbostel sax, a system of musical instrument classification based on the nature of the sound-producing material. Hornbrook, a census-designated place in Siskiyou County, California, United States. Hornbuckle, a surname. Hornbuckles, plural of hornbuckle. Hornbear, any of several species of genus Lucanus of large nocturnal beetles with long curved upper jaws resembling a sickle and whose grubs are found in the trunks of old trees. Hornbugs, plural of hornbug. Hornbur, a town in Wolfenbüttel district, Lower Saxony, Germany. Hornby, a village in Hornby with Farleton Parish, Lancaster district, Lancashire, England. OS Grid Ref SD 5868. Hornby with Farleton, a civil parish in Lancaster district, Lancashire, England, which includes the named places. Hornbys, plural of Hornby. Horncastle, a suburb of Reading, Berkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SU 6772. Hornchurch, a suburban town in the borough of Havering, Greater London, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 5386. Horncliffe, a village and civil parish in northern Northumberland, England, on the River Tweed, the border with Scotland. OS Grid Ref NT 9350. Horicore, the bony central part of an animal's horn. Horicores, plural of horncore. Horndean, a large village in East Hampshire district, Hampshire, England. OS Grid Ref SU 7013. Horndog, a person, particularly a man who is fixated on sex. Horndegery, the behavior that characterizes a horn dog. Horn dogs, plural of horn dog. Oh, a surname. Horned, having horns. Horned adder, any of certain venomous South African vipers. Horned adders, plural of horned adder. Horned coot, a bird of species Fiolica cornuta. Horned frog, any of several large carnivorous frogs of the genus Megaphries, Pelabatrachus, and Ceratophrys that have elongated eyebrows. Horned frogs, plural of horned frog. Horned god, the second major supernatural figure in the Wiccan religion, a triune god equal to the goddess, split into the aspects of the Father, Master, and the Sage. Horned grebe, a type of grebe native to the northern hemisphere, Podiceps ortis, that has tufts of feathers during the breeding season, positioned like horns on the sides of the head. Horned grebes, plural of horned grebe. Horned helmet, a gastropod mollusk, Cassis cornuta. Horned helmets, plural of horned helmet. Horned hog, synonym of Babirausa. Horned hogs, plural of horned hog. Horned horse, synonym of Ganukanakits. Horned horses, plural of horned horse. Horned lark, a lark, Euremophila alpestris, with distinctive facial markings. Horned larks, of horned lark. Horned lizard. Any of some 14 species of lizard in the genus Phrynosoma, generally with wide toad-shaped bodies less than a foot long, noted for the horny structures on their heads. Horned lizards, plural of horned lizard. Horned melon. A plant of the species Cucumis metulifer, bearing a cucumber-like fruit. Horned melons, plural of horned melon. Horned mayo, a H-Manjic language spoken in China. Horned owls, simple past and past participle of horn owl. Horned owl, an owl of the genus Bubo native to the Americas, among the largest types of owl, having two horn-like tufts of feathers on its head. Horned owls, plural of horned owl. Horned pansies, plural of horned pansy. Horned pansy, synonym of horned violet. Horned pie, the hornbill bucerata. Horned pies, plural of horned pie. Horned poison, the plant Gastrolobium palastaceum. Horned poppies, plural of horned poppy. Horned poppy. Any of several plants of the genus Glossum. Horned pout, a catfish native to the eastern United States, the brown bullhead, Ameiurus nebulosus. Horned pouts, plural of horned pout. Horned puffin, a species of puffin, Fratercula corniculata, similar in appearance to the Atlantic puffin except with different bill colors and a significant fleshy horn above each eye. Horned puffins, plural of horned puffin. Horned rattlesnake, a sidewinder Crotalus cerastes. Horned rattlesnakes, plural of horned rattlesnake. Horned screamer, Anhema cornuta, a South American bird, member of the family Animidae, with black upper parts, head and breast and white speckles on the crown, throat and wing coverts. Horned screamers, plural of horned screamer. Horned snake, synonym of horned viper Cerastes cornutus. Horned snakes, plural of horned snake. Horned sungem, Heliactin bilophus, a hummingbird of Bolivia, Brazil, and Suriname. Horned sungems, plural of horned sungem. Horned syllogism, a dilemma. Horned syllogisms, plural of horned syllogism. Horned toad, synonym of horned frog. Horned toads, plural of horned toad. Horned up, hordy. Horned violet, the flowering plant Viola cornuta. Horned violets, plural of horned violet. Horned viper, Cerastes spp. North African desert vipers. Horned vipers, plural of horned viper. Horniness, the condition of being horned. Hornel, a sand eel. Hornels, plural of hornel. Hornin, made of or consisting of horn, full of horns. Horner, a surname. Horner syndrome. Horner, a surname. Horner syndrome, alternative form of Horner's syndrome. Horner's method, an algorithm for polynomial evaluation that employs Horner's rule. Horner's rule, The rule stating that a polynomial of degree n can be optimally evaluated with only n multiplications and n additions, a0 plus a1x plus a2x2 plus a3x3 plus a nxn backslash equals a0 plus x big a1 plus x big a2 plus x big a3 plus x an1 plus x an big. Horner's scheme. Synonym of Horner's method. Horner syndrome, a disorder of the sympathetic nervous system characterized by ptosis of the eyelid accompanied by meiosis. Horner-Wadsworth-Emmons reaction, a chemical reaction used in organic chemistry of stabilized functionate carbanions with aldehydes or ketones to produce predominantly E-alkenes. Horner-Wadsworth-Emmons reactions. Plural of Horner-Wadsworth-Emmons reaction. Horner-Wittig reaction. Synonym of Horner-Wadsworth-Emmons reaction. Horner-Wittig reactions. Plural of Horner-Wittig reaction. Hornerin, a protein present in the epidermis in response to a wound. Hornera, any of several species of passerine birds in the genus Hornarius native to South America. Horneras, plural of Hornera. Hoarders, plural of Horner. Horns, plural of Horn. Hernacide, an arsenate mineral bearing magnesium. Horde, someone connected with Watford Football Club as a fan, player, coach, etc. Hornet flies, plural of hornet fly. Hornet fly, any of genus Spilomea of hoverflies Ceophidae, many with coloring resembling that of hornets, some of which are predators of insect pests, others nectar-feeding pollinators. Hornet's nest, alternative form of hornet's nest. Hornetfly, resembling or characteristic of a hornet. Hornets, plural of hornet. Hornet's nest, a hornet's nest. Hornet's nests, plural of hornet's nests. Hornady, waspish, irascible. Hordy, a surname. Hornies, plural of horny. Hornfuls, any of a series of contact metamorphic rocks that have been baked and indurated by the heat of intrusive igneous masses and rendered massive, hard, splintery, and in some cases exceedingly tough and durable. Hornfulst, modified to form a hornfuls. Hornfulses, plural of hornfuls. Hornfelsec, of or relating to hornfuls. Hornfish, the garfish or sea needle. Hornfishes, plural of hornfish. Hornfoot, having hoops, hoofed. Hornful, the amount that a horn holds. Hornfuls, plural of hornful. Horngelb, a kind of taxon cattle. Horngelds, plural of horngel. Horngry, pronunciation spelling of hungry. Hornguide, a part used in the fitting of axle boxes. Hornguides, plural of hornguy. Horne, a surname. Hornix, plural of hornic. Honia, comparative form of horny, more horny. Hornius, superlative form of horny, most horny. Hornification, cornification. Hornifications, plural of hornification. Hornify, simple past and past participle of hornify. Hornifies, third person singular simple present indicative of hornify. Hornify, to make horny or like horn in texture, to harden. Hornifying, present participle and gerund of hornify. Hornigo, a surname. Hornily, in a horny manner. Horniness. Quality of being horny, of having a texture like horn. Horney. A village and civil parish in Broadland District, Norfolk, England. OS Grid Ref TG 3417. Horning owls. Present participle and gerund of horn out. Horning Hole. A small village and civil parish without a council in Harborough District, Leicestershire, England. OS Grid Ref SB 8097. Horninglow. A suburb of Burton-upon-Trent in Horninglow and Eaton Parish, East Staffordshire District, Staffordshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 2425. Horninglow and Eaton. A civil parish in East Staffordshire District, Staffordshire, England. Hornings. Plural of horning. Ordish. Somewhat like horn or a horn. Hornist. Someone who plays the horn, any of several kinds of musical instruments. Hornists. Plural of hornists. Hornido. A low, oven-shaped mound, common in volcanic regions, emitting smoke and vapors from its sides and summit. Hornitos. Plural of hornito. Hornitos. A census-designated place and former city in Mariposa County, California, United States. Hornless. Without horns. Hornlessness. Absence of horns. Horlet. A little horn or horn-like structure. Hornlets. Plural of hornless. Hornlie. Projecting like a horn. Hornmine. Collectively, the horn players of a band, especially a marching band. Hornlines. Plural of hornmine. Hornestable. A village, the administrative center of Hornestable Starostinsky Akra Ivankiv Settlement Hamada, Vishhorod Rayon, Kiev Oblast, Ukraine. Hornastaj. A transliteration of the Ukrainian surname Ge or Norsta Ikdakoy Hornastaj. Hornatine. A yearling, a bird born in the current year. Hornatines. Plural of hornatine. Hornmill. A horned owl. Hornels. Plural of hornel. Hornthigh. The garfish. Hornpikes. Plural of hornpike. Hornthite. A musical instrument consisting of a wooden pipe with holes at intervals. Hornthite. Simple past and past participle of hornpipe. Hornpiper. Someone who plays a hornpipe. Hornpipers. Plural of hornpiper. Hornpipes. Plural of hornpipe. Hornpiping. Present participle and gerund of hornpipe. Hornpipis. Synonym of hornpiper. Hornpipists. Plural of hornpipis. Hornpout. Synonym of horned pout. Hornpouts. Plural of hornpout. Hornpox. Abortive smallpox with an eruption like that of chicken pox. Hornrimmed. Alternative form of hornrimmed. Hornrims. Horn-rimmed spectacles. Horns. Plural of horn. Horns Bridge. A small area of Chesterfield, Derbyshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 3870. Horns Cross. A small village in Parkham Parish, Torridge District, Devon, England. OS Grid Ref SS 3823. Horns of Plenty. Plural of horn of plenty. Horns out. Third person singular simple present indicative of horn out. Hornsby. A habitational surname from Old Norse. Hornsbys. Plural of Hornsby. Hornsey, a coastal town and civil parish with a town council in the East Riding of Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref TA 2047. Hornsey, a suburban area of London in the borough of Haringey, Greater London, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 3089. Hornsful, plural of hornful. Hornshark, alternative form of horn shark. Horn sharks, plural of horn shark. Hornsman, one who plays a horn. Hornsman, plural of hornsman. Hornsnake, a non-venomous, semi-aquatic snake, Pharantia abacura, found in the southern United States. Its upper side is glossy black, and its underside is red and black. Hornsnakes, plural of hornsnake. Hornstein, a surname. Hornstein-Burghalter syndrome, synonym of Burghalter syndrome. Hornstein-Nickenberg syndrome, synonym of Burghalter syndrome. Hornsteins, plural of Hornstein. Hornstone, hornfuls. Hornstones, plural of hornstone. Hornswoggle, to deceive or trick. Hornswoggle, simple past and past participle of hornswoggle. Hornswoggler, agent noun of hornswoggle, one who hornswoggles. Hornswogglers, plural of hornswoggler. Hornswoggles, third person singular simple present indicative of hornswoggle. Hornswoggling, present participle and gerund of hornswoggle. Horntail, a wood wasp. Horntails, plural of horntail. Hornston, a village and civil parish in Cherwell District, Oxfordshire, England. OS Grid Ref SB 3945. Hornui, a common name for Certophyllum demersum. Hornoids, plural of hornui. Hornware, a type of fortification consisting of a pair of demi-bastions with a curtain wall connecting them and with two long sides directed upon the faces of the bastions or ravelins of the inner fortifications, so as to be defended by them. Hornworks, plural of hornware. Hornor, a caterpillar of a hawk moth that has a horn-like tail process. Hornorms, plural of hornworm. Hornort, a bryophyte of phylum Anthos rhodophyta, with a leafless thallus characterized by a dominant gametophyte stage of the life cycle and a sporophyte stage shaped like a horn. Hornorts, plural of hornwort. Warner, a bryozoan of the genus Flustra, especially species Flustrafoliacea. Hornmax, plural of hornrack. Hordy, hard or bony, like an animal's horn. Horny goat weed, an Asian herb of the genus Epimedium, used in traditional Chinese medicine for erectile dysfunction. Horny jail, a notional prison for people who are excessively sexual or lustful. Horny Thames, synonym of Tim Hortons. Horny toad, synonym of horned lizard, often especially the regal horned lizard. Horny-handed, having hands that are horny-calloused and tough from manual labor, hard-handed. Horny-handedly, done with hands that are tough and horny from manual labor. Horny-handedness, the quality of being horny-handed. Horniac, a surname. Horniacs, plural of horniac. Horny-handed, alternative form of horny-handed. Horny-handedness, alternative form of horny-handedness. Horny-hat, any North American chubs of the genus Nocomus, especially Nocomus bigotatus. Horny head chub. Nocomus bigotatus, a small minnow of the northern central United States and Canada. Horny head chubs. Plural of horny head chub. Horny heads. Plural of horny head. Hornipos. To make a lustful or sexually explicit post on a social media platform or online discussion forum. Hornipost. Simple past and past participle of hornipos. Horniposting. Present participle and gerund of hornipos. Horniposts. Third person singular simple present indicative of hornipos. Hornywink. A plover. Hornywinks. Plural of hornywink. Uda. A large cloak worn by Japanese warriors to protect against arrows. Uda. Tai. Horotu Kresne. A village and commune of Salaj County, Romania. Horrible. A horosphere together with the space above it. Horriballs. Plural of horrible. Horobe. A transliteration of the Ukrainian surname Ge or Obeya Se Horobuk. Horobets. A transliteration of the Ukrainian surname Ge or Obeya Se Horobuk. Horocycle. A curve in hyperbolic geometry whose normals all converge asymptotically. Horocycles. Plural of horocycle. Horocyclic. Relating to a set of points that are all equidistant, keeping other coordinates constant from some constant point. Horodenka. A city in Ivano-Frankivsk Oblast in western Ukraine. Horodesc. A horocyclic disk. Horodesks. Plural of horodesk. Orodnia. A city in Chernihiv Oblast of Ukraine. Horodnysny. A village and commune of Suceava County, Romania. Horodoc. A city in Lviv Oblast, Ukraine. Horodish. A city, the administrative center of Horodish Urban Hamada, Cherkasy, Rain, Cherkasy Oblast, Ukraine. Horoka. The lancewood tree, Pseudopanax crescifolius. Horokas. Plural of horoka. Horographer. A person who works in horography, the construction of devices to measure time. Horographers. Plural of horographer. Horographe. Relating to horography. Orography. Local history in ancient Greece that involve the description of events. Horohalinicum. A salinity zone between 5% and 8% salt that is supposed to mark the boundary between freshwater and marine organisms. Hule. Plural of horos. Oyakaka. The plant Dysphima australe. Odakiv. A city in Volyn Oblast, Ukraine. Lura. A transliteration of the Ukrainian surname Ger or Rol Yuri Horol letter 2b9. Horilar. Synonym of sundial or clock, a device or mechanism used to tell the hour of the day. Horologer. Synonym of horologist, a person skilled in horology, a maker or maintainer of timekeeping devices. Horologers. Plural of horologer. Horologes. Plural of horolog. Horologia. Plural of horologum. Horologic. Synonym of chronometric, of or related to horologia or horology. Horological. Synonym of chronometric, of or related to horologia and horology. Horologically. Synonym of chronometrically, in a horological way or by means of a horologium. Horologies, plural of horology. Horologographer, a clockmaker. Horologographers, plural of horologographer. Horologiographe, of or pertaining to horologiography. Horologiography, the scientific description of timepieces. Horologion, a liturgical book containing the daily offices of the Eastern Orthodox and Catholic churches. Horologist, a person skilled in horology, particularly a person who makes or repairs timekeeping devices. Horologists, plural of horologists. Horologium, synonym of Tower of the Winds, a monument in ancient Athens that included a clepsydra and multiple prominent sundials. Horologium flori, synonym of flower clock. Horologiums, plural of horologium. Horology, the study or measurement of time. Horomancer, a person who uses time magic or time-related divination. Horomancers, plural of horomancer. Horomazes, Ahura Mazda, the divinity exalted by Zoroaster as the highest god. Horometer, an instrument for measuring time. Horometers, plural of horometer. Horometrical, relating to or calculated by. Horometry. Horometries, plural of horometry. Horometry, horology, the art or practice of measuring time. Horonym, the name of a territory, region, district, or region. Horophile, a person who has a special interest in timekeeping devices. Horophiles, plural of horophile. Horopedo, either of two plant species in the Pseudowinter genus. Horopter, for any system of binocular vision, a three-dimensional curve containing all points from which the light will converge into a single image. Horopteric, of or pertaining to the horopter. Horopters, plural of horopter. Horos, plural of horo. Horoscopal, relating to a horoscope. Horoscope, the position of the planets and stars at the moment of someone's birth, a diagram of such positions. Horoscoper, one versed in horoscopy and astrology. Horoscopers, plural of horoscoper. Horoscopes, plural of horoscope. Horoscopic, relating to horoscopes. Horoscopical, relating to horoscopes. Horoscopus, one versed in horoscopy and astrologer. Horoscopists, plural of horoscopus. Horoscopy, horoscope aspect of the stars or prediction. Horosphere, an n-one-dimensional hyperplane in hyperbolic n-dimensional space. It is in the Poincare disk Euclidean tangent at infinity to the boundary sphere or in the upper half space model Euclidean parallel to the boundary hyperplane. Horospheres, plural of horosphere. Horospherical, of or pertaining to a horosphere. Horotle, of or relating to Horotly. Horotly, evolution of an organism at a normal rate. Horovets, a surname. Horohenua, a territorial district on the North Island of New Zealand. Horovets, a surname from German. Horowitz index, an assessment of lung function, the ratio of partial pressure of oxygen in blood PaO2 and the fraction of oxygen in the inhaled air FiO2. Horowitz indexes, plural of Horowitz index. Horowitz indices, plural of Horowitz index. Horowitz number, synonym of Horowitz index. Horowitz numbers, plural of Horowitz number. Horowitz quotient, synonym of Horowitz index. Horowitz quotients, plural of Horowitz quotient. Horowitz ratio, synonym of Horowitz index. Horowitz ratios, plural of Horowitz ratio. Horowitzes, plural of Horowitz. Horowitzian, of or pertaining to Vladimir Horowitz 1903-1989, Russian-American classical virtuoso pianist. Horovets, plural of Horovets. Horozhenovka, a village in Shevchenkov settlement Hramada, Kupiansk Raion, Kharkiv Oblast, Ukraine, founded in 1820. Horozhenka, a river, a left tributary of the Dniester, having its course entirely within the Ivano-Frankivsk Raion of Ivano-Frankivsk Oblast and the Chortkiv Raion of Ternopil Oblast of Ukraine. Horoyin, a village in Bashtanka urban Hramada, Bashtanka Raion, Mykolaiv Oblast, Ukraine, founded in 1803. Horging, a member of the Mongolian Horkin tribe. A surname from German. Horebridge, a village and civil parish in West Devon District, Devon, England. OS Grid Ref S Sex 5169. A surname. Odals, plural of horror. Horrendous, extremely bad, awful, terrible. Horrendously, in a horrendous manner. Horrendousness, the quality of being horrendous. Put, standing upright, like bristles, bristled, bristly. Horrible auditu, horrible to hear. Horrible dictu, horrible to say, horribly. Horribilities, plural of horribility. Horribility, the quality of being horrible. Horrible, a thing that causes horror, a terrifying thing, particularly a prospective bad consequence asserted as likely to result from an act. Horribleness, the property of being horrible. Horriblenesses, plural of horribleness. Horribler, comparative form of horrible, more horrible. Horribles, plural of horrible. Horribilis, superlative form of horrible, most horrible. Horribly, misspelling of horribly. Horribly, in a horrible way, very badly. Horrid, causing horror or dread. Horridic, comparative form of horrid, more horrid. Horridess, superlative form of horrid, most horrid. Horridity, the quality of being horrid. Horridly, in a horrid manner. Horridness, the quality of being horrid. Horridnesses, plural of horridness. Horridsome, characteristically or typically horrid. Horrendous. Horus, the horizontal falls, an unusual natural phenomenon on the coast of the Kimberley region in Western Australia, where tidal flows cause waterfalls on the ebb and flow of each tide. Horrific, causing horror, horrifying. Horrifical, of or pertaining to horror. Horrificality, the quality of being horrifical. Horrifically, in a horrific manner. Horrification, the act of horrifying or state of being horrific. Horrifications, plural of horrification. Horrificity, the quality of being horrific. Horrific, obsolete form of horrific. Horrificness, the quality of being horrific. Horrify, struck with horror. Horrifiedly, in a horrified manner. Horrifier, one who or that which horrifies. Horrifiers, plural of horrifier. Horrifies, third person singular simple present indicative of horrify. Horrify, to cause to feel extreme apprehension or unease, to cause to experience horror. Horrifying, present participle and gerund of horrify. Horrifyingly, in a horrifying manner. Horrigan, a surname from Irish. Horrigans, plural of Horrigan. Horrigible, horrible, awful. Horringford, a small settlement in Aretton Parish, Isle of Wight, England. OS Grid Ref SC 5485. Horripilate, to bristle in fear or horror, to have goose bumps or goose pimples. Horripilated, bristling with fear or horror, with fur or hair standing on end. Horripilates, third person singular simple present indicative of horripilate. Horripilating, causing horripilation. Horripilation, a real or fancied bristling of the hair of the head or body resulting from disease, terror, chilliness, etc. Horripilations, plural of horripilation. Horripilatory, of or relating to horripilation. Horricinin, having an unpleasant sound. Horricinous, sounding dreadfully, uttering a terrible sound. Horax, a surname. Horaxes, plural of Horrocks. Horrocksford, a locality near Clitheroe, Ribble Valley District, Lancashire, England. OS Grid Ref SD 7443. Horroxian, alternative form of Horroxian relating to the astronomer Jeremiah Horrocks. Horror, something horrible, that which excites horror. Horror autotoxicus, the now discredited principle that the body will not harm itself by its own immune reactions. Horror film, synonym of horror movie. Horror films, plural of horror film. Horror flick, synonym of horror movie. Horror flicks, plural of horror flick. Horror movie, a motion picture which entertains by horrifying or frightening the audience. Horror movies, plural of horror movie. Horror of horrors, something that is among the most horrifying things imaginable. Horror punk, a genre of hardcore punk with influences from gothic rock, characterized by a lyrical connection to horror movies. Horror show, a horror movie or television show or other performance which depicts gruesome, horrible, or disgusting events, especially in a vividly visual manner. Horror shows, plural of horror show. Horror stories, plural of horror story. Horror story, a fictional narrative of distressing events. Horror vacuum, the Aristotelian principle that there are no vacuums in nature. Horror show, alternative form of horror show. Horror shows, plural of horror show. Horror stricken, horror struck. Horror struck, horrified so as to be overwhelmed or incapacitated. Horror thriller. A type of film that blends the horror and thriller genres. Horror thrillers. Plural of horror thriller. Horrorcore. A subgenre of hip-hop music with horror-themed lyrics and imagery. Horror. Horrified. Horrorvis. A situation, event, film, etc. that is full of horror. Horrorvists. Plural of horrorvists. Horrorful. Full of horror. Horrorist. A writer of horror. Horrorists. Plural of horrorists. Horrorize. To fill with horror. Horrorize. Simple past and past participle of horrorize. Horrorizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of horrorize. Horrorizing. Present participle and gerund of horrorize. Horrormeister. A person renowned for producing works in the horror genre. Horrormeisters. Plural of horrormeister. Horrormonger. A person who peddles horror or horrific tales. Horrormongering. The peddling of horror or horrific tales. Horrormoners. Plural of horrormonger. Horrorous. Horrifying. Horrors. Plural of horror. Horrors of horrors. Plural of horror of horrors. Horrorscape. A horrific landscape. Horoscope. An adverse horoscope. Horoscopes. Plural of horoscope. Horror show. Alternative form of horror show. Horror shows. Plural of horror show. Horrorsome. Characterized or marked by horror. Horror-stricken. Alternative spelling of horror-stricken. Horror-struck. Alternative spelling of horror-struck. Horrorton. A screening of several horror movies back-to-back. Horrortons. Plural of horrorton. Horrorzine. A magazine that publishes horror stories. Horrorzines. Plural of horrorzine. Horror. Misspelling of horror. Horrors. Plural of horror. Alternative form of horror. Horrocks. A surname. Horroxian. Of or relating to Jeremiah Horrocks 1618-1641, English astronomer. Horus. Plural of Hor. Hui. A surname. Horry County. One of 46 counties in South Carolina, United States. County seat, Conway. Horse category. The toughest category of climbs, tougher than category 1. One of 6 categories of claims, HC 1, 2, 3, 4, and net classified. Net classified being the easiest. Horse category. Alternative form of horse category, HC. Horse categories. Plural of horse category. Horse categories. Plural of horse category. Hors d'oeuvre. A small, light, and usually savory first course in a meal. Hors d'oeuvres. Plural of hors d'oeuvre. Hors to combat. Out of action, disabled, no longer able to fight. Hors d'oeuvre. Alternative spelling of hors d'oeuvre. Hors d'oeuvres. Plural of hors d'oeuvre. Hors d'oeuvre. Alternative spelling of hors d'oeuvre. Hors d'oeuvres. Plural of hors d'oeuvre. Hors d'ex. occupying a full page by itself rather than among the prose such as a full-page image. Horsebra, a surname. Horsebrogs, plural of horsebra. Horsebur, a surname. Horsbergs, plural of horsebur. Horscroft, a surname from Middle English. Horscrofts, plural of horsecroft. Horse, a poker variant consisting of 5 different poker variants, with the rules changing from one variant to the next after every hand. Horse, the 7th of the 12-year cycle of animals which appear in the Chinese zodiac related to the Chinese calendar. Horse about, synonym of horse around. Horse and buggy, a horse and carriage. Horse and carriage, a light, simple, two-person carriage of the late 18th, 19th, and early 20th century is drawn usually by one or sometimes by 2 horses. Horse and cart, a cart pulled by a horse and driven by a driver, used for transporting goods. Horse and foot, all the troops, all the army, all forces. Horse and haddock, a call that invokes the fairies to transport someone or something. Horse and jockey, a village in County Tipperary, Ireland. Horse and rabbit stew, a mixture of the crude and the delicate in grossly unequal quantities, with the crude overwhelmingly dominant. Horse and rabbit stews, plural of horse and rabbit stew. Horse-ant, any ant of the species Formica rufa. Horse-ants, plural of horse-ant. Horse-apple, alternative form of horse-apple. Horse-apples, plural of horse-apple. Horse-archer, a cavalryman armed with a bow. Horse-archers, plural of horse-archer. Horse-armor, used other than figuratively or idiomatically. See horse, armor worn by a horse. Horse around, to engage in horseplay. Horse artilleries, plural of horse artillery. Horse artillery, field artillery with comparatively light guns and the gunners mounted on horses. Horse bean, a broad bean Vishafa Bavar equina. Horse beans, plural of horse bean. Horse blanket, a blanket placed underneath the saddle of a horse. Horse blankets, plural of horse blanket. Horse blob, synonym of cowslip. Horse blobs, plural of horse blob. Horse bot flies, plural of horse bot fly. Horse bot fly, any of a group of flies, gasterophilinae, that are parasitic to equines. Horse box, alternative form of horse box. Horse boxes, plural of horse box. Horse boy, synonym of stable boy. Horse boys, plural of horse boy. Horse brass, a brass plaque used to decorate horse harness gear. Horse brasses, plural of horse brass. Horse bun, a horse is dropping. Horse bus, a horse-drawn omnibus. Horse buses, plural of horse bus. Horse butcher, one who kills horses, especially for food. Horse butchers, plural of horse butcher. Horse car, alternative form of horse car. Horse cars, plural of horse car. Horse cart, alternative form of horse cart. Horse carts, plural of horse cart. Horse chestnut, any of several tree species of genus Aesculus, especially Aesculus hippocastanum, common in temperate northern hemisphere. Horse chestnuts, plural of horse chestnut. Horse cock, the penis of a horse or a similar equid. Horse cocks, plural of horse cock. Horse collar, a part of a horse's harness that is used to distribute the load around its neck and shoulders when pulling a wagon or plow. Horse collared, simple past and past participle of horse collar. Horse collaring, present participle and gerund of horse collar. Horse collars, plural of horse collar. Horse comb, alternative form of horse comb. Horse combs, plural of horse comb. Horse crab, any of species Portunus tritiberculatus of crabs. Horse crabs, plural of horse crab. Horse Creek, a river, a dry wash in Opalton, Queensland, Australia. Horse dick, a very large penis. Horse dicks, plural of horse dick. Horse doctor, an incompetent physician. Horse doctors, plural of horse doctor. Horse fair, a fair where people meet to buy and sell horses. Horse fairs, plural of horse fair. Horse ferries, plural of horse ferry. Horse ferry, a watercraft powered by horses or mules, generally using a treadmill. Horse flies, plural of horse fly. Horse fly, alternative spelling of horsefly. Horse gentian, any of the genus Teosium of flowering plants is Teosium perfoliatum. Horse gentians, plural of horse gentian. Horse girl, a girl or woman who has an enthusiasm for horses, particularly to an obsessive degree. Horse girls, plural of horse girl. Horse gram, a plant with edible beans, native to southern India, Macrodiloma uniflorum, in older literature Dolichos uniflorus or Dolichos biflorus, grown as a minor food crop or as fodder for horses. Horse grams, plural of horse gram. Horse guard, a member of any of various cavalry regiments. Horse guard, ellipsis of horse guard wasp. Horse guard wasp, a large sand wasp Stigia carolina of the eastern United States, which preys primarily on horseflies. Horse guard wasps, plural of horse guard wasp. Horse guards, plural of horse guard. Horse head fiddle, alternative form of horse head fiddle. Horse head fiddles, plural of horse head fiddle. Horse hockey, horse excrement. Hoder's hoe, a horse-drawn cultivator, a tool for hoeing by draft cultivating, resembling a small plow. Horse hose, plural of horse hoe. Horse iron, a large calking iron. Horse irons, plural of horse iron. Horse latitude, alternative form of horse latitudes. Horse latitudes, the warm, subtropical bands which encircle the globe between approximately 30 and 35 degrees both north and south of the equator, characterized by high atmospheric pressure and dry variable winds ranging from calm to light. Horse laugh, alternative form of horse laugh. Horse laughs, plural of horse laugh. Horse leech, alternative form of horse leech. Horse leeches. Plural of horse leech. Horse litter. A litter pulled or borne by one horse or borne on poles borne by two or more horses. Horse litters. Plural of horse litter. Horse mackerel. Any of several large fishes of many species. Horse mackerels. Plural of horse mackerel. Horse manure. Nonsense, rubbish, bullshit. Horse marine. An awkward, lubberly person. Horse marines. Plural of horse marine. Horse mint. Alternative form of horse mint. Horse mince. Plural of horse mint. Horse mushroom. Agagus ovensis species of fungi in the family Agaceae. Horse mushroom. Plural of horse mushroom. Horse mussel. Atrina celandica. A large bivalve common from low tide to 45 m depth with a thin, dark, wedge-shaped shell covered with hollow spines. Horse mussels. Plural of horse mussel. Horse nettle. Alternative form of horse nettle. Horse nettles. Plural of horse nettle. Horse of a different color. An unrelated or only incidentally related matter with distinctly different significance. Horse of a different color. Alternative form of horse of a different color. Horse opera. A theatrical production, film, or program on radio or television depicting adventures of characters in the American Old West, a Western. Horse operas. Plural of horse opera. Horse parlor. A room where gamblers can place bets on horse races. Horse parlors. Plural of horse parlor. Horse pastes. A dewarmer for horses supplied as a paste to be administered orally. Horse pastes. Plural of horse pastes. Horse pill. A medicinal pill which is very large in size and is therefore difficult for a person to swallow. Horse pills. Plural of horse pill. Horse piss. Used other than figuratively or idiomatically. See horse, piss, urine from a horse. Horse pistol. A type of large pistol carried on the pommel of a saddle while riding. Horse pistols. Plural of horse pistol. Horse power. A machine that used to draft horses as a source of power. Horse powers. Plural of horse power. Horse pucky. Alternative form of horse pucky. Horse pucky. Horseshit, nonsense, horse hockey. Horse race. A competitive race for horses carrying jockeys, often the subject of betting. Horse races. Plural of horse race. Horse racing. A sport where horses and their jockeys compete to race around a track the fastest. Horse rider. Alternative spelling of horse rider. Horse riders. Plural of horse rider. Horse riding. Alternative form of horse riding. Horse salt. Synonym of Glauber's salt. Horse salts. Plural of horse salt. Horse scoop. A large scoop for moving soil, sand, etc. attached to a harness and pulled by a horse. Horse scoops. Plural of horse scoop. Horse sense. Common sense, especially with a connotation of folk wisdom that trumps formal education. Horseshoe. Alternative form of horseshoe. Horseshoes. Plural of horseshoe. Horse show. An event where horses are exhibited and may win prizes in various categories. Horse shows. Plural of horse show. Horse sickness. Any of several viral diseases of horses. Horse sicknesses, plural of horse sickness. Horse soldier, an army member who fights horseback, a cavalry or cavalier. Horse soldiers, plural of horse soldier. Horse spray, an insect repellent spray used to keep insects away from horses. Horse sprays, plural of horse spray. Horse stance, a posture in Asian martial arts which takes its name from the position assumed when riding a horse. Horse stances, plural of horse stance. Horse steroid, a special steroid that is intended for veterinary use on large quadrupeds. Horse steroids, plural of horse steroid. Horse tail, alternative form of horse tail. Horse tails, plural of horse tail. Horse thief, someone who steals horses. Horse thieves, plural of horse thief. Horse tornado, carousel. Horse tornadoes, plural of horse tornado. Horse tornadoes, plural of horse tornado. Horse trade, the business of buying and selling horses. Horse trader, alternative spelling of horse trader. Horse traders, plural of horse trader. Horse trading, alternative spelling of horse trading. Horse trailer, a wheeled transport for horses. Horse trailers, plural of horse trailer. Horse tranquilizer, the drug phencyclidine PCP. Horse tranquilizers. Plural of horse tranquilizer. Horse whip, alternative form of horsewhip. Horse whips, plural of horse whip. Horse whisperer, a horse trainer who adopts a sympathetic view of the motives, needs, and desires of the horse based on modern equine psychology. Horse whisperers, plural of horse whisperer. Horse's ass, a jerk, an unpleasant, unlikable person, an asshole. Horse's doovers, hors d'oeuvres. Horse's hoof, a poof, a male homosexual. Horse's hoofs, plural of horse's hoof. Horse's mouth, an authentic source, someone who directly experienced or witnessed something. Horsebee, synonym of knitter. Horsebees, plural of horsebee. Horse bow, a bell attached to a horse so that it may be easily located or for aesthetic reasons. Horse bells, plural of horse bell. Horse block, a platform or steps used for getting on or off a horse or, in modern times, sometimes a vehicle. Horse blocks, plural of horse block. Horse bread, a type of bread consisting of beans and bran for horses to consume as feed. Horsebreaker, a person who tames or breaks in horses or trains them to follow orders of the owner. Horse cart, alternative form of horse cart. Horse carts, plural of horse cart. Horse chestnut, alternative spelling of horse chestnut. Horse chestnuts, plural of horse chestnut. Horse scholar, alternative spelling of horse scholar. Horse scholars, plural of horse scholar. Horse comb, a comb used by horse groomers for combing the mane and tail of horses. Horse combs, plural of horse comb. Horse drawn, pulled along by one or more horses. Horse drench, mane and tail of horses. Horse combs, plural of horse comb. Horse drawn, pulled along by one or more horses. Horse drench, a dose of medicine for a horse. Horse drenches, plural of horse drench. Horse face, having a long face. Horse flies, plural of horse fly. Horsefly, alternative form of horsefly. Horse godmother, a fat clumsy woman. Horse godmothers, plural of horse godmother. Horse head fiddle, alternative form of horsehead fiddle. Horse head fiddles, plural of horse head fiddle. Horse heel, alternative spelling of horse heel. Horse merger, a phonemic merger of sly open off turned r slash and add o turned r slash so that pairs of words such as horse and horse, war and war, for and for, etc. become homophones. Horse hung, having a large penis. Horse jockey, a jockey professional rider and of racehorses. Horse jockeys, plural of horse jockey. Horse latitudes, alternative form of horse latitudes. Horse leech, a veterinarian for horses. Horse leeches, plural of horse leech. Horse-like, alternative form of horse-like. Horse-lock, a padlock. Horse locks, plural of horse-lock. Horse milliner, one who supplies the trappings for horses. Horse milliners, plural of horse milliner. Horse snail, alternative spelling of horse snail. Horse snails, plural of horse snail. Horse opera, alternative spelling of horse opera. Horse operas, plural of horse opera. Horse operatic, relating to or characteristic of the genre of horse opera. Horseplay, alternative form of horseplay. Horsepower, alternative spelling of horsepower. Horsebox, alternative form of horsebox. Horse race, alternative spelling of horse race. Horse races, plural of horse race. Horseradish, alternative spelling of horseradish. Horseradishes, plural of horseradish. Horseshoe vetch, alternative spelling of horseshoe vetch. Horseshoe vetches, plural of horseshoe vetch. Horse stinger, a dragonfly. Horse stingers, plural of horse stinger. Horse trader, alternative spelling of horse trader. Horse traders, plural of horse trader. Horse trading, alternative spelling of horse trading. Horse watcher, synonym of tout person who offers supposedly inside information on which horse is likely to win a race. Horse whispering, a purported magical ability enabling one to speak to horses or to have control over horses through whispering. Horse yard, a fenced enclosure or pen for horses. Horse yards, plural of horse yard. Horseapple, suitable for a horse. Horse apple, the large, wrinkled, inedible fruit of the American tree Machlorapomifera. Horse apples, plural of horse apple. Horseback, the back of a horse. Horseback opinion, an opinion given without thorough consideration or a firm basis, often used in a casual or speculative way. Horseback opinions, plural of horseback opinion. Horsebacker, one who rides on horseback. Horsebackers, plural of horsebacker. Horsebacks, plural of horseback. Horseball, a sport played on horseback where points are scored by shooting a ball through a high net. Horsebomb, a strong scented labiate plant Collinsonia canadensis with large leaves and yellowish flowers. Horse barn, a barn for horses. Horse barns, plural of horse barn. Horsebean, alternative form of horse bean. Horsebands, plural of horsebean. Horseboat, a horse-drawn boat. Horseboats, plural of horseboat. Horsebound, dependent on horses. Horsebacks, a motor vehicle for transporting horses. Horseboxes, plural of horsebox. Horsebread, a cheap bread made from seasonal legumes, bran, and other non-wheat cereal grains such as oats and rye, produced and consumed in medieval Europe and often used to feed horses. Horsebreaker, one who trains or breaks in horses. Horsebreakers, plural of horsebreaker. Horsebreaking, the training or breaking in of horses. Horsebreakings, plural of horsebreaking. Horsebreeder, a person who breeds horses. Horsebreeders, plural of horsebreeder. Horse breeding, the breeding of horses. Horsebridge, a hamlet in Sydenham Damerel Parish, West Devon District, Devon, England. The bridge over the River Tamar into Cornwall is named Horsebridge OS Grid Ref SX 4074. Horsebush, any of various flowering plants in the genus Tetradimia, native to mountainous western North America, especially the U.S. Horsebrushes, plural of horsebrush. Horseburger, a burger made from horsemeat. Horseburgers, plural of horseburger. Horsecar, a streetcar or tram drawn by a horse. Horsecars, plural of horsecar. Horsecart, a cart drawn by one or more horses. Horsecarts, plural of horsecart. Horsecloth, a rug or similar cloth used to cover a horse or as part of its trappings. Horsecloths, plural of horsecloth. Horsecock, alternative spelling of horsecock. Horsecocks, plural of horsecock. Horse collar, alternative spelling of horse collar. Horse collared, simple past and past participle of horse collar. Horse coloring, present participle and gerund of horse collar. Horse collars, plural of horse collar. Horsecomb, alternative form of horsecomb. Horsecombs, plural of horsecomb. Horsecraft, horsemanship. Horsecraft, rubbish, nonsense, bullshit. Horse, simple past and past participle of horse. Horsed about, simple past and past participle of horse about. Horsed around, simple past and past participle of horse around. Horse dealer, a dealer in horses. Horse dealers, plural of horse dealer. Horse dealing, dealing in horses. Horse-day, alternative form of horse dick. Horse-dicks, plural of horse dick. Horsedom, the world or sphere of horses. Horse-drawn, alternative spelling of horse Horse-drawn. Horse-dung. Rubbish, nonsense, bullshit. Horse-face. The face of a horse. Horse-face. Plural of horse-face. Horse-fair. Alternative form of horse-fair. Horse-fairs. Plural of horsefair. Horsefeather. One of the long hairs on lower legs of a draft horse. See horsefeathers. Horsefeathers indicates disbelief. Horsefeet. Plural of horsefoot. Horsefield. A surname. Horsefields. Plural of horsefield. Horsefish. The moonfish. Horsefeas. Plural of horsefish. Horseflesh. The flesh of a horse. Horsemeat. Horseflesh or warnite. Horseflies. Plural of horsefly. Horsefly. Any of several medium to large flies of the family Tabanidae that suck the blood of mammals, not to be confused with Stomoxys calcitrans, the stable fly, or dog fly. Horsefoot. People who work with horses. Horsefoot. The coltsfoot plant. Horselets. Plural of horsefoot. Horsefucker. Term of abuse. Horsefuckers. Plural of horsefucker. Horsegeese. A 2013 scandal in which it emerged that several large British supermarket chains were selling equine meat in products claimed to be 100% beef. Horsegram. Alternative form of horsegram. Horsehair. The hair of a horse, especially from the mane and tail, used for upholstery. Horsehair shirt. Synonym of hair shirt. Horsehair shirts. Plural of horsehair shirt. Horsehair worm. Any of the Nematomorpha, a parasitic worm found throughout the world. Horsehair worms. Plural of horsehair worm. Horsehairs. Plural of horsehair. Horsehairy. Resembling or covered with horsehair. Horsey. A suburban village in Dolly Hamlets Parish, Telford and Wrekin Borough, Shropshire, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 6706. Horsehead. The head of a horse. Horsehead fiddle. Any of several Tuvan and Mongolian traditional stringed instruments, especially the agil or the morin kuur, characterized by the head of a horse being carved into its headstock. Horsehead fiddles. Plural of horsehead fiddle. Horsehead nebula. A small dark nebula in the constellation Orion. Horseheads. Plural of horsehead. Horseal. The plant alecampane. Horsefair. The straggler daisy. Horseford. A person who tends to horses. Horsefords. Plural of horsefur. Horsehide. Hide of a horse. Horsehides. Plural of horsehide. Horsehide. The state or quality of being a horse. Horseshoe. The hoof of a horse. Horseshoes. Plural of horsehoof. Horsekeeper. A person who looks after horses, for example in a coal mine. Horsekeepers. Plural of horsekeeper. Horsekind. All horses considered as a group. Horseknep. Nafwe. Horsekneps. Plural of horseknep. Horse laugh. A loud, boisterous laugh. Horse laughs. Plural of horseoff, horsefter, horseoff, horseleech, alternative form of horseleech, horseleeches. Plural of horseleech, horseless, without a horse, horseless carriage, an early automobile of the types designed before World War I. Horseless carriages, plural of horseless carriage. Horselessness, absence of horses. Horselet, a young or little horse, foal, pony. Horselets, plural of horselet. Horsely, similar to a horse or to a characteristic of a horse. Horseliness, the state, quality, or condition of being horsely. Horseling, a young or little horse, foal, pony. Horselings, plural of horseling. Horseload, a large amount, originally the amount that a horse could haul. Horseloads, plural of horseload. Horseower, the folklore of horses, the knowledge of the behavior of horses, the traditions of managing horses. Horsely, a surname. Horseman, a surname originating as an occupation. Horsemaning, alternative form of horsemaning. Horsemaning, the act of posing for a photograph in such a way that one appears to have been beheaded with the head resting on the ground or on a surface. Horsemans, plural of horsemen. Horsemanship, the skill of horse riding and sometimes of training and managing horses. Horsemanships, plural of horsemanship. Horsemaster, one who takes care of horses, which may include breeding or training. Horsemasters, plural of horsemaster. Horsemeat, the meat from a horse. Horsemeats, plural of horsemeat. Horseman, plural of horsemen. Horsemen of the apocalypse. Ellipses of 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. Horsebelp, mare's milk. Horsemint, a coarse American plant of the mint family Monarda punctata. Horsemints, plural of horsemen. Horsemonger, one who trades in horses. Horsemongers, plural of horsemonger. Horian, of or pertaining to horses, equine. Horsnail, a kind of nail for fixing a horseshoe to the hoof, a horseshoe nail. Horsesnails, plural of horsesnail. Horseness, the quality of being a horse. Horsenettle, any of certain plants in the genus Solanum. Horsenettles, plural of horsenettle. Horse nostril, have large nostrils like that of a horse. Oriens, a city and municipality in eastern Jutland, Denmark. Horsepeople, plural of horseperson. Horseperson, a horseman or horsewoman. Horsepersons, plural of horseperson. Horseplay, rough or rowdy play that can often result in unintentional physical harm. Horseplay, simple past and past participle of horseplay. Horseplayer, a person who bets on horse races. Horseplayers, plural of horseplayer. Horseplayful, engaging in horseplay. Horseplaying, present participle and gerund of horseplay. Horseplays, third person singular simple present indicative of horseplay. Horse pond, a pond or part of a river for watering and cleaning horses. Horse bonds, plural of horse bond. Horsebool, a surname from Old English. Horsebools, plural of horsebool. Horseboob, the manure of a horse. Horsepower, power derived from the motion of a horse. Horsepower, a unit of energy equal to the amount of work a horse is capable of delivering during an hour. Horsepower hours, plural of horsepower hour. Horsepowers, plural of horsepower. Horsepox, a disease of horses caused by an orthopoxvirus. Horseproof, resistant to horses, preventing a horse from escaping. Horsebucky, alternative form of horsepucky. Horse race, alternative spelling of horse race. Horse races, plural of horse race. Horse racing, alternative form of horse racing. Horseradish, a plant of the mustard family, Armoraceae rusticana, cultivated for its edible root. Horseradish sauce, horseradish the condiment. Horseradish sauces, plural of horseradish sauce. Horseradish tree, an economically useful tree. Moringa oleifera, probably native to India, but grown throughout the tropics. Horseradish trees, plural of horseradish tree. Horseradish, seasoned or flavored with horseradish. Horseradishes, plural of horseradish. Horseradish-like, resembling or characteristic of horseradish. Horseradishy, resembling or seasoned with horseradish. Horse rake, a rake designed to be drawn pulled by a horse. Horse rakes, plural of horse rake. Horse rider, someone who rides a horse. Horse riders, plural of horse rider. Horse riding, the practice of riding horses for sport or pleasure, equestrianism. Horses, plural of horse. Horses about. Third person singular simple present indicative of horse about. Horses and buggies, plural of horse and buggy. Horses and carriages, plural of horse and carriage. Horses and carts, plural of horse and cart. Horses around, third person singular simple present indicative of horse around. Horses for courses. Different people are suited for different jobs or situations. What is fitting in one case may not be fitting in another. Horses, asses, plural of horses, ass. Horses, duvers, alternative form of horses, duvers. Horses, mouths, plural of horses, mouth. Horses, not zebras. Synonym of when you hear hoofbeats, think of horses, not zebras. Horsat, simple past and past participle of horsed. Horseshit, synonym of bullshit figurative senses. Horseshite, alternative form of horseshit. Horseshot, simple past and past participle of horseshoe. Horseshoe, a barangay of Quezon City, Metro Manila, Philippines. Horseshoe arch, an arch having the circular curve continued below the horizontal line of its diameter so that the opening at the bottom of the arch is narrower than the arch's full span. It is emblematic of Islamic, especially Moorish, architecture. Horseshoe arches, plural of horseshoe arch. Horseshoe bat, a bat of the genus Rhinolophus. Horseshoe bats, plural of horseshoe bat. Horseshoe conditional, synonym of material conditional. Horseshoe conditionals, plural of horseshoe conditional. Horseshoe crab, any extinct or extant chelicerates in the order Ziphiura, actually more related to arachnids than true crabs. Horseshoe crabs, plural of horseshoe crab. Horseshoe cur, a curve in the shape of a horseshoe, often on a railway where hairpin bends cannot be used. Horseshoe curves, plural of horseshoe cur. Horseshoe Falls, a waterfall in Niagara River, Niagara Peninsula, Niagara Regional Municipality, Niagara Region, Ontario, Canada. A massive set of contiguous waterfalls, the larger and more spectacular portion of the Niagara Falls. Horseshoe fir, synonym of king fern, the plant Tisana salicina. Horseshoe ferns, plural of horseshoe fern. Horseshoe geranium, synonym of zonal geranium. Horseshoe geraniums, plural of horseshoe geranium. Horseshoe map, any of a class of chaotic maps of the square into itself used in the study of dynamical systems. Horseshoe maps, plural of horseshoe map. Horseshoe mustache, a mustache covering the lip and having vertical extensions reaching down from the corners of the lips to the jawline, resembling an upside-down U or a horseshoe. Horseshoe mustaches, plural of horseshoe mustache. Horseshoe nail, a horse nail. Horseshoe nails, plural of horseshoe nail. Horseshoe sandwich, an open-faced sandwich with meat topped with French fries and smothered with cheese sauce. Horseshoe sandwiches, plural of horseshoe sandwich. Horseshoe theory, the theory that the far left and the far right, rather than being at opposite ends of a political continuum, in fact closely resemble one another. Horseshoe up one's ass, exceptionally favorable personal luck. Horseshoe vetch, Hippocrates genus and any species in it. Horseshoe vetches, plural of horseshoe vetch. Horseshoe worm, synonym of fournid, member of order Fournida. Horseshoe worms, plural of horseshoe worm. Horseshoed, simple past and past participle of horseshoe. Horseshoeing, present participle and gerund of horseshoe. Horseshoer, a farrier, someone who shoes horses. Horseshoers, plural of horseshoer. Horseshoes, plural of horseshoe. Horse sickness, alternative form of horse sickness. Horse sicknesses, plural of horse sickness. Horse sit, to babysit for take care of a horse. Horsits. Third person singular simple present indicative of horsid. Horse-sitter, one who horse-sits, one who looks after a horse. Horse-sitters, plural of horse-sitter. Horse-sitting, present participle and gerund of horse-sit. Horse skin, the skin of a horse or leather made therefrom. Horse skins, plural of horse skin. Harsona, a fursona that is a horse. Harsonas, plural of horsona. Horsetail, the tail of a horse. Horsetail pine, a pine tree, Pinus mesoniana, native to a wide area of central and southern China, including Hong Kong in Taiwan and northern Vietnam. Horsetail pines, Plural of Horsetail Pine. Sanyana, native to a wide area of central and southern China, including Hong Kong and Taiwan and northern Vietnam. Horsetail pines. Plural of horsetail pine. Horsetail syndrome. The cauda equina syndrome. Horsetails. Plural of horsetail. Horse thief. Alternative spelling of horse thief. Horse thieves. Plural of horse thief. Horse-tooth. A type of maize with kernels shaped like a horse's tooth, especially dent maize or a subtie. Horstops. Cirsium muticum. Horse-stray. To negotiate informally, especially when bargaining or reciprocal concessions are included, frequently regarding politics. Horse-strata. Simple past and past participle of horse-trade. Horse-trader. A person who buys and sells horses, especially one who makes such transactions in a clever or skillful manner. Horse traders. Plural of horse trader. Horse trades. Third person singular simple present indicative of horse trade. Horse trading. Informal negotiating, especially when complex or clever in nature. Horse twaddle. Nonsense, rubbish. Horseway. A crude road for travelers on horseback or for horses in an underground mine. Horseways. Plural of horseway. Horseway. Apparel for horses. Horseway. Any of various flowering plants of the genus Caniza. Horseweeds. Plural of horsewheat. Horsewheel. A mill wheel driven by the motion of a horse or horses. Horsewheels. Plural of horse wheel. Horsewhip. A whip for use on horses. Horsewhipped. Simple past and past participle of horsewhip. Horsewhipper. One who horsewhips. Horsewhippers. Plural of horsewhipper. Horsewhipping. Present participle and gerund of horsewhip. Horsewhippings. Plural of horsewhipping. Horsewhips. Plural of horsewhip. Horsewoman. A woman who is skilled with horses, a female equestrian. Horsewomanship. A woman's ability to ride a horse. Horsewomen. Plural of horsewoman. Horseway. A mimosoid tree found in the Caribbean and Latin America, Zygilatifolia, with crimson blossoms. Also other trees in Zygia. Horsewoods. Plural of horseway. Horseworm. The larva of a botfly. Horseworms. Plural of horseworm. Horsey. A village in Norfolk, England, in the Broads. Horticulture. Alternative form of horticulture. Hershey's. Plural of horsey. Horsefall. A surname. Horsefalls. Plural of horsefall. Horsefield. A surname from Old English. Horsefield's bat. Myotis horsfieldii, a species of vesper bat. Horsfield's bats. Plural of Horsfield's bat. Horsfield's tarsier. The tarsier Cephalopatchus bancanus. Horsfield's tortoise. The tortoise Testudo horsfieldii, endemic to Central Asia. Horsefields. Plural of horsefield. Horsefield. An oxindole alkaloid found in the plant Horsfieldia superba. Horsford. A village and civil parish in Broadland District, Norfolk, England. OS Grid Ref TG 1916. Horsefords. Plural of Horsford. Horsforth. A suburban town and civil parish with a town council in the metropolitan borough of Leeds, West Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SC 2337. Horyham. a market town in West Sussex, England. OS grid ref TQ 1730. Horsham stone, a calcareous, flaggy sandstone containing millions of minute sand grains found naturally in the wheeled clay of southeast England. Horsham stones, plural of Horsham stone. Horshamite, of or from Horsham. Horshamites, plural of Horshamite. Horticulture, the commercial development of the countryside for pasturing or exercising horses. Horsey, alternative spelling of horsey. Hoser, comparative form of horsey, more horsey. Horses, plural of horsey. Horses, superlative form of horsey, most horsey. Horsely, in a horsey manner. Horsiness, the quality of being or resembling a horse. Horsing, present participle and gerund of horse. Horsing about, present participle and gerund of horse about. Horsing around, present participle and gerund of horse around. Horsings, plural of horsing. Horsedy, a surname from Czech. Horsley, a place name. Horsleys, plural of Horsley. Horseman, a surname. Horsemans, plural of horsemen. Horsemondon, a village and civil parish in Tunbridge Wells Borough, Kent, England. OS grid ref TQ 7040. Horson, obsolete form of horsen. Horsens, plural of horse. Horsebath, a village and civil parish in South Oxfordshire district, Oxfordshire, England, east of the city of Oxford. OS grid ref SB 5704. Horspool, a surname. Horspool's algorithm, synonym of Boyer-Moore Horspool algorithm. Horsepools, plural of horspool. Horst, a surname. Horst aan de Maas, a municipality of Limburg, Netherlands. Horst and Graben, topography which consists of raised and lowered fault blocks called horsts and grabens respectively. Horsted, a village in Horsted with Staying Hall Parish, Broadland District, Norfolk, England. OS grid ref TG 2619. Horsted with Stanning Hall, a civil parish in Broadland District, Norfolk, England, which includes the village of Horsted. Horsted Keynes, a village and civil parish in Mid-Sussex District, West Sussex, England. OS grid ref TQ 3828. Horseman, a surname. Horseman, a surname. Horsemans, plural of horsemen. Horsemans, plural of horsemen. Horsts, plural of horse. Horsewall, a surname. Horsey, of or relating to horses. Horts, abbreviation of horticulture. Hoda, a municipality and city on Fail Island, Azores Autonomous Region, Portugal. Hortation, the act of exhorting, inciting, or giving advice. Exhortation. Hortations, plural of hortation. Hortative, urging, exhorting, or encouraging. Hortatively, in a hortative way. Hortatives, plural of hortative. Hortativity, the quality of being hortative. Hortatories, plural of hortatory. Hortatorily, in a hortatory manner. Hortatory, giving exhortation or advice, encouraging. Hortatory memorandum. Plural of hortatory memorandum. Hortatory memorandum. A statement issued by the President of the United States encouraging or urging action on an issue of public policy that is directed to executive agencies. Hortense. A female given name from French. Hortensia. A female given name from Spanish, equivalent to English hortense. Hortensial. Fit for a garden. Hortensias. Plural of hortensia. Pote. Of, relating to, or characteristic of Miklos Horthy 1868-1957, Hungarian admiral and statesman. The regent of Hungary from 1920 to 1944. Horde. Modified by deep cultivation, manure use, and the presence of other anthropogenic organic matter such as kitchen waste. Hortic. Abbreviation of horticultural. Horticultor. One who cultivates a garden. Horticultors. Plural of horticulture. Horticultura. Of or pertaining to horticulture, connected with gardening. Horticultural vinegar. A solution of acetic acid used as a weed killer. Horticulturalism. Synonym of horticulturism, small-scale agricultural lifestyle. Horticulturalist. Alternative form of horticulturist. Horticulturalists. Plural of horticulturalists. Horticulturally. With respect to horticulture. Horticulture. The art or science of cultivating gardens, gardening. Horticultures. Plural of horticulture. Horticulturism. The practice of horticulture, a small-scale agricultural lifestyle. Horticulturist. A gardener, a person interested in or practicing horticulture. Horticulturists. Plural of horticulturists. Hortisilvicultural. Relating to hortisilviculture. Hortisilviculture. Horticulture and silviculture. Hortenman. A surname from German. Hortmans. Plural of Hortman. Hortology. The craft, art, and science of gardening. Horten. A town and locality in the Bundaberg region, Queensland, Australia. Horton Green. A hamlet in Shocklach and District Parish, Cheshire West and Chester District. Cheshire, England OS Gridref SJ 4549. Horton and Ribblesdale. A small village and civil parish in North Yorkshire, England, previously in Craven District OS Gridref SD 8072. Horton Kirby. A village in Horton Kirby and South Darenth Parish, Sevenoaks District, Kent, England OS Gridref TQ 5668. Horton Kirby and South Darenth. A civil parish in Sevenoaks District, Kent, England. Hortons. Synonym of Tim Hortons. Hortons syndrome. Synonym of cluster headache. Hortonalite. A kind of magnesium-bearing phthalate mineral. Hortonalites. Plural of hortonalite. Hortonolytic. Of or relating to the mineral hortonalite. Hortons. Plural of Horton. Hortonville. A community in Kings County, Nova Scotia, Canada. Hortoria. Plural of hortorium. Hortorium. A herbarium specializing in preserved specimens of cultivated plants. Hortoriums. Plural of hortorium. Hortulon. Belonging to a garden. Hortus conclusus. An enclosed private garden, in medieval times usually divided into quadrants by 4 paths, with a well or fountain in the center. Hortus siccus, a collection of specimens of plants dried and preserved and arranged systematically, a herbarium. Hortard, obsolete form of orchard. Hortards, plural of hortard. Horus, the ancient Egyptian falcon-headed god of the sun, sky, war, and kingship. Horus name, synonym of Syriac name, the first and oldest of the 5 names of the pharaonic titulary, traditionally enclosed in a syrinx surmounted by the figure of a god. Horus names, plural of Horus name. Horus of gold name, synonym of gold name. Horus of gold names, plural of Horus of gold name. Hordath, a surname from Hungarian. Hordath clock, a biochemical test of an organism's age, based on DNA methylation levels. Hordas, plural of Horvath. Horvitz, a surname. Hoai, a surname. Horwats, plural of Horwat. Horoish, a town and civil parish with a town council in the metropolitan borough of Bolton, Greater Manchester, England. OS Grid Ref SD 6411. Huruel, a surname. Horowitz, a surname, an alternative form of Horowitz. Huroi, a village in North Devon District, Devon, England. Horuds, plural of Horwa. Huri, alternative form of Hori. Hui, obsolete form of Hori, plural of Hora. Hos, initialism of Hall of Shame. Hos, plural of Ho. Hos, abbreviation of Hosea. Hazak, a surname. Hazais, plural of Hasak. Hazaka, a surname from Japanese. Hasaka Cohen transformation, a mathematical method of converting a particular two-dimensional scalar magnetic field map to a particular two-dimensional vector map. Hazakas, plural of Hasaka. Hazana, alternative spelling of Hasana. Hasanas, plural of Hasana. Hasang, a surname from German. Hasangs, plural of Hasang. Hasana, a cry of praise or adoration to God in liturgical use among the Jews and said to have been shouted in recognition of the messiahship of Jesus on his entry into Jerusalem, hence since used in the Christian Church. Hasanat, simple past and past participle of Hasana. Hasana, alternative spelling of Hasana. Hasanat, simple past and past participle of Hasana. Hasanang, present participle and gerund of Hasana. Hasanangs, plural of Hasanang. Hasanas, plural of Hasana. Hasanang, present participle and gerund of Hasana. Hasanas, plural of Hasana. Hasabith, a city in Connecticut. India. Hasaphone, a homemade musical instrument consisting of a length of garden hose with a funnel inserted at one end. It is played by blowing it in the manner of a trumpet. Hasaphones, plural of Hasaphone. Hasdar, a village in West Lancashire District, Lancashire, England. OS Grid Ref SD 4611. Ha-ander, a surname. Hoshton, a city in Jackson County, Georgia, United States. Hos, a surname. Hose bar, a short protrusion marked by ridges or or dull barbs useful for securing a rubber hose or tube. Hose barbs, plural of hose bar. Hose bridge, a device laid over a hose so that vehicles can pass over it without pinching or damaging it. Hose bridges, plural of hose bridge. Hose clip, a device used to attach and seal a hose onto a fitting. Hose clamps, plural of hose clamp. Hose clip, synonym of hose clamp. Hose clips, plural of hose clip. Hose down, to spray thoroughly with a hose. Hose jacket, a device that clamps around a burst or leaking portion of hose. Hose off, to rinse off dirt or the thing that it is besmirching with a hose. Hose reel, a reel on which a hose is rolled up when it's not in use.